Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Well, a pint of milk will soon cost you a fiver. The COVID inquiry will be a whitewash, and we shall all soon be rendered obsolete by artificial intelligence. But fear not, Holly Willoughby will be back on this morning on Monday. And have we got a summer of cricket for you? 7 tests beginning today at Lord's, where England for the second time take on Ireland. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and alongside me I have the biggest beasts in so many ways of Guerrilla Cricket. This is the lineup. This is the ultimate guerrilla lineup. Well, it's me for a start, and then on my left there's none other than the Bish, celebrating being a Beatle 64 this week.
I was indeed. Will you still need me? Will you still feed me though?
Well, we still need you. I don't know about feeding.
We've got plenty of chocolate biscuits.
Oh, chocolate
but the trouble is you eat all of those, so I don't get to ever
so we don't get to feed you, do we? And harbouring another dose of COVID to my right.
I haven't got fucking COVID.
You're sniffling. You're going to give it to me because I haven't had any illnesses for 3 years.
Well, that's because you haven't gone out.
Well, that's true. But now we're all going to be put out of action by the bear's cough and cold that he has to my right. Morning, gentlemen. I always get this feeling at the beginning of a series. I think, really, really enjoy it. Really take it all in, because it's over so quickly. And it's over more quickly this summer than any, because by the end of July, there's only that
back
awful,
to the 16.4.
ridiculous thing going on
Yeah.
that none of us are interested in. Anyway, the news is that England have won the toss. Ben Stokes has won the toss, and he's put Ireland into bat. They say look up rather than look down. It was only 12 degrees when we came out this morning, and it's a little bit chilly. It's a little bit chilly. So they've all got their lovely green necked jumpers on the Irish. They look absolutely superb. I do love that. I hope Rog is enjoying that. I was a big fan of cable knit. Anyway, let's talk about this toss business, because we know that England like to chase. Will they have to chase? I mean, I've got a horrible feeling that they might bowl out Ireland fairly cheaply, and then will do their best to get 400 or 500 in about 2 sessions. Tony, your thoughts?
I'm not surprised. We were saying earlier when we were chatting about it, weren't we? I was saying if England win the toss, I'm sure they will bowl. I had a feeling Ireland might have selected to bat, only because I think their batting is their forte. Interestingly, Ben Stokes, out of now 7 opportunities, has chosen to field 4 times from his 7 toss wins. Compare that to any captain of fairly recent past, like Ricky Ponting as a percentage. I mean, Ricky Ponting, I think about 11% of all these tests as captain he ever did that. Oh, he only did it 3 times, won 2 and lost 1 of them in his entire captaincy career. Ben Stokes has already done it about 60% of his time.
Do you think if this was the Ashes already, do you think that he would have put Australia in here?
Yes.
Yeah, I do.
I think he'd have looked up and done it.
You see, it was thought as when he came in and we'd lost 17 out of 18 or 17 on the trot or something. Traditionally, it was seen as quite defensive to bowl first because you were in the game, right? Whereas actually England see it as an attacking option, which is kind of, even when the conditions maybe don't suit it as well, because as you say, they don't fear chasing 300 odd in a 4th innings in a Test match anymore. Which traditionally you go 300, we ain't got a fucking hope, but. We've chased it down 3 or 4 times and missed out in New Zealand by 1 run.
There are lots of things to talk about ahead of the Ashes, so we should leave that to one side. Of course, I suppose this is technically a warm-up. I kind of can't help feeling that Australia will be more warmed up by India than England will be by Ireland. But, I hope to see Ireland do well and that we have a really good game. As far as I can remember, the Ireland side that is playing today, that's been chosen today, has only got 3 survivors from that team which played in 2019 before that Ashes series. They are, as far as I know, Andy Balbirnie, who's now captain, Mark Adair, who really impressed, got root out twice in that match, and one other that I can't see for the time being, Paul Sterling. How could I forget Paul Sterling? And we talked about...
Or indeed miss him.
Or miss him, indeed, absolutely. I heard him speak this morning, and I've never heard him speak before. Seems like a very nice man. Of course he is. England are going out onto the field. As we say, there is a covering of grey, but there's certainly no humidity out there because it's really quite chilly. Anyway, we shall be jingling up those people taking part in a minute, but I will tell you, this is the Ireland team. Peter Moore, James McCollum, Andy Balbirnie, Harry Tector, Paul Sterling, Lorcan Tucker, the wicketkeeper, Curtis Campher, Andy McBride, the spinner, Mark Adair, Fionn Hand, Fionn Hand, who will be making his debut, and Graham Hume. For England, it's Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett, Ollie Pope, Joe Root, Harry Brook, Ben Stokes, Johnny Bairstow, Stuart Broad, Jack Leach. Remember him, 92 in this game in 2019, and Iron Grubby were there to see it. It was great fun. Josh Tongue gets a debut, despite only averaging 41 in the 2nd division this year, but they've seen an X Factor in him. They've seen an X Factor, and once Brendan McCullum sees an X Factor, well,
First Worcester debut since 2000, since Moeen Ali.
Moeen Ali, indeed. And the other remaining bowler is Matt Potts. It's going to be Stuart Broad to open the English summer of Test cricket. I'm so excited. We'll come to your tweets very shortly. But in the meantime, the bear will jingle up the great man himself.
Sweep the leg, Broady. Got the best headband around. Something has got to keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna be kept down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thinning now.
Opening up is
Peter, 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 Peter.
Great. Good jingle.
oof. I think that was sent in late. I don't know when that was sent in. And
Egyptians had papyriform and also Hathoric. The Greeks Corinthian, Ionic and Doric. The Romans often used engaged, which looks so solemn. The Irish like to build with a green painted McCollum.
It is indeed James McCollum facing the first ball of the English summer, and he gets into line as Broad propels from the pavilion end and defends a straight ball into the mid-wicket area. Not only have the Irish got those beautiful, wonderful cable knit sweaters on, England are adorned in such attire as well, because as you said, it's a bit cold. Now, they were promising me, Elizabeth Rossini on the London weather was promising me great weather for this test.
23 degrees.
23 degrees, well, it's nowhere near that at the moment.
I think the cloud's going to clear in the afternoon.
It's going to be burnt off. It's going to burn off. Broad has got a leg slip, full outside off stump, and Broad gets excited for absolutely no reason whatsoever. It's left alone by McCollum, who just twiddles his bat in his hand.
That was a bit floaty, wasn't it?
It's very floaty, very floaty.
Now,
Now,
your work, Broady. Come on, it's English summer. We want to see something.
he's just easing himself.
You know
in.
what? I've just gone under, because that's traditional, of course. But the fucking line was 13 and a half.
13 and a half.
Yeah.
And you've gone under.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good call.
I still think it's a good call as that.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's considering England's attack isn't Broad and Anderson, it's Broad and AN other.
Yes, who's it going to be? Potts, I presume.
I presume it would be Potts.
Broad's got 4 orthodox slips. McConnell's going to get the first run of the morning. He goes back to that, and he looks technically very sound. Turns it towards mid-wicket, where the very tiny Ben Duckett does the fielding. He doesn't need to duck it, because he's small enough as it is. It was quite funny in the lineup when they were doing the anthems that Broad was right next to him. It was like he was hugging a teddy bear.
It's not quite as good as Temper Bavuma, and who's it he used to stand next to?
Sorry, probably Morny Morkel.
It might have been Bavuma and Morkel.
Or
Yeah.
Nortje as well, he's quite tall.
Oh, Nortje, he's quite a big man. Rabada's quite slender and tall as
There's
well.
one very tall. Janssen, is it Marco Janssen? He's
Yes,
about
Marco
6'4".
Oh,
Jansen,
he's
6'6",
huge.
6'7", yeah.
Oh yeah, it'll probably be him.
I'm pretty sure it was him next to Temba.
Peter Moore has played in 12 Test matches, or this is his 12th Test match, and 8 of those have actually been for Zimbabwe. But he's now Irish,
Ah,
and
interesting.
he's waiting with bat aloft to face his first ball from Stuart Broad. The slips go down. He bowls and he's beaten by Corker, and in fact he's got an edge. Oh, well, Broad thought he had. Umpire, is that Rod Tucker? Says. No, who is it? It's not Rod Tucker, is
blocker
it?
Paul Wilson.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Not Gary.
Not given. And Moore escapes. And, of course, the ball was taken by Johnny Bairstow, who's been added back to this England lineup. Poor old Ben Folkes.
It is it's a harsh call, but probably with your batting resources in an English side, I don't think he hit that. I think it may have got his flap of his trousers.
I'd like to see old Ultra
Snicker.
Edge on that one. Yeah, absolutely. It was a corking delivery that was going up the hill. I have to think to myself, it's coming in from the pavilion end. He's in, bowls, and this one swings away. Bairstow tumbles to his right in front of first slip to take, and there is no run. Ireland won without loss. I'm using Tony's notes because I haven't had time.
You printed them out as well.
I printed them out.
The whole point is they're supposed to be a digital age now, Hendo.
Yeah, but this is what I've explained, that when you try to look at them on your phone, one, I can't see them if I use the same glasses that I'm watching the TV on, as someone rings the bell downstairs. There's somebody at the door, as we used to say in the old sofa days. Left alone, too wide of the off stump this time by Broad. It's not going up the hill, he's going down the hill, isn't it, if it's coming into you, if you're bowling from the pavilion end. That is the end of the over, and I'm just chomping at the bit to find out who's going to be the first tweeter of the summer.
Well, I've started on YouTube, actually. A few hellos. Alan Turfmore, happy man, back in the Premier League for his Burnley boys. Hello to you. Dom Diego de Silly Pants is welcoming us back. Anthony Bush, great to see you guys again. Ian H, here we go. Yes, we do. So let me leap over onto our Twitter feed
Twitter.
as well. A lot of people liking the fact, saying we're back.
We're back.
Kiwi. Warren says good morning all.
Hello.
Great to see you. Messy Jez. We're back. Yes, we are. Mark Kerwin banging, he says. I don't know if that's what he's doing or he's just referring generally to the fact that we have returned. Matthew Cullen, have missed your dulcet tones these last few months. We've missed you too, Matthew. OMG says just ideal. I've serious abandonment issues after these gorilla-free months. I'm counting down the seconds.
First ball of the morning for Matthew Potts. We'll jingle him up in a minute. He bowls to McCollum. He clips this one. Oh, he wants a single, and he almost sells Peter Moore short there. Moore had started to go for the run, and then McCollum has decided no, and he had to put on the brakes. This is the bowler.
I've heard from Potts that the kettles are filthy black. You know he might do. Let's bring him into the attack.
Now, as we're looking, the pitch, if you're looking at the pavilion, it's off centre. It's to the right, slightly. As Potts is in, bowls, and McCullum waits for this one and plays it very nicely towards square leg, where Josh Tongue, the first cap for him today, gets his first touch of a Test match ball and does the fielding. 2 for no wicket. McCollum 2 more yet to score. What I was going to go on to say about the notes is not only is it I struggle to see it on a phone or an iPad, but also with that sort of I don't know what it is, a battery saving operation. It turns itself off every couple of minutes, and you're just about to go and say some incredible fact, and you realise it's gone. And so that's why I have to have them in paper form.
I have a similar problem with my memory.
Oh, well, yeah.
I'm about to say something, and then I go, what was I about to say?
That's all right. I have that, and I'm a good deal younger than you.
But do not talk about being old, because David Brooke gets very annoyed about our ageism.
Yeah.
Potts is in to Moore. Oh, he plays that with beautiful wrists, and he's flicked it past Tongue on this occasion, all the way out to the boundary in front of the grandstand. It's the first 4 of the summer.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
And I've been thwarted. I've been trying to get to see some live cricket. I haven't seen any live cricket for nearly 4 years now because of COVID. The only live cricket I've seen was at Ventnor on the Isle of Wight, and a very pleasant ground it was. But I've been scuppered each time I've tried to go and see Surrey this year. I've been scuppered by things like work and Surrey making mincemeat of other teams. Potts again into Moore. The slips go down and he drives. He plays that very pleasantly indeed. He just opened the face and guided it away. It's not going to go all the way. Stokes with his dodgy knee is going to chase after it, and they decide not to go for a third, even though the ball was in the air for some time. Probably could have got there. But Moore moves to 6 and Ireland moved to 8 for no wicket. Now I should ask the Bear, the GPL, is it open?
It is indeed.
And how much is it worth?
Oh, it's quite a lot, actually.
Ooh.
I was checking it the other day. I think it's about 135 quid.
£135? Why wouldn't you take part? Because you can put down £1 and win £135. And in fact, if more people take part, of course, that...
3 people are already in.
3 people already in.
Oscar Mack, Alan Reynolds and Oscar Mack.
Brilliant. This one just squares more up a little bit from Potts. It looks nicely paced, this wicket, for batting, I have to say. Defended, although sometimes we see that the ball doesn't start to move until a little bit of the shine has come off. And, we won't see Ben Stokes with ball in hand, I don't think, today. Brendan McCullum has said he will bowl at some point in the summer, but we wait to see when that will be. Maybe when they need him most in an Ashes test. In comes Potts again, bowls, better ball outside the line of off stump, kept a little bit low, but he played it well enough. That is the end of the second over. Cost Potts 7 runs. Ireland are 8 for none. Tony.
Yes, Matthew Cullen, good morning, Gorillas. It's so good to be back. It is Matthew. Mog. Hello there. I'm just taking a break from jingling up the entire Malaysian women's 11 to tune into some cricket commentary. I can also tell you, Mog points out that the Peter Moore jingle was from when he played for Zimbabwe and is a very old one.
Oh, really?
Even
Interesting.
I know, Bear, that we've had some more ones in recently then.
I like that one, though.
If you get this. Oh, it is very good. Pirate Badshaw, morning, old salts.
Old salts.
I'm hopeful but trepidatious. Gutted for Craig Young. Should have played in 2019, but he really did look fully fit at Chelmsford, so it wasn't a surprise. Didn't, I guess.
I feel a bit sorry for Craig Young. I remember watching some of the Ireland one-day games last year, or even T20 games, and actually I think it was one of the one-dayers when Michael Bracewell took his final over apart when Ireland looked like they'd wrapped up the game. Broad in, again, bowls to McCollum, and he's onto the front foot, defends it pleasantly into the offside, and there is no run. I do love those. I want one of those Irish jumpers. Can I have one of those? Will someone buy me an Irish jumper,
Sure, Roger
please?
will get you one.
Roger, can you get me an
Score
Irish
one for
jumper?
you.
I think I need more than a small one. I think I need a Paul Sterling size one.
Score one, not small one. I said he'll score one.
Oh, score one. I thought you said he's small.
No, I know. I wouldn't suggest squeezing you into one of the extra smalls.
I wouldn't get into James McCollum's, but I might get into Paul Sterling's. Anyway, well, despite the fact that Lords have been sort of almost daily pleading with me on email to buy a ticket for this match, it's not a very big crowd at the moment. In comes Broad, bowls, driven or pushed firmly into the offside. Stokes moves smartly round to his left to do the fielding. There is no run. So the GPL, sorry Barry, you were about to say something. Go ahead.
I was saying it's all looks a bit quite innocuous so far, hasn't it?
Has indeed, yes, absolutely. The GPL is open. £135 is in the pot. You go to gorillacricket.com/competition, and that will guide you, if you haven't done it before, and how you take part. You basically are estimating how many runs in total you think there will be in the day. You pay £1 for each guess that you make, and if you get it on the nose, you get all the money, and it could be great fun at the end of the day. Broad in bowls, onto the back foot goes McCollum, and that one goes off a thick outside edge. Jack Leach, didn't he injure himself here this time last year?
Yeah.
Doing that. He's managed to haul this one in, and they'll get through for 3. Ireland move on to 11 for no wicket. I think they're probably joking about that. They're saying, Jack, that kept you out for about 8 months the last time you did that. Anyway, he's smiling about it. He's jogging back into position.
Middlesex have twice chosen to bat, I think, this season. I'm sure if John Batham's listening, he'd correct me on the exact number. I seem to recall both times a couple of early wickets, but then teams went on to get very, very decent scores.
Interesting.
Now, that might be a reflection on Middlesex, but Middlesex for Lords has actually got a pretty decent attack.
Yes. Well, you've got Toby and you've got Tim, haven't you? Toby and Tim
for a start.
Yeah, absolutely. Broad into his second over. He's got the headband on. He's coming in to bowl to Moore, and Moore defends. There's an economy of movement about Moore. Does that mean he doesn't quite get his foot to the ball? But he looks as if he plays late.
Compact and efficient.
Yep, indeed.
Well, the same's true of McCullum from what I've seen. He looks...
McCollum.
He's got nicely... McCollum.
You've got to say McCollum as opposed to Brendan McCullum.
But either way, he's got tidily in behind everything so far. There's just one. Just one has looked like it might have nibbled an edge, but, you take that with a pinch of salt when it's Stuart Broad, don't you?
You do. And
Wicket looks good.
Wicket looks good. All is good with the world when it's the first day at Lords, isn't it, really?
Yep.
Because it's before you've had a chance to get despondent because your team's miles behind. Broad in again, bowls, and lovely drive. Again, no real follow-through, but beautifully placed and beautifully timed by Moore. That might beat the fielder to the boundary. It will indeed. And this is a glorious start from Ireland. They move to 15 for no wicket.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Now, Moore didn't score many runs in those tests that he's played so far. 1 and 16, 14, 0, 5 and 19. 2 against Sri Lanka and 1 against
Bangladesh. Big ton in
Bangladesh.
Chelmsford, though, didn't he?
Yeah, against Ireland
himself,
B.
against his own team, admittedly.
Well, I thought that Dave made some really good points on your podcast. In comes Broad again, and beautifully played up towards mid-on. Would like to have got a bit straighter. Duckett does the fielding, moving to his left. We'll come back to the point in a minute, but let's get through some more tweets.
Absolutely. Martin White is doffing his cap in the shape of Cumberbatch.
Oh, yes.
He's doing it, but he's saying, "Hi, Spangley, hi. Thank goodness you're back. We can now say it's summer." That's very kind. Leah. Hello, Leah. Damn, I've had a couple of horrible months, slowly getting back on the horse, and delighted to have you back with some real cricket. We're delighted to be here. Does Gorilla Hendo need one of Messi Jez's bionic eyes?
Certainly do.
Just ideal. Is this the most Irish-friendly English bowling attack? Soft launch? Question
Soft
mark.
launch. I like that
Soft
idea.
launch.
Yes.
The jumpers are not available for sale, says Pirate Badshaw.
Oh,
Cricket.
that's-
Sadly,
Oh.
though the jersey is from Macron's website, not the
Not
French
the French
president. No. the,
Hang on, surely they're missing out on an opportunity there for merchandise. In comes Potts to start a new over. He's bowling to McCollum. McCollum's beaten by one outside the off stump. As much as anything, played inside the line of that, I would say. Not necessarily deliberately, but it wasn't that the ball did a lot, I don't think.
He looks like he knows where his off stump is.
Oh, well, that was, I can't remember if I asked this 2 overs ago, but there you go. That's Potts. He's had, from what I hear, he's had a reasonable, decent start to the county season.
I think he has. I meant to check how he'd done, actually.
He was averaging about 13 or something.
Well, I mean, he came in with I think he'd already taken something like 30-odd wickets when he came into the team last year. Although that one does move. That's a genuine leg cutter. And actually beat the bat by some distance as he goes through to Bairstow. Yeah, I mean, I was kind of thinking that Matt Potts, despite impressing whenever he's played for England pretty much, might actually struggle this summer to get a game. But there is this one.
I don't know. There's going to be an awful lot of rotation. I think the third seamer option, I think they'll perm 2 of Robinson, Anderson and Broad for every test if they can. And then a third seamer or a fourth seamer will be permed between Wood, Potts and whoever else.
Yeah, how long's Wood going to last?
Well, that's it.
Defended up to mid-on by...
That's a question I asked
McCollum.
myself at 6
Hey, boom, 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 boom. 15 for no wicket. McCollum 5, Moore 10.
And to answer Alan Turfmore on YouTube, no, Archer's not going to be fit for the summer at all.
Oh, sadly no.
Do you know, I mean, I don't want to, I'll just say it. I fear for his future. I mean, I know Mumbai Indians are supposed to be lining up a contract for him. That may be all he gets to play. I mean, but he hasn't even been able to last a season of that, has he? Potts in bowls, and onto the front foot comes McCollum, defends square on the offside. There is Jack Leach doing the fielding at cover. There is no run.
I think they'll eventually get something out of him.
Do you think so?
I don't know if it'll ever be first-class cricket. Yeah, it's got to be a solvable problem.
Why?
Well, it's just it's a break or it's a fracture, and eventually you'd think that
heals.
It'll heal properly, and he'll discover a way that it might slightly change his action or something.
Yeah, well, he'd have to still have the pace. That's the question, isn't it?
Well, that's always the question when that happens.
Potts, that's one a little bit loopy up there outside off stump, and he's missed out, I think, perhaps on a half volley there as McCullum. He inspects the bottom of his bat and wonders why that isn't speeding away to the boundaries. It probably should have been. There is no run. Those sweaters are cool. I mean, why wouldn't Cricket Ireland?
Nice green as well.
Oh, the green is it's a glorious green.
There's no real advertising on it.
No.
So it's just got the island crest on it and the green V-neck. It's nice. It's
Shamrock.
nice.
Shamrock,
of course, yes.
Yeah.
Not the maple leaf. Wrong nation. Potts wider on the crease. Oh, and he has a little bit of a flirt at that one off the back foot, McCullum, and there was movement from Potts down the hill. That was a much better over. It was a maiden, in fact. And after 4 this morning, Ireland are 15 without loss, having been put into bat.
Hello to James Humberston. I was waiting for Guerrilla Cricket commentary on Hot Mic. I'm obviously out of date. Yeah, we
gave that
sort
up.
of
They
gave
kept
that one.
changing their fucking back end, and it became harder and harder to actually connect it to it.
Just Ideal said yes. Jack Leach let Parky in for just one test last year.
Yeah.
He did. Ombre
Never to be seen
Nuevo. Hello, wonderful GC. You have been missed. We've missed you too, Ombre. Martin White. I know it's early for pedantry, but the wicket is the wooden bits that stick up out the ground at each end. The green bit is the pitch. Matthew Cullen. Why is this a 4-day test? How does that affect the team's mindsets and plans? Yeah, we debated that, Matthew, at some length on our recent Patreons podcast.
Rog and the Irish
Roger and
didn't
Dave.
feel a slight, did they? So, which is good.
No, they felt it was realistic, and they're both dyed-in-the-wool Irishmen.
Broad starts his third over bowls, and this one comes off a thickish outside edge from Moore. Looked a little bit surprised to see it come so quickly off the bat, but didn't beat the fielder. And there is no run. I would recommend going and listening, maybe at lunchtime. Maybe we'll play it at lunchtime. The Bishop and Bear. It's a good listen this week, and it's got the Bear swearing 3 times in the first 5 minutes.
Of course.
What more could you want from a podcast? But it is actually quite informative.
Well, don't sound entirely surprised, Hendo, but you know.
I'm not, and it's got a lovely ambience. It does really sound like you're in a sort of a moderately populated pub.
In our minds, we are.
You are indeed. Broad in again, full. That is plumb, surely. It is indeed, and Moore. I was trying to flick that away through mid wicket, and he's been pinned in front. and Ireland are 15 for 1. There is no point, I can tell you now,
In reviewing
that, and he's just been told that by his partner. Off he goes.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
And there you go. See, I missed out. 13.5 was tight by the bookies. 15.
Oh yes, you weren't far away. I mean, yes, you can see there he plants his foot a bit too early, doesn't he? More, and he can't really move it, and he plays across that, trying to flick it away. And
did it just come back just a slight fraction towards him? I'd like to see a replay, or did it just kind of go on and across him? When I saw that angle, which is kind of over Broad's right shoulder, it just looked like it might have nipped back a wee bit.
Well, it would have been
I'd
nipping
to look
back
at
with
it
the
again.
slope, wouldn't it? Maybe that's what fooled him. The slope, as they talk, the
1.3 Tim Murters.
1.3 Tim Murters. How many Toby Roland Jones?
I haven't measured it in Roland Jones's.
How many Mark Janssens?
Oh, well, probably not many.
Who's in next then?
Well, it will be none other than the Irish captain, I presume.
Balbirnie, wasn't it?
Indeed.
Yeah, that's right. That's who I was missing in the top order. There we go.
Here comes Andrew Balbirnie. He's a total hero. Here comes Andrew Balbirnie. He's the sweetest bat I know.
Can you tell me the rest of the batting order? Who comes in after this?
I'll read it out to you in a second. I'm just going to say that when we did Ireland v Pakistan, the first Test match, when we were actually there in Malahide, he got a pair, didn't he, on debut in that on Irish Test debut?
Balbo, he did, yeah.
Whenever I've watched him, he never does anything.
You've got Harry Tector to come, Paul Sterling, Lorcan Tucker, and Curtis Campher. I'm not quite sure how quickly they'll be following one another, but we shall see. Balbirnie's amongst those Irish players who hasn't been able to get to three figures yet, although he's a very, very fine player, and we'd love to see him do it today. That would be great. He's got a lot of work to do. He's found himself out there in the first 20 minutes. And Stuart Broad is roaring in from the pavilion end. He's in bowls, and he plays that much better than Moore did. That was angled into his middle and leg stumps, and he managed to adjust his movement and not plant the leg quite so early, and managed to push it up to mid-on. There is no run. It remains 15 for 1. The GPL is open. Don't forget, take your place in the GPL. £135 is the starting jackpot offer. It will go up the more of you who take part. So please, and we're going to give you the hard sell this summer, because quite frankly we need loads of money. Broad in again, bowls, turns Balbirnie around a little bit there as he plays defensively. Ball goes back to the bowler, who then hands it to Ben Stokes. Ben Stokes must be the designated shiner, I guess, based on the fact that he's not going to bowl himself. He's got to do something, as well as captain. And that was hitting middle stump, that LBW, about 61% of the way up. I can't be more exact than that.
That's pretty exact.
That's pretty exact.
Pretty precise.
Pretty exact, yeah. We'll see if anyone tells us different. Broad in again. Balls to Balbirnie, and Balbirnie leaves outside your stump, just dropping short of Bairstow as he goes down on his knees to take it. And there is no run. Now, it's interesting, though, that Balbirnie hasn't scored 100, because certainly in that series in Sri Lanka, although they managed to lose both by an innings, they were picking up hundreds here and there. There were hundreds for people like Campher, for people like Paul Sterling.
Tector got one, didn't he?
Tector as well, I think. But Balbirnie has not managed to...
he got 96,
95. He got 95, yeah.
That was disappointing.
So, 4 slips waiting. He's in, he bowls, and he's played that a little bit aerially.
He did.
But he timed it well, but straight to Ben Duckett at mid-on. It's the end of a successful over. Broad's bowled 3, taken 1 for 8, 15 for 1. Tony?
First, bit of naked pornbot fun, although it hasn't actually happened yet, but it says tongue at the nursery end, click here. Martin Lawrence, who I somehow missed earlier, says, welcome back. Well, welcome to you, Martin. I've got a funny feeling that I might be one of the few people in Australia who got the Holly Willoughby reference in Hendo's intros.
Yeah, you probably are one of the
Surely,
very few.
Martin, that should be Holly Wallaby.
Oh, Holly Wallaby, very
There we
good.
go. There we
Oh, Tony. It's a shame you're not with us all day.
Or indeed all week. I'm here all week. I'm here all week. Spicy Golden Duck says, it was a bit cruel of England to have Duckett stand between Crawley and Broad during the anthems. He looked like he was standing in a hole.
He did.
Yes,
He was very Hobbit looking,
did.
wasn't he? McCollum facing Potts. Potts is in. Oh, now that one starts wide and just wobbles a bit wider. And is left alone by McCollum. 5 from 15. Ireland 15 for 1. I mean, how exciting is it to have Test cricket back? I reckon
Good.
the amount of time we were off for is probably the longest gap there's been.
Well, we
on
normally
Gorilla.
do some IPL.
We
As
do.
it was, we did one vicariously via our Australian chums test broadcast.
Yes.
Is it me or does Johnny Bairstow look like he hasn't necessarily... He might have been at the pastries a wee
Yes, he
bit
does look a
during
little
his
bit-
layoff.
There's a
He's,
little
he's been
chubbiness
quite
in
big
there.
for a while. If you just look when he leaned back there, you can see a six-pack though, so he can't be that unfit.
Yeah, well, sometimes people do have six packs underneath their flesh.
Well, I do.
Yeah, so
I've got a
you're
massive one.
claiming that's come off the thick
Is that
outside
your
edge.
excuse?
Fucking huge.
Honestly, Doctor, if you look behind
close
this,
to it.
there's a real six-pack under there.
It's like tyres under there. I'm telling you.
Tyres. Yeah, well, there's certainly no tyres out on top of it, that's for sure. That have been blown up rather. Oh no, I seem to have lost my own voice in one of my ears, which is always a painful thing. As McCollum, it is a connection. There's a loose connection. There's many loose connections in this place, I can tell you that. Potts again, he's into his 3rd over of the morning. Oh, now that is an extraordinary leave by McCollum. That has just somehow evaded the middle and off stump bail by really, probably by the amount of flesh that's on the bear's body,
No.
which we know to be tiny.
Has Bairstow been playing as keeper for Yorkshire?
Yes.
Oh, he has. Okay,
Mhm.
He
so
has
he's
indeed.
been getting back in.
But
been
batting
getting into-
higher up the order, he's carded at 7 now.
Yeah, see, I don't.
isn't
I
it?
think they're making a big error. I think with that. Potts in again, or a little bit of movement away off the pitch, and McCollum looked as if he was going to play at it, and maybe give him the benefit of the doubt and say that he actually let it go in the end. Now, you see, Bairstow was brilliant at 5 and not keeping. So why bat him now this summer at 7 and keeping? Because basically England are going to have a number 8 which is going to be Broad or Wokes or Robinson. So he's got to bat with a tail basically. If England have lost,
Yeah, but their thinking will be if he bats like he does anyway. Whoever's if the tail faces 50.
oh, and another incredible leave which goes over the top of the middle stump this time. Potts can't believe it. Hands on heads.
Is
all
he,
round.
He's bowling from the pavilion end?
No, he's bowling from the
right.
from the nursery end. I've forgotten the end for a moment.
If he's bowling from the nursery end, then that is going
So that's come up the hill, hasn't
coming
it?
up the hill.
No,
yeah.
looks like it's going down the hill, boys. Though, because look, there's
Well, that's what makes me think he's bowling.
No, he's bowling from the nursery
nursery
end.
end.
It's
From the
gone
nursery
up the hill.
So it
Weird.
has gone up the hill. Yeah,
it
it's
has gone up the hill.
It's
And
a
that's
fantastic
weird because from
delivery.
behind him it looked like the hill's going down. But
Yeah, well,
when
you
you
have
look
to
lower-
work out which end they're bowling from, Bear. I should tell you about the Bear doing maths, shouldn't I, the other day? Potts bowls, lovely drive. There is a gap there on the offside, but that was very fluent. He seemed to have plenty of time to play that shot.
He didn't move his
and he
feet,
picked
though.
it. Didn't move his feet, but hands went through it beautifully, and Ireland have 4 more.
That went like a tracer bullet.
Didn't really. It was just nicely timed.
A few more messages, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Ravi Nair, as the poet says, God's in his heaven, all is right with the world. Mog, in large capital letters, says an early Tony Dick joke. Well, at least he didn't say premature. Mog,
Starts as he means to
there
go
we go. Warren says, I'll volunteer to help dig him up for Gorilla Hendo, the Irish Olympian who forced to compete in Britain who smuggled in an Irish flag. And there is a picture of him from Warren. Madam Mohan Sharma says, good day, Gorilla Cricket.
Hello.
Feeling delighted. Will you broadcast the World Test Championship final?
Of course we
We
will.
are.
You bet your life we will.
We
Madame
do not
Mohan
miss
Sharma.
big test matches, especially one as big as that. Broad starting his 4th over, bowling to Balburney. He's in and he's edged it and he's been caught. And Balburney, I'm afraid, is not going to get 3 figures today. And of course, well,
It's
he's got to be
another
there for
loss.
something. Zach Crawley has taken the catch, diving away to his left. Broad has a second. Ireland are 19 for 2. And the Bears just come off the phone.
My count.
Oh, God. We don't want to answer him.
No.
On your bike, mate.
took that well, but it got it on that sort of harder part of the hand a wee bit, didn't he?
Yeah, it's a good catch. It's a good catch. Now, I was editing a piece by, some of you remember Patrick Kidd, who worked at the Times, friend of mine, who I hadn't been in contact with for very many months and years, in fact. And I had to sub a piece that he does on a Saturday called Tail Ender. And he'd written a piece about Zach Crawley. I don't know if you saw this one, Tony. You might have seen this one. Had to be edited amazingly because they'd asked him to write about three times too many words, which was unfortunate. But he was not only picking up various stats about Crawley and the fact that they say Crawley is a match winner, but actually England have a slightly better record of winning when he's not playing. But anyway. So it's an odd one, really. But also there was some facts about how many catches he'd taken. I think he's taken 12 out of 25, which is not a good. No. It's not good for a slipper, is it?
No.
So there you go. Ireland are 19 for 2, and the new man at the crease. He's not wearing one of the lovely jerseys. He's going out there. He means business. It's going to be, we think, Harry Tector.
Oh right, okay. Is that high up? Well, we'll give him that one.
Well, certainly not Paul Sterling. And he's so confident, he's not worried about wearing number 13 on his back. I would say, no, I'm not wearing number 13. Because, it has connotations, doesn't it? He's averaging 47 in Test cricket. But Ireland need him now to do even more than that. 4 slips in the gully, backward point, Jack Leach.
Leg slip.
Leg slip. I say 4 slips in the gully. I meant to say 4 slips. A backward point and a leg slip. And Broad is into Tector, who's on or outside off stump, trying to cover that movement back. And I suppose if one does nip back,
you could be in trouble.
Well, I'm saying he's trying to get outside off stump from the word go, which would give him a chance as long as he plays a shot. But, very sad for Andrew Balbirnie. Very disappointing to see their captain go so early. He's a good cricketer, but you've got to be out there. It's a bit like Crawley, isn't it?
Mm.
You may have great shots, but if you're not out there for long enough, you're not going to get any runs. James Vince will identify with that as well. Oh, he's down the wicket! Oh, he's caught a leg slip! Oh, my goodness me! He's tried to get right across and then flick it away, but surely he knew the leg slip was there. But the catch has been taken. Broad already has 3.
Oh, dear.
And Ireland are 19 for 3.
He's on a hat-trick, isn't he, Broadie?
Oh, he is? No.
No, it's McCullum, wasn't it? Yeah.
That'll bring his average down.
Well, he was trying to do a bit of Stokey Cullen ball there by coming down the wicket and getting outside off stump, and then he flicked it. And it's Potts, isn't it, who's taking the catch? Went straight to him. I don't think that was a plan, because Broadie's given it that thing he did when he took those 8 wickets at Trent Bridge, where he covers his face up with his hands and thinks he's got one a little bit fortunately there. But
he did get an identical wicket to that for Nottinghamshire against Middlesex this season. Okay. Leg side strangle. I think it might have been Eskenazi from memory, and it was almost identical to that. It's Andy Ward.
Is it time for a change?
It ended this over. Have we
okay. Don't forget, I'll just say to people, GPL. And if you want to become a Patreon, go to patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket. We really need your support. We have lost over the years a few patrons. Maybe they've died or something like that. But we do need some sort of
We need some support.
We need re-bigging up, don't we, really?
Exactly, especially as the dollar is losing strength against the pound.
There you go. All the more reason to go to patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket. And of course, remember, I was going to tell you about this. I pointed out to the Bear the other day that this is the 10th summer of Guerrilla Cricket broadcasting, and he went, nah, it's 9th.
Well,
it's not. It's the 10th, including 2014.
I did say we're starting our 10th year, but it's actually our 9th summer.
No, it's our 10th summer.
Well, because 2014, it's 2023. It's the start of our 10th summer, but it's the 9th series in the summer.
Pirate Badshaw, that wouldn't have been given in Essex, by the way, is what he says
Maybe.
There. The Bear fiddling with hot mics back. Click here.
Okay, we'll do that. Is that the porn bot again?
has Gorilla Hendo, despite his 3 score, fallen into line with the fashionable 0 clippers around the ears.
What?
Not quite sure what that's about.
Oh, I've got to go under again.
Now it seems to have taken an awfully long time to get a new batsman to the crease. Time him out! Come on! Show no sympathy. Now it's Stokes is having a chat with Broad. He's saying, "Can you bowl a bit better? You've only taken 3 wickets this morning." Jimmy Anderson's thinking, "I could have had 700 by now." Anyway, he's not playing in this game. He's got a little bit of an injury. Paul Sterling is at the wicket.
Oh, we got a Paul Sterling.
A lot earlier than he would have hoped to be at the wicket, I have to say. Oh, that's the one.
He won't be getting out. Who am I talking about? Paul
And a
Sterling.
backward square for him. In comes Broad, bowls to Sterling. Hit on the pad, that's close! And that is out!
Broad.
And Paul Sterling has got a golden duck. Stuart Broad has 4. Ireland are 19 for 4. He's going to review it, but I don't think he's got much hope.
I think it's going that way, but I think it's going to be clipping
leg, I think.
I don't think that's out.
Could
I
be
don't think
umpire's
that's
call.
I don't think he's going to get away with that.
I don't think he is.
I think that's, I'm afraid, out. And Stuart Broad is on fire. This Broad is on fire. Who's that song? This girl is on fire. This Broad is on fire.
This girl is on fire.
That's we've got a jingle from that.
We should have one of those, shouldn't we?
Well, it is. We have.
Have we?
Yeah.
Really? Broad is on fire. Or is it
no.
for someone else? Broad
is on fire. That sounds a bit dodgy.
This Broad's pub was on fire last year or the year before.
Him
moved.
and
That's
Harry
moved.
Gurney's pub, wasn't it?
Oh, that could be going down, you know.
No, he hasn't really got enough of. He hasn't got enough of a step in, has he?
He looks like he's very squarely in front himself. And
He's missed it by a long way, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I think it's going to be clipping whatever, so I think he's going to be given
listen.
It's not the same song. It's not the same
No,
song,
you're
is it?
thinking of a different song.
It's a different song. We're going to have a look at this, and it's missing! Oh my word!
There you
Absolutely unbelievable. Paul Sterling lives to fight again, and Broady only has 3 wickets. Wow!
Oh, Paul Blocker Wilson is wearing his Blind Joe Wilson glasses.
Well, it looked out.
It looked out. It looked out. We can go one back, so it's not all disastrous for Ireland. It's only 19 for 3. Sky haven't updated that yet. There are sort of all sorts of weird things going on with the Sky computer. It's malfunctioning. It was expecting Paul Sterling to be on his way back to the pavilion. Get your front foot forward, Sterlo. Come on. In comes Broad again, bowls. And that's much better. Really big stride. Bat and pad close together. Defended into the offside. And now will Paul Sterling make England pay?
Well, I was going to say, is this the big score nailed on for him? Who knows? By the way, James Henderson has paused the video, measured it, and the ball was indeed hitting the stump 61% up.
I thought
that
so.
last LBW.
Long time to wait for Andy Ward. He's been wandering around and wickets, and then no one reviews.
Like an expectant father, he's been wandering about. Hasn't
Broad in again. Bowles finds the edge, but it's short of root. Is that on the end there? No, it's Ollie Pope. And there is no run. That is the end of the 7th over. Ireland have moved on to 19 for 3. 2 wickets in that over. And McCollum is still on 9 not out. Who's taking over on ball by ball?
I am.
Tony.
But I'll do it from your seat.
Yep, you owe us all right. You think this alternative cricket commentary stuff comes cheap? Well,
Bet.
we need some dollar bills to help pay our bills.
Can you do YouTube
so
for 2 in the studio as well if you haven't already? You've done it, okay.
Patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket and sign up to make a regular monthly donation. You know there is literally nothing like Gorilla Cricket's coverage, so don't be tight. Dip into your virtual pocket and throw some cash our way. See, Rihanna knows. Patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket.
Well, my goodness, it's all been happening here. England won the toss. They put Ireland in. And Ireland are 19 for 3. It could have been 4. We were all convinced that Paul Sterling had been trapped LBW that would have put Broad on hat-trick, but he wasn't.
I'll tell you one thing that factored into that. Paul Sterling missed that by an absolute mile, which possibly shows that it did move more than we thought. Certainly moved more than he thought.
Yep, indeed. Well, it's going to be Harry Potts. Anyway, in he
Harry
comes.
Potter.
Harry Potter. It's Harry Potter. I nearly called him Harry Potter. Anyway, it's defended into the offside by McCullum. There is no run. The first messy chortle of the summer was emanating from the Perth weather cave. How are you, Messrs?
I'm cold but well.
Cold but well. I'm delighted to hear that.
Officially the first day of winter in Perth.
Well.
And you might want to ask Andy if he can put me on the screen for YouTube.
I think you are.
You are. We can see you. Oh, I know.
Only
The
not
bear.
on the second
Click on.
one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
I
need
know
to
it,
click.
I
Yeah,
know.
you know what
Yeah.
you're doing.
Yeah.
Potts in again, left outside of his off stump. Perhaps a little bit of a hint of a dabble from McCullum, who does look splendid in that
I like
Irish
those,
knitwear.
those jerseys, yeah. The only thing I would say is they're maybe a bit too cream, but I do like the big red green V, the big red green V.
I like the cream.
It's a bit too cream for me. Too much cream for this time of the morning.
Too much cream. Messrs, I can tell you, by the way, James Moosh 14 minutes ago, and I hadn't got to much YouTube since the first over. I'm sorry to tell you, Potts in. Moves away. Johnny Bairstow skips in front of first slip, which will tell you that McCullum was happy to leave it and wasn't going to trouble the stumps on that occasion.
Well, I did have a bit of a delayed entry here, and I was kind of glad of it because if I'd come in the over before, I would have ridiculed the leg slip, and then he immediately took a catch. I don't know if that was maybe a plan for Tector.
Well, I think possibly for Tector, but also, as I say, Broad had consistently used one against Middlesex when bowling for Nottinghamshire, which makes me think it's a plan for the Ashes that he's continuing to
Lords,
test,
maybe.
And certainly for Lords. This one's left again outside of the off stump by McCullum, and there is no run.
But yeah, probably trying to be neutral, but good job Sterling wasn't out really. I mean, it's been difficult enough for Ireland from here, but if they lost another frontline batsman, in the first 8 overs, it would have been really hard to see them making a game of it.
Would have been very tough indeed. He's been on fire for Durham, played 30 wickets at 21. As Matthew Potts. That one had to be defended on his off stump by McCullum, in bat, possibly a little bit away from his pad, but he laid something on it. It's the end of the over, and we will hand over to first time this summer. I'm very excited to see you, and I'm loving that top. Andy, it's over to you. Oh no, it's not over to you. I beg your pardon. It's Messrs,
exactly,
isn't it?
Yeah.
I was so taken by your shirt that I forgot it was Messrs.
I thought
Draws
you
the
liked my
eye,
jumper.
doesn't it?
You're looking fine as well.
To be back, I've got to say, Tony. I would say, of course, that if Ireland can make 85, they're in a winning position historically for this contest. James Smush says, I join you from my hospital bed. Thank God for cricket to keep me occupied while I wait for ankle surgery. I hope that goes well, James.
Well, take me back to my
ideal.
hospital radio days.
Ivan Brackenbury. Broad. Worked off his legs by Sterling. He'll be off and running. He's turned that away around the corner. That'll be off down the hill, and it'll be off down the hill for one of these.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Yeah, that's the risk and reward of the leg stump, if the leg slip rather. If you go a bit too far looking for it, it's easy pickings.
It is indeed. He hot-footed it, of course, did Paul Sterling, from playing for the Birmingham Bears, missed the first day at Chelmsford, and then went down there and made himself a ton.
Well, that
so he comes in with a bit of neck, doesn't he?
Sounded like a bit of a classic village, somehow first-class match.
Yeah, it was an interesting mix of not necessarily first-team choices. Were played off his legs again, past the square leg umpire. Will probably will he come back for 2? No, he'll just settle for a single. So Sterling moves on to 5. He could have been a first baller, but it wasn't. It was reviewed and ultimately was proven to be missing by quite a bit, which was, relatively quite a bit, Andy. So
No, it was. I thought it was only missed by a fraction, didn't it?
Well, like I said, we were all utterly sure, so the amount it missed by was a surprisingly bigger amount than we thought it would be. Let's put it that way
more than
then.
your expectation.
Yes, that's probably the best way of saying it. 24 for 3. We're in the 9th over. Stuart Broad already has all of the 3 wickets to fall. That one won't be a 4th though, because it's wide of the off stump, left alone through to Johnny Bairstow. England's first choice wicket keeper.
Well,
It pains a lot of people to say it.
I'm sure that will come up later today, but I have noticed Bairstow is doing that very annoying thing that wicketkeepers do, where he takes the ball and then throws it sideways to slip without looking. If you do that to me when I'm at slip, I'm going to throw it straight back at you when you're not looking.
His Test career
That's a bit
averages
aggressive,
27, near enough.
Wicket keepers, bowlers,
That one
everybody.
is worked off his legs down to fine leg by McCullum. He should get himself a single, and it should bring Sterlo back onto strike.
No
once
leg
Sky
slip there
wakes
from
up.
McCollum. I wonder if he's just putting it in for the new batsman, or maybe he thought it was time for a change. See if he puts it back for Sterling.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting because, I mean, Sterlo by and large will always want to get on with things. That's his way, isn't it? He was caught by Thane bowled Richards in the first innings, and he didn't need to bat, of course, in the second innings at Chelmsford, did Sterlo?
No, slips back, leg slips back in.
Core of 4 slips defended back to Stuart Broad, who's bowling at a comparatively leisurely 78 miles an hour.
Certainly on that ball, but you can't say it's not working.
Well, no. 3 for 14 could easily have been 4. One of them was a first ball, was a leg side strangle. Balburney went, I think, first ball.
Second
ball he went, did he, Balbo?
I wouldn't call that a strangle. I would call that a suicide
Broad
shot.
is in. Sterling is up onto his toes to play this out towards short cover. There's no run, and after 9 overs, it's 25 for 3 for Ireland, and we can go back to the messages of messages.
Just Ideal says, does the Bear watch zero cricket in between tests? Well, give you an idea, he went to watch an IPL game on the weekend, and he'd been watching it for quite a while before he discovered that he was actually watching a replay of the previous day's game. That was about what he watched between when we were last on the air and now. Warren says, I've missed you and the Bear doing land surveying.
Yeah.
And Leah, hello Leah, good to have you. Says, yes, Hendo, please tell us about the Bear doing meth. Well,
Yeah,
I've got
I
to
saw-
say, there was a bit of a maths fail on the Bear and the Bishop in terms of your calculation.
Matthew
of
Potts
percent.
in. Oh, it swings, but it swings very late after it had gone by McCullum by quite a bit.
Bairstow there was actually lying
no
on his
run.
back on the ground, and he threw it kind of over his head in the general direction of the slips.
You could argue that that's, what do you think? That's a bit of showboating?
He's just annoying.
Over he goes. You're absolutely right. He's lying back.
Look there.
Yeah. I think it'd been a tad harsh there, Andy. I mean, I think he knew what he was doing. Possibly it was a bit more showmany than you'd have wanted. In comes Potts, defended tidily into the offside again. No run. 25 for 3. It's been an eventful morning.
Well, for whatever reason, your commentary wasn't coming through in the green room, and I had to resort to Sky. And for some of the live, Owen Morgan said that third wicket came against the run of play. I don't know how he figured
Well,
that.
has Owen Morgan rather gone, back to his Irish roots there?
Maybe.
Now he's
To be fair,
retired.
Before the first wicket fell, the Bear and
Potts
Taylor
in
were
again.
saying nothing much was happening.
Wide Bairstow, Andy, I think, will be happy to see. Dives to his right, makes a bit of a fumble of it, but he gets enough glove on it to prevent any runs, and he was diving a long way to his right. One thing that I think is encouraging, given that I've been reading all sorts of things about the fact he'd got a permanent limp that he couldn't get rid of, well, steady on, you'll arouse the porn bot. But nonetheless, he looks lively, and he looks well able to fling himself about, which he might be trying to prove a point. That's a better ball, right slanted in to the right-handed McCullum, who defends off his middle stump away towards the fourth of those slips. But that's a better ball, and that's a better line for Matthew Potts, who has had to rather watch his more senior elderly statesman partner for this test grab all the glory. But I think that's because Broad has just bowled more at the stumps, possibly a little slower as well, allowing the ball to do more. In comes Potts. That one again is wide of off stump, taken low by Bairstow. There's no run. 1 ball left of the 10th
over.
Certainly, yes. If you look
Of
at the
this
wickets, Broad's got one LBW in front of middle and off, and one quartered leg slip. So that would imply a straighter has worked so far. Whether that's just chance or.
I mean, the other thing was we look at McCullum, Andy, is he made 100. Yes, he did. Made 100 not out in that weird second innings where I think Essex, aka Essex plus mainly Ireland bowlers.
Yeah.
And they mixed and matched their bowling massively. I'll just hold that thought for a minute. As Potts is in, it's played down backward of the square leg umpire. Duckett comes racing into fields. He will get a single. He got 100 not out, but he knocked it off in only 134 balls.
Yeah.
So they were clearly.
How much credence can you really give to that game?
Probably not a huge amount. 26 for 3, 10 overs complete. Back to Messers.
Pirate Badshaw is blaming us. He says, you lads are really bad luck for Balburney. What is that? What is that? Now the third test duck for him that you've broadcast?
So hang on. It's not Sky then, it's us, is it? That's a little bit harsh.
We only do them against England, and maybe England are a bit too good for him.
Well, no, we did them against Pakistan, don't forget.
Well, they're too good for him as well.
Well, yeah. That was
the
a
light
shame.
roller says, hello, Possums. Real cricket, hooray. Wonderful to hear the dulcet tones again.
Oh, and
Sweep the
Sky
leg
is showing
broadly.
us the England opening Bulwers. Good work, Sky.
Bulwers, the opening. Oh Lord! How here? Big moment.
Right.
Big moment. Where's the pawn bot?
Where's the jingle? More like.
The tongue is out. Josh
he was
Tongue.
picked a few days ago, so we should have a jingle in here.
We
somewhere.
do. We absolutely do.
But where, oh where is it?
I know because with the bear. I know because I've listened to it in bed. If I'm right, it was one.
There we are. I'll have to do it
The
after
Sky
this ball.
caption writer wasn't there because he's had a golfing accident.
In he comes. Oh, and he nearly tickles. Gets a fish of McCullum as he has a little
Right,
dabble
here we
outside of
go.
off stump.
New player, new
No
jingle.
run.
Do you know that Josh Tongue is only the third ever Josh to play Test
Josh
cricket?
Tongue.
Wow.
Let's get together and lick 'em right.
First Worcestershire
But-
debutant since Moeen Ali in 2014.
And both the other Joshes are still playing Test cricket as well, if you can think of who those other two are.
That one again, good, accurate, and there's that extra bounce, and that's the extra bounce that I think got Brendan McCullum quite excited. Who says he's definitely got something about. He's a big, strong lad and a rough diamond.
Josh Hazelwood
is
and Josh
what-
Inglis.
Well, there's two, yeah.
Josh English hasn't played a Test.
Oh, okay. He was
Uh,
in the squad. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a West Indian.
No, I don't know that one.
West Indian Josh. Ooh, I can't think.
Joshua De Silva.
Oh, De Silva, of course. Of course. Tongue in and really forces McCullum to hurry up. Noticeably sharper than I think either Broad or
You mean he's
Potts have
bowling
been.
more than
But
78 miles an hour?
that was only 81, but that shows that Stuart Broad has been letting the conditions do the work, shall we say.
Smart move.
Yeah,
very much so. He's got nice action too. A little bit square on perhaps, but that could potentially help the ball to move either way for Josh Tongue.
Didn't use. We'll come on to after this ball.
Which he's going to be bowling to McCullum. He's got 3 slips again. That's
And a leg slip.
speared in at off stump, and he's got the leg slip there. No run. So that's 4 probing, accurate deliveries from Josh Tongue. So good,
Yeah.
confident start from him.
Didn't you say you thought Sam Cooke would be a more sensible choice? And I've heard people who agree.
I did say that, but the proof will be in the pudding.
Yeah,
as they say.
to a degree. I mean,
No, they don't. They say the proof of the pudding is in the eating, Tony. Well, people do say that, but it's wrong. Sorry.
Okay, left alone outside of off stump. Fumbled by Bairstow. Bairstow fumble watch for all you Surrey stroke Ben Folkes fans. But it didn't cost England any runs at all. He is, of course, Josh Tongue, who got his cap earlier, and we're seeing some highlights of that, which is all
see
very
Chris
splendid.
Wokes putting on a brave face and clapping through gritty
Yeah, poor
teeth
old Chris
there.
Wokes. I mean, he did all of the interviews. They were interviewing, obviously, because he was the star turn from last time. Every indication that he was going to be playing, only for England to change their mind. In comes Tongue. Can he start with a maiden? He can, because that goes past the inside edge, I think.
Bounces in front of Bairstow again off a
Yes,
length.
keeping a little bit low.
Yeah.
But it means it's a maiden to start young or youngish, 25 years old Redditch. And he is from Played for England under-19s. Did very well for the England Lions in Sri Lanka. But it means it's the end of the over and we can go back to Messers, and it's a maiden for Josh Tongue to start with.
Mark Lambourne's one of our big supporters, says Test cricket is back, which means it's guerrilla cricket time. Warren says, loving the Paul Sterling remix, Mog, to which Mog says, I can't claim credit for that one.
I think that was meant with Ben.
Colin Soda says, I hope Sky have got a load of repeat games ready for this finishing after day 2. Don't be so pessimistic. Alex Green says, good morning, you beautiful lot. Thank you.
Ooh,
Alex,
this is
good
interesting.
morning to you too.
Well,
Pornbelt says there's no such thing as too much cream, Andy.
Of course. Anyway, got to change here.
We have a very interesting change of bowling. He took some wickets for Somerset earlier on at Lord's this season, although helped by some mediocre batting, I've got to point out. But it's going to be this man.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. On Jack Leach.
I think that's kind of appropriate. He's kind of a Chris Rea of a bowler. He's just sort of there.
Well, he's taken quite a few wickets in the championship.
Talk about damn with faint praise.
That's what I was intended.
But none of them particularly cheaply. But I suppose you'd sort of expect that.
Nice call, Andy.
Well, for all your... I read you on WhatsApp, Tony, and I think Middlesex are losing every single game under the sun. They're not doing that badly.
Well, no, in the county championship they've got a couple of wins. Swept! First ball by Sterlo, who says, if you're going to toss it up there for me, I'm going to swing you away backward a square for one of these.
Oh, that was a bad ball.
It was a shocker.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Oh, he's just got a finger on that backward square.
Did he? Well,
I think so.
It certainly flew past him, but I'd like...
He might have done a bit better.
That's a
with
good
that.
spot, Andy, because I must admit I didn't see that. 5 fours so far. No sixes as yet, of course, as this one is a full toss and guided really by Sterling out towards mid-wicket. Matthew Pottsfields, and they should have taken a single, I would imagine.
They did.
Yes.
But when I was looking at
should
those
have.
tables, I then couldn't really glean any more information because I was laughing so hard at Yorkshire being bottom of Division 2.
Yeah, that's... Let's have a look for Jack Leach. We've got a ring of 3 on the offside, backward point cover.
I'll be straight with you. I didn't even realise
wide-ish
they
middle.
were in Division 2.
I know your attentions tend to be on the shorter format.
No, it's just
Andy.
not on anything really.
Slip and a leg slip for Leach, defended with a big high elbow away to that man at cover by McCullum, and there is no run. 11 off 41 for him. He's been as careful and as watchful as he can be. The edge has been beaten a couple of times, but he's still there. That's a better ball from Leach, and slapped straight again to cover by McCullum. 31 for 3.
Short legs gone to leg slip. They don't let the grass grow under their feet, England, with Stokes. They'll make changes very quickly.
Leach, left arm around the wicket again, pushed away towards mid-on, no run. He took 2 for 22 and 2 for 41 against Middlesex for Somerset, only very recently at Lord's. Although it has to be fair, 2 of those, and it was Higgins and Holman who played absolute shockers of shots to him. That one's well defended away, out towards deep point Duckett Fields. They'll take a single, it would have bring Sterling back, but it's the end of the over, so it's 32 for 3. 12 overs are gone, and back to Messers.
Okay, Leah says, stop complaining, Messers. Your first day of winter is about as cold or warm as our first day of summer here in Hanover. Warren says, messy, oi. I think it might be a different message. Mog says, having recently been in hospital, I sympathise with all ward-bound listeners. He says, warm-bound listeners obviously isn't Andy.
Yeah, I've never heard that one before.
No. Pornbot says, aggressive slippering by Get It Quietly. Click here. Kiwi Callie says, a quick wave hello and good night from New Zealand. Hello, Kiwi
Hello,
Callie.
Kiwi
Haven't heard from
Callie.
you for
What a joy.
ages.
Josh Tongue's going to continue. The man who got Steve Smith out this summer, and he nearly gets through between bat and pad of McCullum, who just prodded the bat down in time. Wasn't, though, Andy, the most convincing of defences, was it?
No, it's a bit of a late prod on that one.
32 for 3. This has been a splendid start by Josh Tongue, who's decided that relentless accuracy is the name of the game, although he's got a couple to bounce reasonably well.
There is some uneven bounce. He's also had a couple go through a bounce in front of Bairstow on a length.
In he comes to McCullum. That one goes the other way, so he's speared one in, and that one moves away from McCullum's right hand. Again, not taken too cleanly. I've got it there because I took it with me because it was easier. Do you need it? I can't remember who's on next. We're having a change at the end of this over, are we? Then I think I'm socialising. All right, well, I'll just give you this. I'll do that. That's going to be the easy way. Let's do it that way. Meanwhile, Josh Tongue, who doesn't really care where we sit, is going to be over the wicket and is defended and nearly gave away his first runs, but didn't because it was straight to square leg all the way along the ground. No run, so he's yet to concede a test match run. Is Josh Tongue. James McCullum, he's played 5 out of 6 of Ireland's tests. Averages 15 in his 5 tests so far. Against Sri Lanka in Gaul. I'll just wait and let you know. This one is driven to backward point and uppish, but on the bounce. So it still means it was fielded by Jack Leach. And he's still yet to concede a run. I was telling you about McCullum, I beg his pardon. Lords in 2019 made 19. He was bowled by Sam Curran. And then he made just 11 caught root bowled wokes amongst one of his 7.
The Sam Curran Test cricket years.
Well,
I said all along I was never convinced by him as Test cricketer.
Josh Tongue, 3 slips, leg slip 2, wide of off stump left by the diligent, careful McCullum, who I would feel now, when he's got a man who does like to be quite more expansive, shall we stay in Stirlo, and 3 early wickets, McCullum is doing everything he can to be as solid and assured as he can be. Just give Ireland a platform to rebuild a wee bit. Could have been 4. Reviewed for Stirlo's very first ball. Tongue beats the outside edge. And that was a tentative prod again, and there, Andy, was that little bit of extra lift that Josh Tongue can get.
There was a lot of bounce on that one. The bowler must have put something into it. It can't all be the wicket. But there is some certainly uneven bounce for these batsmen to deal with.
Anyway,
so they're probably going to have a cocoa break now.
32 for 3 over to Messrs.
Some tweets. Alex Green says, if it helps the Bear, we attended the T20 between Surrey and Sussex last week and paused up the start time thinking it began at 6. We saw 2 overs and saw Surrey lose. Also, a new version of the film Cocaine Bear would be wonderful to watch. Now, Tim Everingham sent us a picture of a fantastic banner, which requires some context. He says there was a rugby league player called Alan Tongue who played for Canberra against Sydney with Willie Mason on the other side. And this is the banner. It says, who needs a big willy when you have a great tongue? Next level greatness, says Tim.
That wasn't even the ball bot. Good Lord. Oh,
Leah says that Bairstow sucks. Bring back Butler. Leach the Lion, says Warren. West Aussie Lee says, listening from the land of Oz, can someone please explain why Crawley is in, Folkes is out, and Johnny is keeping? Those arrogant Aussie.
No one can explain Crawley. We don't know. We've tried. We can't explain it.
Folkes is easier, and I guess the reason that Folkes is out is because they don't want to open with Bairstow. He said he refuses to open at Test cricket, and the thing is, you've got to have an opener.
Yeah. And Martin Lawrence says, strange question. I know traditional tests in England start in England at 11 a.m. I noticed this next week for the World Test Championship, the game is starting at 10:30. Why? That's a really good question. I've got no idea. The question I would ask is, if it's a 4-day test, why don't they aim for 96 overs a day and add an extra half hour? You know, it's not quite as insulting then. And Leah says, it's a shame Josh's first name isn't Isaiah. On the other hand, that would mean he had an increased chance to die at some random farm in Belgium. Isaiah Tongue. Oh.
I'm trying to think of Isaiah Tongue. Not quite sure I get that.
No.
No, not aware. A late prod should probably be avoided at an England-Ireland games. Says Warren.
Yes, fair enough.
And Consada says, Jack Leach looks like he has a fag stored on one ear.
He does. I don't know if it's some kind of... I don't know what it is, actually.
Is it something to
like
stick his
He's got
glasses
a pencil.
in
He's
place?
marking his card as he goes
He's got
along.
a fag behind his ear, one for Ron, later on.
So we're up to date on tweets, Tony, but I haven't even been able to get to YouTube.
Alex Green says try.
See you in a bit.
Oh, try Gorilla Cricket. He's advising people. So if you are trying it, welcome indeed.
Trying is the first step to failure.
I think someone needs to be telling you all about the GPL if you've just arrived, I think.
Is it still open?
It is still open. It's open till lunchtime.
lunchtime.
We've had 5 entries so far. Let me refresh that, see if any more have added in. Oh, no, we've had more than that. We've had quite a lot of entries.
/competitions.
Competition. 12 entries, ranging from 282 to 330.
All a bit ambitious, I think.
You reckon? Well, no, if I want to get out early, England might ratchet the run rate up a bit.
If I want to get out today, they'll probably just keep dragging it out at 2.5 and over.
England won't.
England won't, no.
No. Well, that's it. So England can catch the runs up to get you to 282, somewhere over 282 for the day. And then hopefully rack up 400 and maybe bowl them out early Saturday. And we all get a day and a half off, which is a bit of a shame.
It's a 4-day, isn't it?
It's 4 days off, yeah.
So you get the last day off anyway. Ben Stokes wants all those people in blue to get out of the way in front of the sight screen.
I think they're kids.
No, they're stewards or something, aren't they? You ought to know better.
It's amazing around the world stewards don't know any better.
Oh, minimum wage, I'm sure.
Yes.
Leach is going to continue. He has just the one normal slip. 5 men in the ring and a couple of 3. Rather far and wide, given it's 32 for 3, but who am I to say?
14th over on day one on a fresh pitch, left arm spinner. You don't really expect to get much out of the pitch. You're there just to bowl a few overs to give some, I mean, even he knows that. I mean, if you get a wicket, it's a bonus.
Down the track comes Sterling, defends it. Leach scrambles after it, gets a hand on it, doesn't have to prevent the run. Well, where's the other bowlers then? Stokes, I guess.
Stokes, and he doesn't want to challenge his knee in the 14th over on day one.
Doesn't want to bowl, but that's fine apparently.
Yeah, we said this in a podcast, and it's something that really annoys me.
Back foot that time Sterling, and he puts it in the gap between backward point and cover point. He goes out to deep point.
Everyone else in the world, when they get injured, we know what the injury is, right? It's dodgy elbow, it's something, he's got a fractured elbow, he's got a stress fracture in the back, his hammy's gone, whatever it is. With Stokes, his knee's dodgy. What's dodgy about his knee? Because if it's something like cartilage, you can have an operation, you can sort it out, right? If it's something that has to be managed, let us know. I mean, why? I don't understand.
Well, leg slips back in for McCollum. That one is punched out to point. Broad loses his hat just so he can show off his headband a bit more. And Fielder's back away on the leg side. Leach is in again, a bit more control in this over. Onto middle stump and an odd-looking shot from McCollum, but he got in behind it and played it back down the wicket.
You kind of get the sense they want to get on top of Leachy, don't they?
Sterling probably does, not sure about McCollum. Going to complete this over now. Ambles in, back foot again, punched into the offside with no particular weight, and that's the end of the over. 33 for 3.
Well, as promised, I'm going to pop over onto YouTube. Ian H says, here we go. Oh, yes, I've suffered gorilla separation anxiety. Great to see you back. Terry Sullivan wants to know, just wondering, fellows, what your diet recommendations are. Now, to be fair, Andy, I think he probably sent that message when you weren't sat there. It might have been it might have been Hendo Bear and I who were on YouTube at the time, shall we say. Pokey Bumfinger is with us as ever. Steve Kelk, hi to you. Some familiar and friendly names that we're glad to see. Davy Pat, yippee, summer has arrived. Davy, now that's a new name to me, so hello to you, Davy. So that's not everybody on YouTube, but that's a little flavouring
Tongue to continue. His fastest ball so far clocked in at 88 miles an hour, which is not bad. That's onto the leg stump, and it takes the inside half of the bat down to long leg for a single. Duckett, who's been busy in the field so far. Tends to be England's designated boundary rider.
Yeah. For a short man with probably not the greatest throw. Although it seems
Well, I was
alright.
wondering, they got Jack Leach at backward point. I mean, don't you normally put your best fielder there, or is he the best fielder they have?
Well, maybe he's a secret cat.
Yeah, that one you say, hide your arm. I've done that before.
Yeah.
Hide your arm until you can get a run out. I think people know about Jack Leach by now. That is pulled by McCollum. It's one of his first aggressive shots. Duckett is round again to deep square. They should pick up 2. But yeah, who's an outstanding fielder in this side? You're scratching your head a little bit.
Well, Stokes
in the England
is.
side.
Yeah, but Stokes can hardly walk.
Yeah. But he does put himself out in the boundary. He did in Pakistan, I seem to remember. Yeah, Root's not a great fielder.
Yeah,
Crawley's not
I'm
a
sure
great fielder.
they're all right, but there's no Jonty Rhodes, if you
No.
like.
Or Derek Randall.
Hmm.
Oh, we're seeing Chris Wokes there. Who seems putting on a brave face, considering...
Has to hang around for 4 days, but I guess he gets paid. So.
Disappointment.
Does he get paid?
Yeah, I
don't know.
believe so.
I'd
Yeah.
better if he's got to carry drinks out all day in that demeaning way. Then I should hope he does get paid. Deep square and a long leg. I wonder what's coming up.
The double bluff.
Don't start me off.
Well, in that it's only a single
It's
bluff.
only a single
yeah,
bluff.
yeah. Now, have I
Time
heard
is
you?
in 3 slips. The length, and it cuts McCollum in half like a knife through butter, and that's the quicker 187. It's risen, it's moved in. They're a bit of asking each other. I don't think it did hit anything. It just went straight through him. And Bairstow actually did pretty well to catch that high down the leg side. They have reviewed.
good
I
lord.
suppose you got 3 reviews, but
I went under 35.5. Fucking hell.
so it's no good anyway.
Well, I don't think Tongue looks particularly enthused that he
think
thinks he's
anyone-
got his maiden test wicket, does he?
Looked really enthused, but 3 reviews and they figure it's worth a go.
He's
3
still got
wickets
3,
already
you
down.
see. It's amazing that hasn't been cut down to 2.
But it's 3 for the whole innings. It used to be 2 for 80 overs.
That's right.
What was the original logic for why they upped it to 3?
I think because they weren't doing it, they weren't resetting them every 80 overs.
No, it was also to do...
dunno.
No, I don't know. It
It's
could
not that
be.
far away.
It was also to do with the fact that you had home umpires.
Yes, that's true. I think that was
No,
one
he's
of the
missed it
things.
by a mile. It's probably hit his back pocket, isn't it?
Yeah.
There you go.
Absolutely correct. Nailed that one. Flicked his back pocket. And England have burned a review.
That was a cracking delivery, though.
Yes,
Quite
good
like
ball.
I've never heard of this guy before he was in the squad. He's all right.
Well, I looked him up. I saw the name and I hadn't heard of him either. I thought, oh, okay, if he's taking a bunch of wickets in Division 1, then great. But he's taking not very many wickets in Division 2, so it's a bit of a strange one.
He bowled... don't laugh. He bowled allegedly a very fiery spell at Crawley in the nets.
I
And
am laughing.
And I think there's a degree of that. No, I think that was one of the things that...
Well, how did he get into the nets
encouraged-
ahead of other people?
Getting Steve Smith out would have also
Yes,
drawn
stuff
attention to him.
happens. That's a bouncer, but it's too far down the leg side and McCollum ducks underneath it.
I know, sometimes you throw someone in playing average cricket and maybe more average league, but they see something about him.
How does that usually work out?
I'm trying to think of...
Trescothick, only one ever.
well, no, Vaughan was a bit like that.
No,
wasn't
Vaughan was scoring a lot of runs before he came in.
that's the legend then that I heard.
Legends are not always true.
Very true.
Here comes Tongue, trying to prove us all wrong. It's a nice punch by McCollum, though, and that's gone straight through point and extra, straight between them. I shouldn't impugn the fielders, but either way, it's gone for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That was a nice shot.
That was a good shot. Just hit that one through the line.
Doing a decent job, these two, to
Yep.
be fair, I reckon.
Well, 19 for 3 at one point.
Could have been 9 for 4.
Could have been 19 for 4, missed by a coat of paint.
That probably would have put the cat amongst the pigeons, as it were.
It would have. Well, who's coming in next?
Probably a Camphor or Tucker, I'd have thought. Camphor before Tucker, isn't it?
It's 40 for 3 now. Tongue angling it in this time, but it's onto leg stump and clipped down behind square leg for a single. Pope with the fielding. And that's the end of the over. It's 41 for 3.
Well, Leah had said it was said about Isaiah Tongue. Oh, hang on. Isaiah Tongue is a reference to a character in Sharp (bracket Sean Bean's finest role) that dies at Waterloo. Apparently, so many of us nearly have waiting for Southwest trains. I can tell you. The Naked Fun Porn Bot says, "What about his sister Anita?" Anita Tongue? I'm not quite sure I get that either, but I'm sure someone will explain it. Warren, all problems are solvable, says grammar school O-level graduate. Which one of us said that? Could have been any of us.
Could have been any of us. I mean, could have been any of us old white grammar school O-level.
Well, yes. Martin Lawrence says, not that it will matter, but why is this a 4-day test? Is there a T20 game booked for Lords on Monday? No, there isn't.
They just figure this
Martin.
ain't going for 5 days, so save on money.
Bit of that, plus they're trying to get more of these tests in. Unfortunately, they do seem to give them to associates, which makes it look not so good.
Well, if this test does go 4 days without being weather interrupted, I'll stand corrected, but I wouldn't bet on it. Leach will continue. Kind of bowl to McCollum. Oh, now they've got a silly cover point. And who appreciates Leach bowling a short ball outside off stump. But fortunately for him, he plays it down to backward point and not right into Ollie Pope's face.
Who is it?
Which he must have been tempted to do.
Who have they pushed up there?
Well, Pope's the man
Ollie
who does
Pope's
this.
normally the man, isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, which is good. It's good that they have a specialist and they don't just let the new player make the new player.
The new man.
Well, especially when the new man's a bowler.
Yeah.
Well, yes.
It'd be very harsh to bowl an over and then here you go, get you some pads on.
I do think you want a small man in there,
I
really. You
wouldn't be
don't.
surprised.
You don't like big men. They've got to be.
Brian Close, just a big obstacle. Isn't
Yeah.
it? Leach is in again. That's played into the leg side by Sterling, who hasn't had much of a strike for a while.
Good strike rate though, 12 or 14.
Yeah, I think he's faced about 4 balls in my spell, which is 45 minutes. He's got to slip back in onto the leg stump. He crabs it into the leg side, but he's taken enough pace off it, so that's an easy single.
See, they've only got the silly mid off for McCullum.
Brian Close, who famously said a cricket ball shouldn't hurt. It's only on you for a second.
For a millisecond, yeah. Easy to say when you've got a lot of protection. Mind you, most of us have.
Well,
as
don't forget the famous pictures of Brian Close. He's absolutely covered in bruises, isn't he? Was it Michael Holding who gave him working over, or have I got my generation?
It was no, it was mostly Holding. It was because it was Close and Edrich, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Who were both over 40, and you're sort of thinking, well, maybe they shouldn't actually be playing international cricket anymore instead of whinging about it. But
it'd be interesting to see with modern camera technology how quick those. Because when you look at, I mean, even Bob Willis looks absolutely express in some of those old in old footage. And
I wonder if they can kind of work it out retrospectively somehow. But that's obviously then there's the whole thing about how easy a bowler is to line up or difficult. Onto leg stump from Leach. I don't think he's bowled particularly well so far. That is tipped into the leg side. Short leg is there. There's no run. It's 43 for 3.
Leah says, I'm pretty pretty sure it's an oral sex joke, Tony. Okay, thank you for that. Scheduled for 4 days, Leah also says. Any more other hellos? We are cruel, says Alan Turfmore. I don't quite know why. Because Sutahu says you can bowl fucking underarm to Crawley in the nets and look good. Well, I think that's, yes, possibly. Bear is offering to perform surgery on Stokes in the special GC operating theatre.
Wow.
Oh, yeah,
suggests
absolutely.
Stephen Kelk.
Yeah. You've got a spare room
Well,
back
I just
there.
want to know what the genuine problem is. Is it tendon? Is it, cartilage? Is it,
Tongue short and pulled by Sterling.
Beautiful shot.
Pulled in front of square, and it's a very comfortable...
Cut, I'd say that was, not pulled.
Yes, sorry. Absolutely, it was cut. And it's 4 anyway.
Give it to me 1 time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Yeah. Give it to me 4 times.
That's probably the worst ball he's bowled so far, and it got the treatment. It's short-ish as well, and Sterling punches it past backward point. He
That's
might
a
get
nice
4
shot.
more. Yeah, he
Well.
does. Okay, here's the first test for Josh Tongue.
1, 2, 3, 4.
He's in total control there, loads of time. Just timing.
Well, that's why they call it Test cricket. Did you see any of season 2 of the Test?
No.
That's pretty boring.
Yeah. It's Australia's dressing room. They're not fighting with each other.
No, they're not kicking bins over.
That's boring,
There's lots
man.
of team ethic and elite sportsmanship and all this, so elite management speak. Sterling goes back, tips that into the leg side, out into the deep. Pope will field. You say Ireland aren't going to play baseball. Sterling is 22 off 18.
Very true.
Well,
Pope, get your hair cut.
You say that, and yet he hasn't really hit anything that wasn't there to be hit.
Yeah,
And
possibly. Yeah.
He's eased his way, like that cut or the one he just eased away there. The ball did all the work. There was no. He's not like he's dancing down the track and looking to launch it.
But isn't
he's
that
playing sensibly.
often also the case when England are going well?
Yeah, your timing, is there,
and
isn't
the
it?
fact that there's 4 slips and huge gaps in the field. That was played down to backward point. There's no run.
He looks a bit like under the helmet. Probably doesn't look like it in real life, but people look when you can't see most of their head. They often look like someone else. South African
Quinton
wicketkeeper.
de Kock.
No, the one before him. The one
I
who
was
lost.
just thinking he looked like Quinton de
Do you
Kock.
think? I think he looks like what's his name? The one who got a bale in the eye.
Boucher. He looks more like de Kock than Boucher to me.
Young Boucher he looks like to me.
Tongue is in. It's wide and left alone. Again, loops into the gloves of Bairstow.
Did you watch the IPL, by the way?
No, I don't have Sky at the moment. I don't really have the time to watch
You're
stuff.
apparently, The reason I asked is you're probably about the only person who's actually taken any interest in.
I was
you and Bumble.
I was keeping an eye on it and seeing what was happening. Quite a dramatic finish.
Yes.
Duckworth Lewis finish though was slightly unusual for a IPL final.
Well, they took it into 2 days. I think it was about all they could do. Tongue is in again, covered up by McCollum, down to backward point where England's best fielder Jack Leach dives across and fields, proving that point. End of the over.
Messi Joe says, interesting to note that while Ireland's 50 for 3 doesn't sound terrific, the winning side were 50 for 7 at this stage. I think he means the winning side
Last
in
time
2019, and he may well have a point. I'm still marginally scared by the thought of the Bear as in an being performing operations on the side. If watching how we piece the technology together, the thought that it might be sort of doing a bit of open heart surgery worries the life out of me.
Yeah, where's the duct tape?
Yes, just push this in here. That'll be fine.
Yeah, we always find the cheap solutions because we have to.
Well, we've got a human heart, but yeah. Try this pig's one.
England's over 8-12. You think Test cricket doesn't help itself sometimes. Leach, even, and that's it with a spinner bowling 4 or 5 overs. Leach is in, covered up back to him for no run.
Surely they'll give Broad another little spell before lunch, won't they?
Maybe, yeah.
But yeah, do you think this is all about a bit of Broad preservation?
No, I just think they've only got 4 bowlers if Stokes isn't going to bowl.
Yeah.
Well, is this how they're going to line up against Australia? So it's played backward square for no run.
Well, no, they're going to have Ollie Robinson and Jimmy Anderson for a start.
Okay,
but that does make you.
But aren't they just going to come in for Potts and?
Yes, they are.
Tongue.
And they may. Well, I mean, and a lot of.
Are England going to play 4 bowlers plus Stokes? Because that seems a bit light to me. Down the track, Sterling punches it. Leach gets a hand on it and deflects it off to mid-on for no run.
Well, that's the whole point of having. That's what I mean. That's why I get so frustrated with this whole Stokes situation, because no one actually, apart from the management, no one's publicly said what is the problem and that can he get it fixed. Because as an England fan, you're going, well, if he can get it fixed, there are times when you could have taken time off. Like for the IPL, he could have had 2 months off.
But he only bowled 1 over in the IPL anyway.
Exactly, that's my point. So why not just fucking get him under the knife and go, fuck you, IPL people, we need our captain back bowling.
You don't recover from surgery to play cricket in 2 months.
Well, no, well then maybe he should have taken, I don't know, or maybe he has time.
But he's given up. Before that, they had the World Cup.
Well, he's given it. He's not supposedly playing. So maybe he can do it after this summer then, because supposedly he's not playing.
Well, then you got the ODI.
Well, yeah, but he's not playing ODI anymore. Yeah, well, exactly.
Because he's captain amazing, he's going to try and come back and do it, isn't he?
Of course he is, but he can have his operation before then.
Well, again, do you have time? Surely not.
I'd have thought so. Modern surgery. If it was cartilage, for example, I'd say you would.
I don't know.
If it was tendon, you probably don't operate on it until the tendon goes, which, Well,
See,
look, obviously you don't. 'Cause
unlike yourself, Bear, I don't pronounce so authoritatively on things I don't know about.
well, man, you got to have an opinion.
That's a fundamental guerrilla qualification.
Apparently, full from Leach. Now England have got a funky Hayden at mid on. It's oh my god, it's the funky shit. End of the over, 53 for 3 off 18.
Mog says a new series, Medicine with the Bear.
Yeah.
That's one area you haven't touched on so much in the past.
Well,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
Warren says Bishop and the Bear, perfect location for your surgery, butchery, and the last rites all in one shop. It's an interesting thought. Do you ever listen to Andy Hamilton? I have to be really quick. Anyway, he tells a story, allegedly true, about a surgeon who was about to retire. And for years and years and years, he'd go to the same locker every morning and he'd take out a little black book and he'd read that little black book. And he'd only look at it for 10 seconds and then he'd go. And he always used the same operating theatre. Always, never moved, always had the same theatre that he was in. And after he sadly died, they plucked up the courage to look into, see what thing he'd been reading every morning for over 10 years at this hospital. And when they opened the book, they found out it said, the appendix is the side by the window.
Nice. Anyway, it's
made me chuckle.
This article and the man it is attached to.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best headband around. Something has got to keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna be kept down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thinning now.
Strong agree. It's an excellent headband. I like the way it's tied in a knot at the back.
Mm-hmm.
It
Very
flaps,
Karate Kid.
Flaps as he comes in. He's into Sterling, covers it up, back down the track, no run.
Which Karate Kid 3 was on the other day.
One 80s film I haven't actually seen. Not
Ralph
familiar
Macchio,
with.
was he still?
He's still in it,
when I was a
yeah.
kid? Yeah.
I couldn't remember it and I didn't really watch it that closely.
My favourite film Ralph Macchio was in was Crossroads, actually. He was terrific in that.
That was the blues guitar thing, wasn't it?
That's right, yeah. Ry Cooder does a lot of the guitar playing in that.
It wasn't based on the 70s ITV TV series then?
No. No wobbly sets and all.
Broad is in. Sterling covers that one back into the offside. A bit of a fumble by the fielder. There's no run.
He still looks really young now, though. He's about 60.
The thought that Noel Gordon might have sold her soul to the devil to
well,
the chance to play to maybe be famous in soap operas is a bit far-fetched probably, but who knows?
Devil says, "Oh, thought you would have been a bit higher there, but okay."
Yes.
Sterling, pugnacious as ever, thumps his bat on the ground. Broad comes in. It's onto the leg side, and Sterling. Both batsmen have kind of spun themselves round like a record baby to defend around leg stump, but it's been working so far.
Oh, I'll save this one to the end of the over. There's a lovely little message here. I shall look forward to reading.
Don't build it up too much.
All right.
Having a look at the changing room, and no one I can recognise up there. Oh, it's Stephen Fry looking fat. He seems to be talking to Mitch
Bearded
McConnell.
these days. That kind of suits him, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, not so sure. Broad is in. Oh, a bit of a waft by Sterling, but he's got it between slip and gully. Leach is after it. He's just going to get there, maybe. He pulls it back. Brooke has helped him out. It's at least 3, maybe 4, but probably 3.
Only 2, isn't it? No, they did get 3.
No, they got through for 3.
Well, Leachy again has not managed to injure himself leaping at the boundary in the first test of the summer.
That would be a start. He did haul that one in, save a run.
Is Parkinson watching somewhere, just in case Jack Leach does another somersault tumble and needs to be replaced?
Really next in line? I suppose
He isn't, though. No, it'll be more likely Rayan Ahmed, wouldn't it?
Ooh, are they going to pitch him into the Ashes if they need to?
Be interesting, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would.
They're not afraid to take those kind of risks, that's for sure.
I don't think they will.
But who else? Anyway.
30 years ago this week, by the way, ball of the century. 30 years ago tomorrow.
I was there.
You were there?
Friday during exam time. I wasn't doing a degree that year.
England mixing up again. They've got a short mid-wicket who is not quite a short leg distance. He's sort of 10 yards away. Broad is in. And scooped by McCollum, not very convincingly, but he's got it over the infield, and I think that's running down the hill, isn't it? It's going to be 4.
2 + 2 is on man.
A little bit of acceleration going on here by Ireland.
Yeah,
they're going
McCollum's starting
nicely.
to pick up a few shots. That was short from Broad, and it wasn't super convincing, but he got enough on it.
Wide open space, isn't there?
Yeah.
They got short mid wickets, so you only got to really get it over the top of him.
Morgie's saying he'd definitely watch our The Bear Does Surgery, or The Bishop and Bear Do Surgery.
X-rated.
They used to do them in pubs, don't forget. They used to. That's where they used to perform.
With meat
Not
cleavers.
necessarily a good
With
thing,
people
right?
watching.
Do they charge entry? Probably. Well, there's a dogfight going on under the table. Left alone by McCollum, there's no run. End of the over, 60 for 3.
Time for change.
It is. Let me do some quick messages, because then I have to run. Dan Keevy, lucky I can confirm Gorilla Cricket is stillborn free. You don't need commentary that exposes your grossness. Choose the gorillas instead. Fantastic. This is the one I was very happy to hear. Ombre Nueva, Mr. and Mrs. Ombre would like to send special thanks to Gorilla Cricket Radio for pulling the strings to arrange a test and be on air to be the backdrop of our 10-year anniversary. Cheers,
Congratulations.
GCs. We are very, very happy anniversary to you both.
Ahoy.
With that, not Fred appearing, I'm going to disappear, and love you and leave you.
Yeah, and Messi's going to join back up with us. Fred is going to slip into that little chair over there, and we're going to carry on. I presume it's not drinks break time. Yeah, that's worked. Sorry? It was a dot. Oh, I missed my first ball already. It was a dot, so Fred tells me. All right, Messi, how's life in Perth? I guess it's getting hot there. No, it's getting cold there now, isn't it?
Getting cold. I got the heater pumping out hot air as much as possible.
Okay, pumping that carbon into the atmosphere, love it. Down the track comes Sterlo, slams it back past Leachy, inside mid-off, who is the skipper, and Fred is called into action immediately for a boundary as he stares blankly at the screen.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Nice shot by Sterlo, quick to get down the track.
All right, Bear, how you doing?
I'm all right, mate. How are you?
Yeah, it's been a while.
It has been a while. I've had the internal IPL, 74 games, and I was so hoping that it would end up being rained off and they'd have to share the title after all that shit.
I can't believe I've missed that again.
Yeah, Leach.
Well, it wasn't.
Down the track again. Ooh, nearly beaten in the air, Sterlo. I didn't know where that went. Got an inside edge, fortunately, as it goes out to the man on the 45, and there'll be no run.
It's not that fortunate, because he was 6 yards down the track. But
Yeah,
there's only Bairstow behind the stump.
Well, you never know. Might pick up a stumping. Ball's not really turning. I mean, well, it's
rebounds
predictable,
off his
isn't it?
pads, maybe.
Yeah, I suppose could get a catch at short leg. But I don't. Sorry, sitting mid off. But I don't think he's in, is he? Not for Sterlo. Mid wicket's coming in though, trying to tempt him to slap it over the leg side.
What's your position on having mid wickets for slow left arm bowlers? I don't think you've ever mentioned it.
I think they should always be there.
Oh, right.
Multiple mid wickets, isn't it?
Occasionally.
You should have 9 mid wickets.
If that's your line, why not? That one is defended this time by Sterlo. Gets right forward. Defends it back to the bowler. There ain't no run.
I have to break it to you, Bear, that you can judge how much of a life I've got. I watched almost every IPL game.
Oof. What time do they start over there? About 8 at night?
10 p.m.
So
10 p.m. till 2 a.m.
Oh my word. That's clipped round the corner. There's no run. I mean, I fall asleep almost daily at about 12:45 on the sofa and wake up at 3 these days. It's really actually quite annoying.
Well, I generally don't go to bed before 2:30, so that's fine.
Well, I don't, because I wake up at 3.
1:30 my time.
That's defended back down the track and there's no run. And that will be the end of the 20th over. Messi, over to you.
Don Keevy says, luckily I can confirm, and this is to someone who tweeted elsewhere, oh yuck, Michael Vaughan. I miss being Vaughan free as Gorilla Cricket used to have it. And Dan Keevy says, luckily I can confirm Gorilla Cricket is still Vaughan free. You don't need commentary that exposes you to grossness. Choose the gorillas instead. And Artificial says, are they back? I'm only a DAB radio to hand, but I'll have to swing virtually by Sydenham soon. Well, we look forward to you joining us, Artie, although you probably can't hear us yet.
Indeed.
Sorry, we back?
We are indeed. 64 for 3. Broady is bowling. 3 for 21 he has. Oh, and beats the outside edge of McCullum's bat. He's 24 off 70. Sterling's 30 off 32. Run rate's up over 3, 64 for 3. England need another wicket, and then you'd say it's their session. If it goes like this, it's pretty even, wouldn't you say, Fred?
Well, I don't know about pretty even. I think Ireland will be sort of probably breathing a sigh of relief that it didn't get any worse after that third wing. I mean, Sterling, he didn't really have a reprieve. He was given out, but
it was missing his leg stump.
Missing, so it's not really technically a reprieve.
Yep. Well, it would have. Well, it's funny, isn't it? That's played up to mid-on. There's no run. In the old days, if you consider the old days, it's a reprieve because.
Well, yes. If the conditions for the game were different, then it would have been different. Yes, it's true. But they have memories of being rolled over on this ground for not very many.
Yep.
And 64 for 3 is not a great position to be in, but I don't know.
Well, they've got a powerhouse middle order, haven't they? I mean, they've got the boys, Sterlo, Camphor, Lorcan Tucker, and Harry Tector, who's out now. But, I mean, those guys have all scored hundreds recently. That's clipped nicely.
In very different conditions.
Very different conditions, but as I was saying earlier, it's just the fact you get 100 in a test match. It's got to give you some confidence.
Oh, absolutely.
So,
It's true. I mean, and I think one of the reasons... Well, I mean, they haven't won a test match yet. How many have they played? It's less than 10, is it?
I think this is 7th test match.
Right. But I think almost all teams, their first test victories have been at home. And I know England's wasn't. It was in Australia. But possibly everybody else. It's very hard to win away at the best of times.
That's defended.
And if they don't play any home test matches, that
very
really
true.
Minimises their chances of winning a test match. If they played 3 games against Zimbabwe in Ireland, you'd think they'd have a very good chance of winning at least one of them.
Yeah, I guess they could do what Afghanistan do. I mean, what they have done. I mean, they're playing ODIs at Chelmsford, aren't they? So, they have an English ground nominated, and they get used to it. A lot of them play in England anyway.
Afghanistan's very different from Ireland, being a terrorist
yes,
state.
Obviously.
Oh, it's not that different, actually.
Well, it's been a while. Broad in. Full driven, that's tempted McCullum there. Unfortunately, either way, if you're a batsman, you think, should have hit that for 4. As a bowler, you think, just missed it.
You think that's a sort of a floaty ball from Broad outside the off stump, but that's about as quick as he bowls nowadays, isn't
it? It is.
It would have been driven on the up. It wasn't close to the pitch of the ball, and it was well away from his body.
Exactly.
And the bowler will be thinking he should have got an edge, and the batsman will be thinking I should have hit it for 4.
Precisely. A tempter. In true parlance. Broad in. Last ball of his, 7th over. 3 for 21. Driven. Falls, rather, to his left as Broad and follow through. Stops the ball going up to mid-off. Ended over. No run. 64-3. Over to Messi.
Leah says, I like to think of Broad's headband less in terms of the Karate Kid and more in terms of special attack forces. Bog's confused. He said, how could it possibly be cold in Perth, Messi? Well, it gets down to 3 or 4 degrees at night when the weather's clear here. Or sometimes it's freezing. So, yeah, it's cool.
When it's clear, though, what is it in the daytime? 20?
Oh, well, yeah, it'll get up to 23, 24 degrees in the daytime and down to, nearly 0 at night.
23, 24 is quite pleasant.
Yeah, it's very pleasant at that stage. Although my house stays cold. Martin White's been doing some research on behalf of Hendo, who wants an Irish cricket sweater, and he's got a response from Ireland Cricket Ireland, who say they don't yet have them, but their range is new, but we hope to bring them online at some stage soon.
Ooh.
So good on you, Martin.
Cut out by Sterling. Maybe keeps a little bit low. It was definitely short. Gets an under edge that goes onto his boot, not far from his off stump, and dribbles through to the slip, and there's no run. There was something you said there that I was going to... Oh, no, that's what I want to say. The GPL, of course. He's got 22 minutes left to enter. There's 15 of you in there so far. Defended by Sterling, inside edge. It was aerial for a bit. Short leg might have had a chance.
I think that's the type of thing where you see that and you say, immediately put in a short leg.
Well, yeah. Ends up being no run.
Somebody's coming much lower as a result of the discussion at 2:37 and 2:56. in the GPL.
Yes. We haven't heard from Jay. Have we heard from Jay Grover yet today?
What are you complaining about, actually?
I'm sure he'll come in with a few beers later. He's probably forgotten we're on.
143 quid. That's a lot in the GPL pot.
It is. Oh, now that's got to be out. One way or the other. That's either LBW or it's caught. He's gone across his stumps. He's gone to sweep it. He looks like he's been hit in front of the stumps if he hasn't got a little top edge that's then gone onto his pad and looped over his head. He's been caught by Bairstow. And there you go. Leach gets a wicket.
And not even Bairstow could have dropped that one.
No, he couldn't
I
have.
was thinking exactly the same thing.
Silly little boy. What on
Oh, yeah, it's off the glove. Sorry, I missed that. Clearly off the glove. And then was slowed down again by some part of his body, and it just looped up over his head.
Well, if it hits some part of his body, it is going to slow down because
well, of course.
Physics will.
He actually looks in a lot better shape than the last time I saw him, which was only about 4 weeks ago. It looks like he's lost about a stone in a month or so.
Well, has he been at? Has been at the IPL?
I don't think he was in the IPL.
No, he hasn't. He did cop a lot of criticism for when he wasn't fit for the Sri Lanka test and had to be carried off with cramp.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many people had to carry him off?
Several, I suspect.
Well, the fourth wicket, we were just saying how they'd rebuilt well from not very many for 3, and well, you could say that's an avoidable wicket. But on the other hand, you know, Sterling is an attacking batsman, and if you're going to attack any bowler on a green English wicket on the first day of June, then it's going to be Leach, you would have thought.
And that's a bonus for England, really, because you know Leach is looking. It's not great conditions for a left-arm spinner. It's first session of day one in a Test match on a new pitch, so it's a bit of a bonus wicket. I mean, he'll be pleased to have got it.
Well, yes. Although we should quote Shane Warne, who says, you know, if it seems it's going to swing. But
you mean it's going to spin?
If it seems it's going to spin. That's what he said. He says different things now because he's dead. Anyway, who's the new batsman?
Should laugh at that.
Might it be
Camphor? It'll be who's the keeper? Is it Tucker or Camphor?
Not Tucker.
No one seems to know. It's a bloke in a green jumper, and he's got a helmet on, and he looks like he's right-handed. Does that narrow it down? No idea.
Come on, bring it up at the bottom. I think it's Tucker.
It is Lorcan Tucker, and his jingle is this.
Lorcan Tucker, he's just Lorcan Tucker. If you don't know how to do it, we'll show you Lorcan Tucker.
And his first ball, he gets forward, defends up to mid-off, and there's no one. I mean, Leachy is bowling basically flat darts, really.
Well, that's what he does.
Well, when there's something there, he's learned to give it a little bit more air at times, but certainly this is all just flat stuff, which is basically what I'd bowl if I was out there, because there's nothing else that's going to really happen.
Would you be back from the IPL yet?
I'd certainly be in the IPL. That was clipped into the leg side for a single.
Did you notice they brought in a silly mid-off, which is, I think, perhaps to try and fool the batsman into thinking that it's spinning, or perhaps fool the bowler into thinking
Well, I mean,
that
the
it's
one
spinning.
is spinning, but it's very predictable. It's very slow. It's it's not bounce with it, and
You'd think a short leg rather than there is a short leg now for McCullum.
That's a little bit short and a little bit wide, and a little bit missed out by McCullum as he cuts it into the deck out to cover, and no run. Better go under for the next wicket now.
Messi.
Warren says, does Messi watch the IPL hanging upside down in his weather cave? Well, from your point of view, I'm already upside down, Warren, so I don't need to. And, bang the gong and he will come. Jay Grover says, morning all.
Morning, Jay.
And complaining about the double bluff. Never change, gorillas.
We never will, Jay. We never will.
And Brian Barish is with us. He says, g'day and Gamora, my good cricket friends. It's great to have proper GC cricket in my ears again. None of this bumper sticker nonsense with the same 4 brands sucking up franchises.
Here,
this will be a fun summer to listen to and to be part of. Yeah, the next 8 tests in 8 weeks. How good does it get, eh?
Well, I don't know. I'd prefer if they were spread out a bit more, to be honest, because...
but it's a bit intense.
Yeah. Well, we've got a change of bowling. I think he wasn't bowling the last over, and it's this chap.
Tongue love, Josh Tongue. Let's get together and lick 'em right.
Bear, there's a tweet from Matt Searle saying, maybe me, but I can't buy GPL tickets today. So that's my excuse for not winning. And he's got a thing saying PayPal refused to connect. That's not the message I got. I did have a problem with PayPal on the GPL though, so I don't know. If it was at my end.
First ball is short, and it hits Tucker. And goes down to long leg, or fine leg for us. No, it's been given as a single.
Has it?
Well, it says Tucker won. But surely
no,
that...
but he's on strike now. So.
Oh right, okay. So yeah, of course he hit the first ball. So that was off McCullum. Yeah, so they get a bye, leg bye, I presume. 66 for 4. Tucker going to face his second ball. Tung's gone for 17 in his 4 overs. Had 2 maidens to start off, so he actually went for 17 in 2 overs.
Well, that's not how figures work. But yes, I see your point. I mean, anybody on debut, it's going to feel nervous. And
I thought he bowled all right.
It's going to be tricky. I mean, you would think if an English bowler had to choose how to make a Test debut, it would be, at Lords early in the seasons against Ireland, rather than
in the heat of an
away in
Ashes.
Australia at Perth or something like that.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we've got a physio on the pitch, so maybe McCullum got a little bit of a knock on his bicep, I think, and wants the physio to give him a cold spray.
We haven't seen a replay of it. Well, it hit him on the side of the head, maybe the neck or the shoulder, or.
Oh, I thought it hit him on.
I thought it was
the
lower
shoulder.
down.
Yeah, I thought it was on the side of the bicep up around the shoulder.
Warren says, stones and glass houses come to mind hearing gorillas talking about Sterling's physique. Well, I mean, it's a matter of.
Yeah, but we're not playing international cricket.
Well, no.
Do, yeah.
I mean, the Bears obviously playing in the IPL.
Yeah, well, but I don't have to be fit to play in the IPL. You just hide me on the boundary. Yeah, it seemed to hit. Maybe it's on the back.
He ducked into it. It was sort of near the shoulder, I think. It may have glanced into his neck or something. I suppose makes sense to have a look at it. But we only just saw that from.
Look, there's plenty of people in the IPL that go 8, 9 and over as their average. I'm sure. I think I can manage that.
You might go for 28.
I might do.
Yeah.
But shit, there are bowlers who've gone for worse than that.
But honestly, Bear, if you think you could go for 8 and over in the IPL, how shit is the IPL?
Well, there's a bunch of sloggers, mate.
Yeah.
I'll get hit for a 6 and a 4 in 1 over. Managed to get a few dots.
I mean,
in
that's
an
one thing you discover from watching. You watch someone like Shubman Gill. He's not a slogger by any means. He's exquisite to watch. He really is. In any form of cricket.
Well, Tongue's in again. Bowls short again at McCullum, who ducks underneath that one. Goes through to the keeper and there's no run.
There's a bit of bounce there for Tongue.
I quite like he hits the deck reasonably hard. He's tall. He looks pretty strong.
I'm trying to remember if I've actually seen him in the flesh, and I had a look at a game that he might have played last year that I was at, but he didn't. So I don't think I have ever seen him. Let's put it that way. So he's as new to me as he is presumably to almost everybody else watching.
He's in again. Bowls short again. It's a bit tentative there. McCullum been prodding it down. There's no slips in though, so there's definitely going to be short stuff. Although if they got the difficulty here, if you actually do the, I'm going to say here, Andy, the bluff and bowl it full, and he tentatively prods at it and gets an edge through second slip, you ain't got anyone there to catch it.
Yeah, but if you set a field for short balls and he does bowl a short ball, that is a double bluff.
Only if you had the slip in.
Or it's no bluff at all.
I don't know, well, exactly. It's either odds or evens, isn't it? Could be a triple bluff.
It's binary.
Yes. That one's short but down the legs. And McCullum has no need to play at that one. It goes through the Bearstone. There ain't no run.
66 for 4. Almost exactly 3 and over. I don't think the run rate will be of major concern for Ireland one way or the other. But it's the nature of Test cricket that even when you're under the cosh nowadays, you still go at 3 and over, don't you?
Yeah. Certainly Sri Lanka were all in on a little bit of baseball when they were playing Ireland. I guess if England get 2 more wickets, you think they might well be through the tail. That's short again. And through to the keeper once more. Down the legs. Down the arse. And there ain't no run.
Baseball or no baseball.
Solid breeze at Lords.
It's quite breezy out today. But, and even though it was cloudy, it wasn't the least bit humid.
No.
So you wouldn't expect sometimes you get cloudy day when it's warm and the ball does all sorts. But
well, and you consider
it was cool rather than
well, you consider the summer we had last year. By this time of year, it was like 35, blazing hot. This year, there's not. I can't think of many days where it's been, really quite. Well, I haven't worn a pair of shorts, and we're in June this year.
It's currently 14.3 degrees at Lords. There you go.
Bit of short of a length, but not a bounce by any stretch. And on the back foot, McCullum defends it back down the track. And he ran 23 overs, gone 66.4 over to Messi.
The wind speed is 15.5 kilometres per hour on
Knots.
average. Sorry, that's. I need to go over onto YouTube. Greg Healy says, I'm laid up in China with my first dose of COVID. Thanks for bringing a taste of the British summer and humour. And Scott Bates says, afternoon, guys. First time I've been able to check the score with you guys running around after my adult kids. I've been there, done that. Just
why were you running after his kids?
Sorry?
Why were you running after his kids?
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah. They'll be able to learn to do stuff for themselves eventually.
It's interesting that
sooner you
Tongue was
running around, the sooner they learn. Sorry, go on.
That Tongue was asked to bowl short, and obviously bowl short. I don't think the match situation demands it, but it's almost as they saying, "Well, let's see what you could, if you can do this, if we ask you to," which is again, it's treating the game as a bit of a warm up, which is not good.
Potts is back into the attack. Down the track comes Tucker, and clips him quite sweetly actually through mid wicket, straightish. And it makes itself down to the boundary, and it'll be 4 runs.
Give it to me 1 time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Yeah. Give it to me 4 times.
Positive intent now.
And you see the difference because Potts is coming to the attack, and he's bowling with a sort of 3 slips and possibly a gully. So Tongue's obviously being asked to do something to order.
Oh, that's got to be out. Surely, no. Must have gone off the bloody. He's a bit unlucky, Potts. It's gone quite a long way off the seam. Beat the bat. It's definitely playing at it. It went so far, I thought he must have edged it, but no.
Why wouldn't you want Tongue bowling that line?
Well,
that line and length. Why do you say to him, well, you bowl an over at short with no slips and the match situation doesn't demand it. You're just saying, well, let's see what you can do. I'm not sure that's a good thing to be doing.
Well, yeah, true. Maybe they think McCullum's got a problem with the short ball at pace. Down the track comes Tucker. They go through for a single as he just squirts it out square on the offside. Leach has to go round, and that gives them enough time to get through. And they move on to 71 for 4. We'll probably have, what are we on now? 52, may get 2 more overs after this before lunch, so that'll be 26 overs. Gary's going to be having fits and conniptions in the Lord's Media Centre.
Yep, you can probably feel it shaking if you're sitting in the Compton or Edrich.
As McCullum faces up. That one nips back a little bit. I always think Potts is a little bit of an unlucky bowler. After he started off really well, and then he carried on bowling, I thought, really well when he played for England. And his wicket tanny slowly went down. But it was almost like this morning he bowled a couple of absolute crackers that just went over the top of the stumps. Beat the batsman all ends up.
But another point, I'm going to labour this Tongue point. You want him to get his first wicket, don't you? Why wouldn't you give him the best option you could by having him bowl full and straight?
That I don't know. Attempted drive by McCullum, quite expansive. Gets the outside half of the bat, but goes along the ground out to cover, and there's no run. Maybe they'll just try it for an over or 2 and then go back to something else.
I'm sitting here in the hot seat at Gorilla Towers. Every time I come, there's another screen. There's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're up to 7 screens now.
Yeah, so it's been 7 for a while.
Plus a couple of iPads hanging around.
That screen's actually got smaller. And stupidly, I bought a new monitor, even though they don't cost very much. And actually, it was the cable. But there you go. Potts bowls that full and outside McCullum's off stump. He leaves that through to the keeper. It was the last ball of the over. No run. 71 for 4 over to Messi.
Okay. Martin White says, sorry, more pedantry. Almost exactly is an oxymoron. It's either almost 3 and over or exactly 3 and over. I don't think oxymoron is quite the right description.
Slightly under now. It's 2.96. Is that Spain? Why are we flying a Spain flag?
That's the MCC flag.
Oh, right, yeah, it's the egg and bacon, sorry.
They'd be horrified at the thought.
MCC is older than most countries in the world. Possibly not Spain. How old are flags? How old are national flags?
I have no idea.
That's something for you, our listeners, to work on during the lunch interval.
Tongue, short, pulled. There's a square leg. There's a backward square leg. There's someone out in the deep at mid-wicket. There's a long leg. And it's missed time to all of them for a single.
Don't understand this.
Well, they always relate to war, don't they, Fred? I mean,
well, yeah, but I mean, if you read sort of about medieval wars and things, they sort of flew under colours of sort of regions and lords and things like that. So, but national.
Well, yeah, I guess it goes. Yeah, well, I guess as fiefdoms,
converge,
merged into countries bigger.
11th century BC China, says Andy Ward. Not sure that's true of Spain, but he's looked it up, so it must be true. It's on the internet.
It's on Wikipedia.
Must be true. Quick, go in and change that.
Well, Tongue's going to come in again. Bowling at McCullum again. Short again. This time it's outside off stump, and it's cut out to Duckett, who's at point. And there ain't no run. At some point.
There's a fellow Arsenal supporter for you here, Fred. Trev Evans says, Test cricket is back. Thank God for guerrilla cricket.
Yep, it is.
Good season for Arsenal.
It is. Yeah.
Well,
not
yes
bad.
and no.
Well, they were never going to win it.
Good till the last month.
The City of Machine.
I was just thinking, probably the same is true of you, Bear. I'll continue after this.
Well, it ended up being an okay season. Tongue in short, down the legs again. He's not getting his line right, basically. It's either too short and wide outside the off stump or just down the arse and there's no run.
And we've never seen our teams promoted. It seems like quite fun when your team gets promoted. And
yes.
A lot of us have never seen that.
No, true. Beating relegation like Everton do, that must be a relief.
I don't really have any dislike for Everton as a club.
No, I don't either.
The fact that you keep doing this year after year,
and you spent an awful lot of fucking money.
They really ought to go down just to teach them a fucking lesson.
They should do. I kind of agree with that. That's short, and again, it's two leg side, and McCullum can easily duck out of the way of it through the keeper, and there's no run. I think Fred's right. I think you should give up on this and go back to bowling some sort of length.
Yeah. I mean, he's not doing it because he's decided to do it. He's obviously being told what to do. It's not quite Wagner-esque, is it?
No, I mean Wagner does it from over the wicket as a left armer, though, doesn't he? So it's an angle that can really, if you get it right, can tuck a batsman up, especially right-handers.
Tuck a batsman up.
Yeah,
but Tucker's not fancy.
No. Oh, that one jumps. That's the right line.
Yeah.
McCullum didn't like it. Got him on the gloves. Goes squirts out on the offside. He wants a single to get off strike, but he's not going to get it. And there ain't no run.
Yeah, that was just short of a length. And it
straight
at that difficult length. It was probably bat handle, sort of. As you say.
His actions
glove.
His action's a bit weird, Tongue, isn't he? He kind of falls away, and it bowls quite square on his right leg as his right arm bowler, squirting off towards,
He's got vaguely
mid-wicket.
Australian facial hair, hasn't he?
Yes.
Sort of a Hazelwood-esque or something.
That's sort of a tash.
Maybe it's a Josh thing.
You've got enough of a beard to make the tash not
look stupid,
reprehensible in an Antipodean way. That's too short, and McCullum just ducks underneath through the keeper and ain't no run. You've got one over. You've got about 2 minutes to get into your IPL?
GPL.
GPL.
It's probably harder to win the GPL than the IPL.
Well, you've got 1 in 12
Warren has a
counts.
prediction. He says, my forecast for the Bear in the IPL, he plays Dharamshala 1 crore to play, arrives hungover, comes on to bowl and pulls a hammy during his stretching and is carted off in the second-hand type.
And earns 50 grand.
Oh, you have little faith, Warren.
Yeah, you have little faith. If they have a pitch that turns, I'll do all right.
Yes, lots of crore for the Bear. Whatever they are, they have this strange counting system in India. I think it's 100,000 is the sort of the big unit, isn't it?
That's the crawl, yeah.
I have to look it up every year.
Same here. It's really annoying. It's not an easy system
and they put the commas in the wrong places in the numbers. When they have a long number.
They think we do too.
To be fair, they probably had the numbers first, didn't they? Didn't the somewhere in what's now India. Didn't they invent zero?
Wasn't it Mesopotamia or somewhere around there? I thought. Persian, something like that.
4 slips now for Potts. Last over before lunch.
Yep. Tucker is going to face up to the first ball. Potts is going to come in. He's down a track, works into the leg side. There is no mid wicket. He's been set a little deep.
Happy to get off strike.
And he gets off strike, gets himself a single, 8 off 8.
There's somebody in the Ireland dressing room gratefully taking off his pads and his protective equipment now, knowing that he can't come into bat before lunch.
And of course, the wicket there, it'll be lunch.
Yep. I think the Ireland sweater, as Hendo was saying earlier, is good. The England looks like tennis jumpers, don't they?
Yeah. It's because you need the colours around the neck. The V.
Yeah.
I'm sure of Katie. I met Katie.
Oh, how is Katie?
Katie's fine. Years. She's lecturing rich students at expensive private schools. I've realised actually she made quite good living out of it. As that's defended back down the track and there's no run.
In what subject?
Of course, Latin.
Oh, it could be Latin or fashion.
Latin and maybe ancient Greek. She's one of the most foremost people probably in the language left in the country.
Yeah, I suppose. Well, I wouldn't know. Never bothered to learn it myself.
Yeah, she invited. I said, let's go out to town and meet up. That slapped out to a vacant cover. And it'll be 4 runs from McCullum. He's batted well. I think I suggested let's go and have some dim sum or something. And she said, no, let's go and have some Japanese. I was like, okay, she must know.
Some lobster?
Well, no, she said Japanese. So I said, okay. And she's picked somewhere. We got there. She knew nothing about the restaurant we had picked. Didn't even know what they served and what she actually wanted. I was a bit upset because I could have picked a better restaurant than that. Anyway, Potts in. Defended back down the track. There's no run.
Good to hear she's in good form. She's been a while since she's...
yes, she's driving now. Drives everywhere.
Oh, blimey.
I know.
Keep out of the way.
Has a flat on the King's Road, of course.
Who's that in the crowd?
Looks familiar.
It's not Phil Simmons, is it?
No, ears aren't big enough. Potts in. Played into leg side, up to short, mid wicket. It's broad, it's wide enough of him. They have to scoot through, but it's a safe single.
I think he was Ireland coach for a while.
It's definitely not Phil Simmons.
Yeah. Well, if anyone in the other room can tell us.
Definitely looks familiar.
Yeah, he's got sunglasses on, which doesn't help. We're looking at a picture of a man in the crowd in case anyone doesn't understand what we're talking about.
Looking comfy.
He looks mildly sinister, doesn't he?
Oh, I'll give him your address, Messi. He can take that up with you. 1 ball left till the lunch interval. And Ireland, having been put in, have lost 4 wickets. And you may think they'd be happy with that, which tells you a little bit about...
I think England are on top with that 4th wicket. Left alone, through to the keeper. There's no run. A little walk down a pitch from Tucker. That'll be the end of the over. It should be the end of the session. 26 overs only, 78 for 4. Could have been worse. Sturdo was given out first ball, but it was he reviewed it successfully. It was going down leg side, missing, and he went on to get a quick 20. He was out to Leach, trying to sweep him. Quite aggressive, really. Leach wasn't really getting much out of the wicket. It's a bit of a giveaway, in if you want to put it that way. Swept it, got a top edge glove off his gloves. Was caught by Bairstow. The other wickets were all taken by Broad. All caught, I believe. No, was there an LBW? No,
there was a plum LBW.
There was a plum LBW and a couple of courts. One at
Crawley.
And who got the other one? No, the other one was a leg slip. That was my god. That was Camphor. Came down and tried to clip it. It was a quite aggressive shot. Clipped it too fine, and Broad had a leg slip, and he was caught by Potts, who was standing there. So that takes us through to lunch. Any last tweets, Messrs?
Indeed. We're joined from Adelaide. Nice to be tuned in again, gents, from Adelaide, South Australia, says Bulldog Central. 9:30 over here, so listening in bed while pissing off the missus next to me. Hi, Mel. Really looking forward to the Ashes commentary coming up also. Good to have you on board. Brown Barry says, also, if I seem a little emotionally raw, it's because I finally saw the Ted Lasso finale last night, and alas, I got all the feels. Yes, it was. I shed a tear or two during it. I'm not ashamed of admitting it's the best TV I can think of that's around.
I watched Series 1 in a couple of days. I haven't got around to watching any more.
It's so well written.
It was quite fun, I have to say.
The guy who plays Roy Kent in it is actually one of the writers on it.
Yes.
He was only a writer originally, and then as they got towards the end of writing the first series, he put in an application to actually play the part and got it. And Bradshaw, the final tweet, says, the positive I'll take out of this morning's session is McCollum has faced 95 balls and is still incumbent. You like to see it. Though England are clearly on top, which is less good. Indeed. But, it's a lot better than it looked when it looked like Sterling was out LBW.
And it would have been 19 for 4 at that point, and it would have been big trouble.
Okie doke, we're going to take a break. We'll be back in around half an hour or just over. I'm not sure what we're putting on during the lunch break.
I'm going to start off with dice cricket, and then I may switch it over to the podcast, but I need to put something on whilst everyone clears out, so we're not just silent for a little while.
Okie doke, I shall leave that to you, and we'll be back in about 33 minutes' time.
Absolutely outrageous from the match referee, and quite right that that should be called a no ball.
Over the line! Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
Valentine had the element of surprise and then blew
was that
it.
the ICC?
Right. As you've now requested,
Mike,
you'll
tell
get
a
it.
No, I ain't saying he's a fat bugger, but Arjuna ain't skipping out on no cheeseburger. Put a muzzler on a good length. Arjuna Ranatunga's gonna go and get it.
Durban Oak says
What happened there was
Durban Oak says we all know what's going to happen. Hendo will win because he'll get upset if he doesn't.
Well, I mean, if you've got to win somehow, haven't you?
Look, occasionally I forget to play a jingle. It doesn't mean a ball doesn't count, mate.
Well, listen, the thing is, Arjuna Ranatunga was taking guard when Valentine just suddenly turned and bowled, and then quite rightly he protested to the umpire who sent it upstairs, and I think the right
here comes the
decision
next
was
ball.
made.
2 to come.
Alf Valentine then into Arjuna Ranatunga, and it's going to be 3 runs this time as he goes on to the back foot and forces through the onside, and he's away.
1 to come.
In again, bowls to WG Grace. WG Grace is going to get a couple here as he steers this back past the bowler. It means man at mid-off has to run back to chase that. Well done by that man, Clive Lloyd.
And that ends the 6th over, an eventful one. Dot 3-4, wicket, no ball, 3-2. Pretty decent over from Alf Valentine, 13 runs off it. After 6, 100 up for the Fat Lot of East 11, 100 for 3, which is far better than they've managed through the tournament thus far. Arjuna Ranatunga on 3 off 2. WG Grace 28 off 10. What else have we got on the social medias? That's it for now. Please do donate to the crowdfunder. justgiving.com/crowdfunding/ DB-Alzat-trophy. There's a reason I'm not reading that out all the time because it's quite long and unwieldy, but it's pinned to our Twitter and Facebook feeds, and it's in the video description of this video or this game on Facebook and on YouTube. Please do give generously to help us help JDRF UK combat type 1 diabetes, and also help us out a little bit as well as we enter a brave new world of guerrilla broadcasting. Remote guerrilla broadcasting will be a thing for the West Indies series.
It will. It means I won't have to sit in the same room as the bear, which is wonderful news. We will be at least 11 miles apart. And,
I am currently.
For anyone who's ever experienced the bear in person, that is
on YouTube. People can see me giving you the finger.
Yeah, I know they can. But I can't, so I don't mind. Who's going to bowl, Tony?
Well, Percy Fender is going to see if he can extract anything out of the dubious digited one.
Do we know whether he's going to bowl?
No, he's bowling medium pace, Hendo.
Percy Fender.
Yes, indeed, Percy Fender, who had to do a lot of running early on in this game. He's in the field. He comes on to bowl to Arjuna Ranatunga, and Ranatunga smacks this medium pace filth back, almost cross-batted down the ground for 6 wonderful runs.
2, 4, 6.
Good start for Arjuna. Man, of course, credited with developing the idea of pinch hitting in the '96 World Cup. Here comes Fender again. He will not surrender to him, and well, that was extraordinary because that looked like it had gone off the pitch, found the edge, and it's just gone wide of the wicketkeepers. Means third man has come round to field. That man is Eddie Barlow, and they get through for a single. Brings WG Grace down to face. In comes Fender to WG. And WG is going to get another 3 here. He's going to have to run fast, though, if he wants to get that. He's coming back for the third. It could be dangerous, but he's just going to get there as the bails are whipped off by Dick Young. But, he has survived. Has Ranatunga. Difficult for these fat men to run 3. It really is exhausting for them, especially as they've had a lot of raw eggs today. This one is smacked for 4 by Arjuna Ranatunga onto the back foot, standing on his toes and driving through extra cover. Lovely, technically perfect shot. In comes Fender again. He drops this one a little bit short. He goes back, he swivels, he smashes it. It's gone high, it's gone long. It's cleared the boundary. It's 20 rows back. 6 more runs for Arjuna Ranatunga.
One to come.
Fender then, final ball of the over. He bowls, and there's going to be 2 more for Ranatunga. He's going to have to get those legs pumping. He does to get back for that second one, as that was sent away through mid-wicket. And that is the end of the over, and the score is...
After 7 overs having been put into bat, the fat lot of Use 11 in this Dick Will Abroad Alzat Trophy final are 122 for 3. WG Grace is 31 off 11. Arjuna Ranatunga scoring much faster, 22 off 7. That pair of 6s in that over means that was the best over of the innings for the fat lot of Use 11, 22 runs off it.
Well, I did say Percy Fender was a little bit tired. He had to do a lot of work in the field early on, and maybe that's taken it out of him as a man of his... dotage. Anyway, who's going to be bowling? Is it going to be Al Valentine?
Before we come to that, Valentine 1 for 12 in the last over, should have been 3, so he will continue the attack.
Yeah, just before we come to Alf's second over, the 8th over the innings, Jeff Perkins says, just remote broadcasting mean Hendo has to buy his own beer. Sounds like a win for the Bear.
Very much so.
I'm going to be a little bit worried about the lack of pastries. I do have to say that could be tricky. I mean, I need at least 2 pan of chocolates to get going in the morning, so that could be. And
Just Eat can deliver them for you, Hendo.
Oh, can they just 2? What? It's hardly worth it for two croissants, is it?
Well, for all day's cricket, you're going to need more than that.
Yeah, true. That's very true. Anyway, it's Al Valentine bowling to WG Grace, and in he comes, left arm round the wicket. He bowls to WG. WG just dismisses him. He stood there, waited for it. It was floated up, and he drove it back over his head, and it's a couple of bounces and 4 runs.
WG is now the highest scorer in the innings with 35 off 12.
Well, they've come to see him bat in a final, and he's batting well in a final at the moment. He's waiting for the next ball through. Valentine, but this could be the end for him. It's a big appeal, a massive appeal, but would you believe it? His trailing leg has gone wide of the return crease, and it's been called a no ball. Extraordinary stuff.
No need for the firing squad because it was a back foot no ball, but still.
But there you go, and WG Grace celebrates his let-off by picking up another 3 as he sweeps deep into the outer and runs back. Next delivery is bowled another appeal, this time against Arjuna Ranatunga, and he's been given LBWs. He tried to sweep up the Sri Lankan, just trying to play one attacking shot too many early in the innings, and he's been trapped by Al Valentine.
Yeah, Arjuna not learning from the non-turning demon left-arm spin exploits of Dwayne Leverock. Al Valentine doing much the same thing, the Rangadahara special, and the former Sri Lankan captain is gone for 22 off 8, 1 4 and 2 6s. Ends what has not been an especially good tournament for the wily Sri Lanka, but that brings a real crowd pleaser to the middle.
Indeed it does. It's
at 130 at 130 for 4 halfway through the 8th over.
I'm going to say damn it, but it is going to be Summit.
Summit.
Yes, Dad.
I've got something to say.
Sit back. You got a minute and a half.
We got pinged for copyright for on YouTube for this.
Skillful way.
Yeah, we did, and Facebook.
You beat the other players to the lunch buffet.
Oh, Dad. Oh, Dad.
For the first time this series you ran it.
Summit.
The cheese board's now ours, so let's scram it.
Summit.
But please don't take pomegranate.
Summit.
I've one thing to say, and that's damn it, Summit. There's Irish stew. belly's no longer like granite. The corset's not working, let's can it. Your moves are approaching Titanic. I've one thing to say, and that's damn it. Sammy, there's birth on croup. Andy Flower thinks that you're a joker, and you need to share the stone or two. But your diet plan is mediocre. So S-A-M-I-T, let's try a poo-a-oo. Oh, this jingle's nicer than Ravi Bopo High.
Oh, Dad.
Now I'm full up and I'm so glad.
Oh, Dad.
That I could kick Gooch in the gonads.
Oh, Dad. Tom Curson on YouTube says, "This is amazing." And I was just watching the Facebook Live subtitles through that jingle, and it talked about Summit ramming the cheese board.
Well, has been known, but actually on his way out, he's never batted with WG Grace before, and he's very honoured, and he has walked up to him and he has presented him with one of his bounties. And I think that will be useful for WG Grace because his blood sugar was getting a little bit low, and I think he'll be very happy to have had the beautiful coconut flavoured snack.
It's giving him a bounty to forestall a mutiny.
Here comes the ball.
Oh, very good indeed. In bowls to Samit. Samit off the mark straight away, steering this one very cleverly to the right, or to the left rather, should I say, of the man at backward point. They'll get back for a second.
To the other right.
In comes Alf Valentine again, bowls this one flatter, but Patel sees it, swings it away over mid-wicket, and he will pick up 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
One to come.
Valentine in to Patel again, and Patel is looking in good form. He's being inspired by the great man at the other end, and off the final delivery, he keeps the strike by picking up a 3rd.
Yeah, moving himself to 9 off 3. WG Grace 38 off 13 after 8 overs having been put into bat. The Fat Lord of Use 11, 139 for 4. Haven't really got away from the making a spectacle of themselves 11 in this tournament. Maybe we're seeing the pitch just slowing down towards the final as we saw during the last 50-over World Cup, but remains to be seen. We yet to get into the real power pack of both them, Cornwall and Leverock, that have done so much damage for the Fat Lot of Use 11. Who is going to bowl the 9th over, Tony?
Percy Fender is going to have a blow, and we're going to go for an all.
Lucky him.
We're going to go for the slow left arm lamb chop fueled bowling of David Steele.
Alright, well it's slow left arm orthodox from both ends at the moment.
Or he's Becky cause he can play. It's David Steele. It's David Steele.
I prefer some cold cuts
like,
on a day like today than lamb chops.
Yeah,
could be. I also feel like
the barbecue's quite good though.
Yeah. All right then. Well, it's a slow left arm reunion out there, really, isn't it? Sam Patel, slow left armour, of course, and now David Steele coming into the attack, bowling to Patel. Patel, very cautious, showing respect to his fellow SLA man.
These fat fingers from a left arm spinner too, you know.
Yeah, but there's, and it's 4 runs. 4 runs this time for WG Grace. Had a look at David Steele, thought you can't bowl, and has smeared him over mid-wicket for another 4.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
I do think that the Fat Lot of Use 11 as once more WG Grace leans into this one, hits it straight back over his head, 2-3 bounces, and that races into the pavilion.
Note, by the way, how Hendo didn't try and get that one re-rolled as he was.
I noticed that.
WG Grace is now on 46, and the Fat Lot of Use 11 are now on 148. So milestones ahoy!
Well, I did want to say, of course, that David Steele did actually handily offer up a few lean cuts before the game, and that really wasn't enough for our boys, and they were a bit disappointed not to have had a bit more gristle. But there you go. WG Grace is waiting, and in comes David Steele, and he drives this one. Didn't get all of it. It's maybe just turned a little bit, caught a little bit of an outside edge, but they are going to be able to run back for a 3rd. That takes WG onto 49.
And the Fat Lot of Use 11 past 150, 151 for 4.
Well, you're never safe against this difficult 11 as we saw in the semi-final. In comes David Steele, bowls to, I'm not sure who he's bowling to, Samit Patel. Samit Patel has lofted that, he's really got hold of it, timed it beautifully. It's gone way up in the air, it's gone way long, and it's brought him 6 runs.
An attempted Karen ball, I think, from David Steele really didn't work. One to come in the over.
Yeah, Karen ball. I mean, it really wasn't invented when he was playing, so he was going out on a limb there. This one is tucked away behind square. Lovely little use of the blade there. Rob Patel just guiding it fine and picks up 2 more runs.
And he moves to 18 off 6, but he won't be facing WG Grace. Will be facing. He's on 49 off 16. I think he has got a 50 in this tournament thus far. After 9 overs, after 20 runs came off that first over from David Steele. 159 for 4. The Fat Lothies 11 having been put into bat.
I think I should correct you. I think it was the beardy WG Grace that got a 50 in this tournament, the beardy bastards. But this will be a first 50 for the fat WG Grace, if you can get there. Who's bowling?
Well, Alf Valentine, he's taken 2 wickets, but for some extreme fat-fingered fuckery, should have taken 5. So he is going to be continuing.
Okay, so it
just
is
for you cussing
Alf
these
Valentine
fingers, this is going to go bad for you, Tony.
coming into bowl to WG Day. They've come to see him get a 50. Are they going to see it? Yes, they
are,
are, because he's drilled that through the offside. The man from mid-off is chasing it. It's Paul Allett. He's not particularly quick across the surface, and they're going to get back for 3. And WG Grace, for the first time in this tournament, the people rise and they laud the great man himself. He holds the bat aloft to all corners of the ground. He has 50 runs.
50 runs. You're 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs, you're 50 runs. The job is only just begun.
Specifically, he has 52 off 18 balls. One of those was a no ball, which for some reason our on-screen scoreboard doesn't quite count as a delivery face, but it does. 52, it does count. 52 off 18, 3 4s and 2 6s. Not one of the faster 50s we've seen in this tournament, but a 50 nonetheless.
Well, it's good to see him in good form, WG. I mean, I think he's the kind of man for the big occasion, isn't he? He was a bit disappointed by the lack of a crowd for some of the early games. But now that they're packed into Trent Bridge today, there must be at least 14 people watching today. He's decided to show off all his abilities. Anyway, it brings Samit Patel down to face. And it's Alf Valentine, left arm around the wicket one, throws that one up. Patel likes what he sees, his eyes light up, and he drills that back over the head of Valentine, and that has gone for 4 more runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Valentine in again, bowls to Patel, and Patel goes down on his front leg, sweeps this away quite fine. They're going to run back for 3. And score moves on. Patel looking in decent nick. Brings WG Grace back down to face. In comes Valentine. Bowls to WG Grace, who has... Well, that is an extraordinary shot. He's just swiveled that. There was nothing wrong with the delivery, but he's got such an eye that he's managed to smear that. It's barely gone above 10 feet off the ground, but it's gone all the way to mid-wicket for a colossal one of these. Lovely stuff from WG Grace. We're seeing all his skills now. And once more, now would you believe it? He's never seen one of these before in his life, but he's brought out the reverse sweep, WG Grace. He says, you may not have seen this in 1885, but you see, I can adapt. And he's put that fine of the man at on the 45, and he's picked up another boundary.
Well, had WG been born 130 years later, there's no doubt he would have been dill scooping. One to come.
Absolutely. Anyway, wait for the next delivery from Valentine, who is in to WG Grace. And this is another 4. Oh, now there it is. There is the ramp shot. He's lifted that one up. That's a very clever shot. He went down as if he was going to sweep it. And when it was straighter, he just opened the face and jabbed it away. A fine of the man on the 45 again, and picks up 4 more.
2 + 2 is a man.
Well, the most expensive over of the innings, that from Alf Valentine. 1 over too many, perhaps discouraged by his bad luck and his inability to control his feet, as they said about Jimmy Traore, with a 6 and 3 4s in that over. WG Grace is on 66 off 21 balls. Summit Patel will be on strike. He's on 25 off 8. After 10 overs, the Fat Lot of Use 11, 183 for 4.
And is it going to be continuing with David Steele, Tony?
No, Eddie Barlow.
Eddie
You're going
Barlow.
to see a little bit of a right arm medium from Big Eddie.
Hendo, presumably it would have been in your game plan to get into the change bowlers of the making a spectacle of themselves 11.
Yeah, well, I mean, we don't mind a little bit of extra pace on the ball, and Eddie Barlow, very skiddy, chunky fellow. I'm quite happy with that.
You've got a jingle that goes like this.
He's come to play. He's going to stay right at the crease. But to Barlow.
I'm quite happy to see these guys exhausting themselves before they've got a bat. It's very encouraging for us fat boys.
Decent total already. 183 for 4 after 10 overs.
Right, in comes Eddie Barlow, bowls to Samit Patel. He's going to pick up 3 runs here as he just uses the pace of the ball to lay it down fine behind square on the offside. Next ball is delivered, and it's another 3, this time for WG Grace, who was driven beautifully, you might even say gracefully, through the offside and picked up another triple. In he comes again, bowls to Samit Patel. Samit Patel looks at this one and just leans into it, smacks it hard and high over extra. That's going to go all the way for one of these. So not a great start for Eddie Barlow. He's in again, though. Bowls to Patel, and Patel this time goes back. It was slightly offline, down the leg side. He's going to flick it cleverly away towards the backward square for yet another 3. Brings WG down to face. In comes Eddie Barlow. Bowls to WG. WG's going to take another 3. This is a lot of running for these boys. They're going to need some more bounties, I would think, by the end of this little partnership. They picked up 3 more now down behind backward points on the offside.
Yeah, 1 to come.
Samit Patel, oh, now there's a big appeal here from Eddie Barlow. He's got that straight, has he? Oh, well, no, it's brilliant work from Dick Young behind the stumps, who's just grabbed that one-handed, whipped the bails off, and Samit Patel had just stepped outside his crease. What on earth is going on there? But he's broken a very, very awkward partnership for the bespectacled 11.
Now you're gone. Oh.
The magic hands of Dick Young doing the job again. That's his probably 4th or 5th stumping of the tournament thus far, maybe more. Samit Patel gone for a bright and breezy 37 off 12, almost the fastest scorer of the innings, or certainly second fastest to the great WG. 2 4s and 2 6s. After 11 overs, 201 for 5, the Fat Lot of Use 11 having been put into bat.
And coming to the crease.
Sorry, WG Grace is 72 not out of 23.
I'd love to see him get 100 here at Trent Bridge. Anyway, coming to the crease is post-1984 Sir Ian Terry Botham.
He's going to face Devon Malcolm.
That's right.
In Alpha Blow.
Be fair. Beefy has got boring. Yes.
Hey.
That's right, it's beefy.
Well, I have to say,
he's not going to face just yet.
He's not going to face straight away, but I must say to Tony, I mean, fat lot of use boys gone past 200, and then you see WG Grace out there on 72, and you see Ian Botham striding the crease. It's ominous for your boys, isn't it?
You never know. It's all down to the roll of the dice. Whichever way they fall for the founder and leader of guerrilla cricket. Oh, mind you.
Oh, and there's a big appeal again! Oh my word, what is going on here? Another stumping! Oh, it's unbelievable. WG Grace goes in successive balls to Samit Patel. Sorry, not WG Grace. Ian Botham has gone. First
No,
ball.
WG.
WG has gone. Who's bowling, by the way? We didn't even know.
Devon Malcolm.
Devon Malcolm.
Magnificent stuff from Young. Successive stumpings off, well, the medium pace of Eddie Barlow, then the ferocious pace of Devon Malcolm. It's amazing what you can do in dice cricket. And would you believe it? I'm afraid that WG is gone. Oh, extraordinary.
Well, you don't get a wicket for 71 runs, then 2 come along in 2 balls. Amazingly, that is Dick Young's second stumping off Devon Malcolm in this tournament. WG goes for a fantastic 72 off 24 balls, scoring at exactly 18 runs and over, 5 fours and 3 sixes, 201 for 6 after 11.1 overs. But now we're into the part of your batting order, Hendo, that's done the real damage.
Well, it has, and it just needs to come good. It just need to sort of consolidate after those 2 rapid stumpings from Dick Young. Extraordinary cricket we're seeing here. It is Rakeem Cornwall coming to the middle.
Today is gonna be the day that you get on your new diet. By now you just somehow got really fat. I don't believe that anybody weighs as much as you do now. 'Cause after all, you're Rakeem Cornwall.
I, for one, hope we'll get very used to that jingle over the course of this series.
Yes, indeed. He's going to be facing Devon Malcolm. Malcolm to Cornwall. It's going to be Devon to Cornwall. It's what they all wanted, and immediately Rakeem Cornwall proves the superior county by smacking that away for 4 runs square on the offside. And he's onto the back foot again, a little bit too short from Malcolm, a little bit too wide. He's cut that away. The top of the bounce, he's going to pick up 3 more, brings Ian Botham down to face his first ball. In comes Malcolm, bowls, and well, he went after that. He got a thick inside edge. He was playing it all round it, really, and it's gone very fine for a rather fortunate 4. Both players underway, even if in rather dubious circumstances. In comes Malcolm again, bowls to Botham, and it's another appeal, and that's been given as a no ball. Would you believe it? Tony can't. He shakes his head. Devon, you've overstepped again, and Botham survived.
2 no balls apiece for Devon Malcolm and Alf Valentine.
Well, there you go. It
Shoddy
really
bowling,
does pay to get your feet in the right place as a batsman and a bowler. In comes Malcolm again, bowls to Botham, who's going to take a single this time as he just eases that into the offside on the front foot and brings Rakeem Cornwall down to face. Is it just 1 ball to go?
Yeah.
1 to come, yes.
1 to come. So Malcolm in bowls, and there's another appeal against Rakeem Cornwall. Surely not. Devon will not have had his revenge, will he? No, he's not. He's done it again. He's overstepped for the 2nd time in this over. Extraordinary stuff.
Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
Tone, it's all going wrong, mate.
Well, he's speechless at the moment. It's going to be a new over, isn't there?
There's a replay. Someone pressed the wrong button.
Can we find out who's bowling before you throw the dice?
No, it's no ball, isn't it? The ball's come.
Oh, it's no ball. Sorry, Devon in again, bowls, and that's injury to insult as Rakeem Cornwall carves that over the offside. A couple of bounces as it runs into the boundary edge.
1, 2, 3, 4.
End of the over.
End of the 12th over. 18 runs off it with those 2 no balls and those 3 fours. Ian Botham will face. He's on 5 off 3. Rakeem Cornwall is on 11 off 4. Devon to Cornwall here today. Scone tomorrow. 219 for 6 after 12. And Linux Thea says, Bounty, what are you talking about, Hendo? It was a Snickers on a good length. No, coconut abomination, which I think is an excellent way of describing a bounty. And WG also looks like more like he needs a bucket of lard. And there's some chat amongst some people which has somehow found its way to us.
Oh, okay. So it's going to be who's going to be bowling, Tony? Did we find out?
Eddie Barlow's going to carry on.
Continue. He's going to be bowling to Ian Botham, and in he comes, bowls to Botham. Botham will just play that gently through the offside, but cleverly he's taking the weight off the ball, and the man's coming in from the boundary. They're going to pick up 2. Brings him back to face. Next delivery is to be 3 more runs to both of them. He got inside that one and whipped it away, but didn't really get all of it. Maybe a bit of inside edge onto hit, and that is going to allow them to come back for the third. Bringing Raheem Cornwall down to face, and there's 3 more. I think we saw this in one of the warm-up games. Raheem Cornwall, Ian Botham getting together, running the threes because they are possibly the fittest in the camp of the Fat Boys.
Just word in, that was a typo.
Anyway, 2 more to Botham this time as it's played through mid-wicket. Just gently getting into their stride here. He's in again. Bowls, and 3 more. How many threes in this over already? I think that's 3.
3, yes. So it's been 2-3-3, 2-3, and 1 to come.
And who's facing?
Cornwall.
Cornwall to face. Final ball of the over from Eddie Barlow, but he struck with the final ball of his last over. What can he do here?
Hey!
This is another 3. It's another 3 for Raheem Cornwall, who's looking good. Nick got 36 in the semi-final, and he's contributing already to this game.
Certainly is. He's on 17 off 5. Ian Botham 15 off 6. 235 for 6 after 13 overs. Lovely symmetrical over. 2-3-3, 2-3-3. 16 runs off it from Eddie Bunter Barlow.
Right, so back to Devon Malcolm, who's trying to finish off this Fat Boys lower order, but they're providing good resistance at the moment. It's going to be Ian Botham to face, I believe.
Well, is it Devon Malcolm?
Yes, it is.
I just wanted to hear you say it.
Defeated already, Tone.
He's in, he bowls, and Botham crunches that. Sorry, Cornwall lifted up and over mid-wicket, and that's no doubt going to the boundary. Hefted by the great man, the big man. It was like an enormous crane in operation there. In he comes again, bowls, and once more it's smashed back over his head. You've got to have a good eye to be able to see a ball of that pace and then smack it straight for 6. Lovely work from who was that? Ian Botham?
Cornwall.
Ronald Cornwall again. I'm getting completely great stuff from the man.
Devon is beating up Cornwall. No, the other way around.
We've had that pair. We've had
that
pair.
I know. Shut up.
Bowls.
Shut up.
Bowls. Once more to Raheem Cornwall. Raheem Cornwall is in magnificent form. This time he has aimed a cut, but it's he's got a top edge and it's flown down fine of third man for 4 more.
1, 2, 3, 4.
This just in from the match referee. He's not worth it. Leave him, Terry.
Exactly.
In comes Devon again. Bowls to Cornwall. Cornwall. It's been hit on the toe there, I think. Let's see what the umpire says to that. He says it's a no ball, Devon. It doesn't matter whether that was going to hit. It's a no ball, I'm afraid. And Cornwall survives again.
And Devon Malcolm's 4th no ball in 31 actual deliveries brings up the 250 for 6.
And I see Tony tearing out what remains of his hair. He can't believe it. He can't believe the number of potential wickets that have gone begging.
There trying to find out.
He's in again. Bowls to Cornwall. Cornwall swivels, pulls, doesn't really get all of it, but it's going to be chased by Clive Lloyd, who swoops on it eventually. Returns it to the wicketkeeper, but they've got through for another 3.
50 partnership up, 52 off 18 balls, 5 4s and 1 6.
Ian Botham waits for the next delivery. He's going to get 3 more. They do love their 3s, these two. This time he's swiveled it through a squarer on the onside, and they pick up a 3rd.
1 to come.
Cornwall waits for Malcolm, and this time he'll just take the 2 as he dabs that very skillfully, very artfully down towards 3rd man. That is the end of the over, and it will be Botham to face, I believe.
Yes, indeed, it will. He'll face on 18 off 8. Raheem Cornwall 36 off 12 with the 4 4s and 1 6. Again, going at exactly 18 runs and over. 23 off that from Devon Malcolm, not helping himself by putting his feet where they should not ought to be. 258 for 6, and in the age-old battle, Cornwall is beating Devon. Therefore, jam first, apparently.
Oh, apparently so. Okay. Well, I've just turned down some jam on my toast, but there you go. I will obviously have that in the tea break. In comes, who is it going to be, Tony, now? Considering Eddie Barlow again, or are you running out of ideas?
No, absolutely not. Al Valentine is rhythmically in calypso style.
Al Valentine coming back into bowl. Yeah. So returning to spin after that little period of pace or medium pace.
Coming back into the attack, 3 overs, 254 with 2 no balls.
Well, that has been the Achilles heel, hasn't it, for the bespectacled boys today? But it's going to be Valentine bowling to Botham. He's coming left arm around the wicket, couple of strides in, bowls. Botham smack that one. He leant into it. It's gone high. Is it going to reach the boundary? He's got enough legs on it. Yes, it has got several legs. It's got a centipede's legs, and it's gone all the way for 6. Well, not a great start for Valentine on his return. Botham leaning into that one. He comes in again, bowls, and this time he goes back. He dropped it shorter this time. He dropped it wider. But that was clever and cunning batting from Botham. And he's cut that ferociously fine of the man at backward point. And it's 4 more runs. It's amazing how this particular era of Botham has performed in this tournament. He waits for the next delivery. There's an appeal this time. What's it going to be? Is it going to be another no ball? No, he's going to be given out LBW. And Valentine struck Botham just as he was looking really good, really strong. Has got to go.
I'm a loser. Yeah, I'm a loser, babe. I'm just a
Well, after those 2 wickets in 2 balls, a partnership of 67 for the 7th wicket between Ian Botham and Rakeem Call. They've enjoyed batting together and, frankly, running a lot together through the course of this tournament. 28 off 11, Ian Botham made 2 4s, 1 6, and many, many 2s. Alf Valentine now has 3 for 64 after 14.3 overs, 268 for 7.
Well, coming to the wicket is the left-handed Ian Austin, uncomplicated Lancastrian. You can't say that about many of them, but he certainly was. And he, of course, got 80 against the naughty boy. Sorry, wait, it was against how the fuck did they play for England 11 that he really looked at his best. And he's coming out to John.
We're back.
We are indeed. Now, I'm going to mark everything this summer. So we've marked the first 4 of the morning, the first test match of the English summer. I'm having the first beer. My first beer of the summer, cricket-related beer.
Did the bear beat you to that one? Or?
Oh no, I'm not saying it is the first beer. I'm saying my first beer. So that's
on air. I'm on Tooheys Old Dark Ale, sent to us by Brian. Thank you very much. Sent us a care package.
I'm still trying to find out. For my birthday, somebody sent me an enormous pack of Valerie Patisserie pastries, and no one's claimed responsibility. I mean, I say that no one's actually owned up and taken credit for it, because I enjoyed them for several days.
I'm sure you did.
But I don't know, and I feel like, I haven't thanked the person who did it, because they haven't made themselves known. So whoever it was, please speak up. And, well, I'll say thank you.
But that's the true spirit. Is my mic on? That's that's the true spirit of giving, when you don't actually say
take
who
the credit.
you were and take the credit.
No,
Yeah,
absolutely.
that's
But
correct,
as the recipient, you feel like you want to, pay homage to these generous people. I don't know. Got trouble with the...
press the bottom home button.
Trouble with the iPad.
The one in the middle at the bottom. On the screen.
It's making great radio, this.
Give it.
I should tell you that the bear is trying to instruct...
Everybody knows how much I hate...
you've got it upside down, that's why, because the button's where the power cable is.
Trying to instruct him in the iPad
but
operation.
the instruction was here.
Yeah, well, it's because it's an iPad. It turns
yeah,
itself
of course
around.
it turns itself
No,
around.
in the middle of the screen. In the middle of the screen, on the bottom. That's the one.
Anyway, away from all this exciting technical information that's going on in the Gorilla Cricket studio, the England team are emerging from the pavilion, and the sun is out. The sun has burst through, not only in southeast London where we are, but also in northwest London where they are. So that's jolly good news. Pretty good news, I guess, for the Irish batsmen. That maybe the ball won't move quite as much. There hasn't been significant movement, certainly not in the air, but there has been a fair bit of movement off the pitch from time to time. And we resume for the second session of the day with Ireland on 78 for 4. Stuart Broad has taken 3 of those wickets. Thought he had a 4th when he thought that Paul Stirling was given out LBW first ball, but on review proved to be going down the leg side. And he stayed for a little while and entertained us. It would have been, from a gorilla perspective, to lose Paul Sterling first ball would have been an absolute tragedy.
I do actually have to point out, from my betting account perspective, it would have been the right thing to happen.
Funny you should say that.
Because actually they went on and the wicket didn't fall under the amount of runs that I had.
I think James McCullum has batted very nicely.
He has.
29 not out at lunch. Played a couple of really dashing drives through the covers. And seemed to play the ball very late, which is always a good thing. Didn't play in the first Ireland Test, of course, which we covered in Malahide, but has played in every Test match since. And he's going to be facing up to Stuart Broad first thing after the break. Broad with figures of 3 for 21 from 7 overs. Let's jingle him.
Sweep the leg, Broady. Got the best headband around. Something has got to keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna be kept down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thinning now.
Egyptians had papyriform and also Hathoric. The Greeks Corinthian, Ionic and Doric.
He's in to bowl the first ball after lunch, and on to the front foot comes McCullum and covers up in defence.
So solemn, the Irish like to build with a green painted McCullum.
We're just looking at the wickets this morning. Andrew Balbirnie went without scoring, and then a strangle almost of Tector coming in, trying to advance down the wicket, flickered off his legs and forgot there was a leg slip there. Anyway, here comes Broad again. 3 slips now. No leg slip, and this is turned away off his hip by McCullum. Down to Ben Duckett at deep backward square. And they take the first run after the lunch break. McCullum goes to 30. Tucker is on 8. And Ireland are 79 for 4. Andy, you are chomping at the bit with something.
Did you have Warren's forecast for the Bear in the IPL before?
No, I don't know.
Oh, we were laughing at that, weren't we? We were sitting here and listening to the Bear saying that he reckoned he could
well,
go.
What Warren reckons would happen is the Bear plays Dharamsala 1 crore to play, arrives hungover, comes on to bowl, pulls a hammy during the stretching,
we did have that,
and is carted off in a second-hand tartar.
That's fine. As long as you give me the crawl.
No, you had to give them the crawl.
Give them. Oh yeah.
Right.
Broad into Tucker, and he advances down the wicket. Ball is dug into the pitch a little bit by Broad, so it just rises a little bit, but he plays it comfortably enough into the onside. Again, no run.
Well, that was Pirate Badshaw's positive from the morning session, that McCollum's faced 95 balls and was still incumbent.
Yeah, I'm impressed. I mean, I think the ball's coming on nicely for the batsman. I mean, there is a bit of movement, but it's also you're getting value for your shots. And I think that England have had a little bit of a rethink at lunch. And for McCullum, when he faced those first 2 balls of this session, they've now got a ring of 3 on the offside, taken out one of the slips. Leg slip is back in for Tucker, and he's in, and he turns it away well past that man, once more bringing Duckett into the action. And he takes his first run after lunch. He goes to 9, 80 for 4.
Armchair Cricket Podcast. Tell us what a lakh and a crore are. Unfortunately, all the dots are in the wrong place, so I can't figure it out.
I can't get round Indian currency at all. I've tried.
A lakh is
really
like 10 grand basically, and a crore is like 100 grand. Or something.
Yeah, but then when you start bringing in,
no, it says here 100 lakh make a crore, so that's not right.
It's too complicated.
Maybe a lakh's a grand then.
Yep.
But everyone thinks they know, and if I put that question out on the WhatsApp group, everyone writes in, but they write in with a different answer.
Yeah, everyone knows everything on that WhatsApp.
Well, that's
group,
true.
Don't worry about it.
That's true. Broad in again, bowls onto the front foot. McCullum plays that right underneath his eyes, and the ball runs to extra cover, and there is no run.
Except why county cricket wouldn't let Netherlands players play in the World Cup. Nobody knew that one.
What was that about?
English counties not releasing
Oh,
Netherlands
yes, for the
players for the
qualifiers,
World
yeah,
Cup, and I
yeah.
put that in the group, and it's deafening silence of people commenting on that.
Yeah, just get ignored if no one knows anything or has any
No,
idea
if
that they
something is detrimental to county cricket, that's when it
know. Oh,
gets
is that what you?
ignored,
Is that
yeah.
the point? Oh, now a
Yes.
big swinging delivery and a big swinging shot from McCullum, who liked the idea. His eyes lit up, but he made no contact.
Is that
It went
Broadie's new
through
delivery?
Oh, that could be the new away swinger, couldn't it? It
Well,
wasn't very
he's
effective.
38 and he's just discovered how to bowl an away swinger.
No, he's always bowled an away swinger, but he's got a new away swinger.
No, it's just like Shane Warne.
Well, it's interesting to hear a quick bowler say that they've got a new ball as opposed to a spinner. I think.
It's just more obviously bullshit.
Yes. Yeah, but we like obvious.
I think
bullshit.
Broad was just explaining it to Root just there. He said, "No, it's different. It's different because it goes like this."
He said, "What we started? It starts a yard outside off stump and goes further away."
Yes. Root says, "Great. Glad I'm not captain you anymore."
80 for 4 at the end of the first over after lunch. McCullum 30, Tucker 9.
Pirate Badshaw had a chatbot knock up a comedy sketch. I will have a look at that later. It's probably better than She-Hulk.
Okay.
Did you see this thing in the writers' strike in Hollywood? One of their demands is that they never use AI to replace them, like ever.
That's going to happen more.
Do a better job now.
Things like that are going to. I mean, they are just.
Eat your lunch.
I mean, they're just going to make films based on AI, aren't they? I mean, it's as simple
might
as that.
as well, most of them.
Well, yeah, true. I haven't seen a good film for a long time. Jack Leach is going to continue after lunch. 1 wicket for 15, 6 overs bowled. He's coming in to bowl to Tucker, who plays a little dab sweep and gets enough on it, which sends Root running right behind the wicketkeeper up towards the pavilion, and they get through for 2. So it's Tucker who's gone
Interesting.
to 11.
I fell asleep during the death of Stalin last night, so I've wanted to watch for quite a while.
People say that's good.
Yeah,
It is good.
It was quite funny.
Yeah.
Having binge watched a lot of TV series over the last 3 years, I'll come back to that. Man at silly mid-off, and this is on to leg stump, flicked away. There is a man at backward square, so there's no run. Having watched, 6 episodes, 10 episodes, God knows how many series of various things, I find films try to pack too much into 2 hours or an hour and a half.
Well, there's an art in doing it well.
There is, absolutely. Leach in flatter, and onto the back foot goes Tucker. He'll certainly take 1, might come back for the second. I think it's Duckett out there at deep point.
Well, the best series can have enough to keep it going. Some of the less good ones are just filling time.
Oh, yes,
when
true.
you get episode 5 and 6, and so on.
That's absolutely true, but I mean, there have been some good series.
What are your favourites?
Oh.
Everyone talks about Succession, obviously.
Well,
I watched that.
I watched Succession, and by the 3rd series, I was a little bit bored of it, and I'm undecided as to whether to watch the 4th series. Leach in gives this one a bit more air. It's driven by McCullum again, fairly square, and Duckett will do the fielding and take a single. 84 for 4. The scripts are brilliant. I mean, some of the wit in the dialogue is superb, but the characters are so just obscene, all of them.
Everybody's terrible.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can't really sort of root for anyone. A slip and a silly mid-off, and forward comes Tucker in defence, and it rolls back to the bowler. Tucker's moved on to 12, McCullum to 31. McCullum in particular has got to go on and make this pay really for Ireland. Leach in again, forced up to mid-on. And that is the end of the over. 84 for 4, McCullum 31, Tucker 12.
Ross McD says evening from Korea, South Korea, I'm going to guess. He says Brook needs 191 runs in 3 innings to take the sole record for fastest to 1,000 runs. Hopefully he could get a few of them here. It's not a bad chance.
How many?
191 in 3 innings.
3 innings. Wow.
I guess that gets him to 1,000 in fewer innings than anybody else has done.
Yeah.
Has anyone seen that new one on Amazon that's by the people who did something or other?
You have to be a bit more specific.
That's the bear after lunch. Anyone seen that thing on, what's it on?
It's, like those other guys.
It begins with C and I can't...
Begins with C.
Well, it cuts it down by 126. So it's pretty good.
Broad is in again, bowls to McCullum, who who looks to turn that on the onside. I'm not sure whether he actually got bat on that or whether it was really just thigh pad. I think it's just thigh pad because it hasn't gone up against his score.
Citadel.
Oh,
No,
I haven't seen it. No,
I don't fancy that one.
It's got so much hype and it's a bit wishy-washy.
I tried to watch that one about, the one where the world's ending. What was it called? The Last of Us or whatever.
Oh, that was quite good.
I thought it was awful. I gave up after about 40 minutes of the first episode.
There's a bit of a thing on Amazon Video. They spent so much money on Rings of Power. One of the other series that got cut short, actually, the writer made a really bitchy comment about, well, you've got to keep paying all those orcs. Rings of Power's awful.
I didn't mind it, actually, once it got going, but it's like all these things, they spend too long setting it up.
That's what I'm saying. They spin them out to
They
10,
do.
and there's supposed to be 5 series of that. So
Leg slips come back in, and Tucker is down the wicket. It's pitched in short by Broad. He tries to swing it away. If anything, I think he probably rode that around about the chest area. He just sort of dropped out into the onside. But Tucker is taking on the Stokey Cullen ball mantra and coming down the wicket to Broad. Broad knows too much. He's seen that before, and he digs it in short.
he's seen too much.
He's seen too much. Probably has seen too many series.
So what, 560 odd test wickets now?
570, I think they said this
Closing
morning.
in on
Yeah.
600.
Oh yeah, he'll get his 600. There's also a short mid-wicket now, as well as the 3 slips. He's in again. Bowls. Oh, he goes with a pull shot. Gone up in the air. Where has it landed? In the outfield, and it's going to have enough legs to just about dribble into the boundary edge. That's 4 runs to Tucker.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
89 for 4. Now, as we sit here, we've got this one window, and every now and again you see a plane coming in to land at London City Airport, and it always looks alarmingly low to me.
They do, yeah.
I just think, get something wrong and he could be in our back garden. Anyway, 4 runs for Ireland. 89 for 4. What will Broad produce in response to that? Let's see. He's in. The bowls full of ball, straighter, and clipped nicely. But straight to Potts, I think it is, at mid-wicket. And there is no run.
Warren says, is the new outswinger a Broadmoor ball?
A Broadmoor ball?
M-O-R-E.
As in Broadmoor the...
No.
Oh, not that.
So that's why I don't really get it.
No. Anyway. What would... I don't know. No, I'll try not to figure it out. Broad in again. Down the wicket he comes. And has to defend as the ball rises on him. He's certainly giving Broad...
something to think about.
Well, he's giving him the key, isn't he? He's giving him the clue. I mean, he's walking down the wicket before Broad's even close to delivering.
Pirate Badshaw says Tucker's already making me nervous playing shots like this.
Well, it'd be interesting to see how England respond if they do get people who genuinely try to play the Stokey Cullen ball way.
Is that an ankle strapping on Broad?
No, I think he's had that forever.
Yeah, I think it's been there for a while. In his strides, still a great sight in run-up is Broad. This is a more orthodox length delivery, defended on the back foot by Tucker, and the end of the over. 89 for 4.
He looks a little bit gingerly on that ankle. Anyway, maybe it's, like you say, something he manages. Leah says they should write good scripts and demand that AI writers be paid union rates. Problem solved. And she also wants a light-hearted splatter comedy about the lifetimes and misadventures of Stalin and Beria, which is more or less what the death of Stalin is.
I don't even know who Beria is. That's
Beria was the worst one, the KGB one.
I'm still trying to work out what the last film was I saw. Anyway, I haven't been to the cinema for...
Oh, I want to go and see...
Forever.
I want to go and see... Last time, I want to go and see the part 2 of Dune.
Yes, that was the part 1's very good in the cinema. I mean, it's not a great film, but it looks amazing.
Leech bowls, and he plays a funny little paddle.
It's a ramp.
But it's worked okay. It was a sort of ramp to a slow delivery. And he's got 4 runs for it, McCullum.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I'd be tempted to put that man on a 45 quite fine. Cut that shot off if he wants to.
Well, no, I'd rather let him play it, because I'm not sure if the risk reward is there for that one.
Well, possibly, but
That's your 2 ways of captaining. Do you put a man on the shot, or do you leave him and try and make him play it?
I thought it was quite interesting how Stokes, in the morning session, Leach is in again, bowls onto the front foot, McCullum, defending square. How when Sterling came in the wicket, smashed a 4 off Leach, the first thing he did was bring the man in from deep mid-wicket to mid-wicket.
Well, we were talking about this in the green room after this ball.
As Leach is in again, bowls onto the leg stump. He's going to get a run here. Is he? No, tumbling stop. And throw was, well, from Zach Crawley. What else would you expect from an accurate throw?
He took a catch today.
He has taken a catch. Took a good catch as well. But he sent McCullum back. A long way to go down, hasn't he, Crawley, to be fair? It was a horrible, horrible throw. But
stop the run, though.
Stop the run.
Got there quick, got rid of it quick.
Leach again, forward, in defence. McCullum covering up, back to the bowler.
Yeah, these constant field changes, is it good proactive captaincy, or is it, a lack of attention span?
Or is it showy in a way, maybe, as well?
Or is it just, that didn't work for 2 balls, trying something else?
Yeah, I think there's a bit of that with Stokes. I think he's a bit ADD.
Well, there may be that, yes. I mean, but I think I got the impression that
now they've got a leg spin in.
Leg
slip.
A leg spin in.
Leg spin, leg slip.
Got a leg slip, a forward short leg, and a slip. Leach is in. He's down the wicket. Defends. Comes off a thick inside edge behind square leg. They'll take the 1. And that will be all. Oh, isn't it glorious? First test of the summer in England. And glorious sunshine. It doesn't happen that often, does it?
No, I hope this year gets warmer than it has been, though.
Yeah, I don't want it to be 42 degrees like last summer. Jeez.
No.
That was unbearable. That reminds me, I've got to go and buy an air conditioner.
Just to save the planet.
Well, you just can't live in a house in London in 42 degrees. Now, Tucker aims a sweep at a ball that wasn't really there for it. Probably a bit too short for that. And rides it a little bit on the grill, I think. Anyway, it's the end of the over. 94 for 4.
Ross McD says, also the record holder for fastest for 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6,000 runs by innings is held by one man, and he's so far ahead of everyone else, it's insane. You do wonder if some records should be like without Bradman.
Yes, that's a fair point. I was going to say, who is it? But you told me.
Who else could it be?
So Tucker has 16, McCullum has 36. He's batted for 104 balls, but he's played 2 or 3 really attractive drives, plays the ball late. I'm impressed. I don't think he's got runs yet that would kind of speak to his ability, but maybe today is the day. He's going to be facing up to Stuart Broad, 9 overs, 3 for 27. He's bowling from the pavilion end, as he has done since his first spell this morning. He's in, bowls, McCullum bowls. That one just rises a little bit, takes the bat quite high up, runs off the thick outer part of the bat towards backward point. There is, again, no run.
Remember when England used to make a big thing about batting 100 balls?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did they?
Yes.
I
Or
don't
when they were
remember.
all Burns and Sibley, and who was the other guy?
God.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's the other thing that's put me off going to Surrey, is that Burns and Sibley are opening the batting in Championship cricket.
Burns has been quite quick. Sibley is Sibley.
Yeah, but I mean, he's unbearable.
Oh,
isn't
and
he, Sibley?
Hamid, that was the other one.
Oh yeah, Hamid. Oh, now that's a big in-swinging delivery which wraps McCullum quite high up, and maybe missed the thigh pad because he seemed to sort of wince a little bit. But it was a good delivery. Something we haven't seen much of from Broad today. Is it a genuine in-swinger? I think it is.
Went in a bit too much, if anything. Yes, so I mentioned the Test Series 2, which was only 3 episodes. And a lot of it is that series where England in Australia and Hamid's batting 3, and he looked like a total walking wicket. He looks like someone's mate you pulled in to play in the 3rd team. Gatting would have made him get his hair cut.
Oh, I have to say, I missed most of that series
lucky you.
with illness, and so I was quite happy about that. Broad in again, down the leg side. I'm not sure whether the bat was on that one, but it's gone very fine indeed, and it's going to bring 4 runs. Is it going to be signalled as leg byes? The umpire,
seems to
standing
think so.
edge, is just waiting for confirmation from his square leg colleague, and is now going to give it as 4 leg byes.
Okay.
98 for 4. 6 extras now, all leg byes. So we haven't had any overstepping so far by the England bowlers. A run rate a healthy 3.21. McCullum waits again. Oh, he's got the edge, and he's been caught. He's not going to go on. Broad has a fourth wicket, a rather loopy, simple catch for Joe Root, and Ireland are 98 for 5.
Well, they kind of just.
So get on your bike and take a hike right out of here. Your history, no good for me. Your history, nah, nah, nah.
Do you think that was wrong line? Do you think? Well, I'm just thinking. Do you think that was a little bit of a setup, in the sense he bowled certainly one big loopy in swinger, bowled another attempted in swinger, and then bowled one that more or less just held its line, and he maybe played inside it slightly, and got the edge. So if so, well done, Stuart Broad.
Well, he'll certainly say so, I'm sure. Josie Oak said, "Good afternoon, we're doomed," although he did say that before that wicket. GC Radio, Naked Fun Pornbot, my series about a medieval version of guerrilla cricket has been greenlit by HBO. I just don't know where you're going to get the female contingent for that. And Morg, I don't know where Morg is, but he said, "Holy crap, I've just discovered they're showing this test on TV here."
Oh, wow. Well, get on it. And listen to us, though, obviously, but, watch it. I mean, I can never really... I've never been one of those people who thinks I'd rather just listen to it on the radio than watch it. If I'm going to listen to it on the radio, I'll still watch it, if that makes sense.
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
Watching is a better experience than listening.
Yes, I have to agree.
That's in my mind.
Even though we are radio,
yes.
TV on, yeah.
98 for 5. New batsman should be Craig Camphor, shouldn't it? Is it Craig?
Curtis Camphor?
Curtis, sorry, yes.
He has a jingle. If I can find him. He's here somewhere. Where is he?
I can see it from here, Bear. There he is.
Curtis,
sorry, not Craig.
Now who's this coming on? Camphor waited. In South Africa he wasn't rated. In Ireland he is venerated. He worked hard, so Camphor rated toil.
He's rated now. I mean, I was thinking this when I was watching Devon Conway in the final of the IPL the other day. Another one of those wasn't rated in South Africa, went to New Zealand to make his name. He's become an incredibly good batsman. Broad then will bowl to Camphor. Oh, there is another of those big loopy in-swingers. And he gets this one much more accurate. And so he's ended up playing that on middle and off. But I think that would suggest that that's what Broad's trying to do. Just to fill them with big swingers, and then the ball that holds its line. And he may be going for the same sort of thing.
Basically.
Yeah. But I mean, if it just sails off down the leg side, it doesn't really help. But that was a much more accurate one. He's in again. He bowls. This one does go straight on. It leaps on Bairstow. We're doing a Bairstow fumble watch, and that was a fumble by the new old England wicketkeeper. I'm not sure where it rebounded to. Somewhere like square leg. I don't think they took a run though. Score remains 98 for 5. Looks to me as if we will see England back tonight.
Well, I think Ireland's best chance of getting around 200 from here would be to be positive, I think.
Yes.
They've got batsmen to do it, in Tucker and Camphor. Leah corrects me, of course. Berrier was ahead of the NKVD. But that's what... Yes, the KGB wasn't even formed at that point, but obviously they were the equivalent at the time.
You guys know a lot about Russian history.
Well, Pirate Badshaw says, if that umpire hadn't given that as a leg bye, it would have been McCullum's highest score, feck, double feck. Still, I liked seeing an Ireland opener batting into a second session.
Yeah, he batted well. It's a shame, you can always get a good ball, and you can always be out-thought by a man who's got 570 test wickets.
Yeah.
But I thought he batted really confidently and competently, really. Anyway, Jack Leach will continue, so spin at one end, pace at the other.
And Farong says BST is Bangladesh Standard Time. We're going to lodge a complaint.
Where is Farong now? Has he moved?
He made it out of...
He made it out of Bangladesh.
Yeah.
Let us know.
I think was he in
He was
Malaysia?
in Thailand, wasn't he?
Thailand, yeah. So Leach, 8 overs, 1 for 24, just flicking the ball between his hands, and he's just got the one close fielder for Tucker, who goes back, waits for this, has plenty of time to turn it into the onside. Tongue will move round to his left and do the fielding at square leg. 99 for 5. Tucker moves to 17. Brings Camper down to face his first delivery from the spinner. And the run rate still healthy, as you say. I mean, they are being positive. Tucker is certainly a man who's not afraid to come down the wicket. Just wonder, you've got Fee on hand coming in at 8. And he is down as an all-rounder, but I'm not sure what his batting record is like. But he is also on debut. So it's going to be a tricky time for him. Tucker may be their main hope of getting up towards 200. Leach in, bowls onto the front foot, comes Camper and defends to extra cover.
Camper?
Camper or Camphor?
Camphor.
Camphor. Leach again. Now got short square leg defended by Camphor to mid-on. And Leach is racing through this over.
We're going to have a change after this one.
We are indeed.
What's the next lineup?
Fred.
Yep.
Messers and Rusty.
Have you let him in?
Yes.
Good stuff. Australian contributor. Leach in, bowls, defended. Camphor straight back up the onside of the pitch, fielded with his right hand by Jack Leach. And Camphor settles down. And then suggests that he's not quite ready. Not Fred is ready. He's arrived at the door. He's at the threshold. And Leach is in again. He's got a silly mid off now. And this is pleasantly stroked by Camphor, but once again picking out Harry Brook at extra cover. There's only one ball remaining in Leach's 9th over. And then we will have a change. Don't forget, if you want to become a patron, go to gorillacricket.com/Patreon. That would help us very much. Give us some money on a monthly basis. Defended back to Leach. It's the end of the over. Ireland have lost that one wicket since the break. They've added 21 runs. They are 99 for 5.
I'll play a little marching around jingle whilst everyone gets
Maybe it's worth thinking of patreon.com/cricket.
Well, that's the one.
Yeah, a slightly different way to what.
Alternative cricket commentary. Bringing you laughs, bringing you jingles, bringing you joy. We are Gorillas. We need your... Patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket.
Russell, are you freezing in the Melbourne night?
I wouldn't say I'm freezing. I turned the heater on, but other than that, I would be.
Oh, it looked like you're outside.
Broad starts a new over, and this is strappled in the previous description of Test Match Sofa. An attempted straight pull by Tucker, which he doesn't time, and it just dribbles on past the stumps on the leg side. There is no run. Hello, Messers.
Hello, Fred.
Hello, Russ. I don't think we've had the pleasure of being on at the same time before, so welcome to you two from the other side of the world. Preparing for the... Well, I'm not even going to say what's coming after this Test match. We'll deal with this Test match first, as Broad is in bowling to Tucker, and he takes a big drive. He takes a step down the wicket and tries to hoist Broad over long on. Misses the ball. There was a brief moment where they thought he might have got an inside edge, but he didn't. Bairstow gathered the ball and then rolled the ball towards the stumps, but Tucker was back. Either way, that's an unusual shot at this stage of the proceedings.
Yeah, very loose drive, isn't it? Very lucky to get away with it.
Yeah, he wasn't far from being bowled. He wasn't far from getting an inside edge. Either way, he's survived. Let's see whether he loses some of his attacking instincts, with Ireland on 99 for 5, having been put in this morning by Ben Stokes. As Tucker faces up to Broad again, it's short and he pulls. There is a man at deep backward square leg who wangs the ball back in, so it's a single to Tucker. He brings Camphor onto strike. He's yet to get off the mark, having faced 7 balls thus far. There's a desultory round of applause round the ground for Ireland's 100, which has come up in the 33rd over, but they have lost 5 wickets. So, Russ, presumably you haven't seen much of. Well, I'm guessing actually. Have you seen much of the day's play so far?
I've managed to catch a fair amount of the morning session, so and I thought Ireland was doing all right until they weren't.
As Broad's next ball is slow and loopy outside the off stump, and Camphor isn't tempted. Yeah, it was always going to be difficult. I think whichever team would have won would have put the other side in, because it was a little bit overcast at Lord's this morning. And the wicket has just the merest tinge of green in it, although I expect it to play pretty well for batsmen on certainly from now on for the next day or day and a half or 2 days. But at Lord's they say look up, not down, as Broad's next ball is edged, but edged down between the keeper and first slip. Joe Root did get, I thought he may have got half a hand on that, but it runs away very quickly, down very fine on the offside for 4 runs.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
That was an off cutter from Broad, and it was edged, but perhaps angled. Well, it wasn't an involuntary edge, and I'm not sure it would have carried to slip. But it went between slip and the keeper, closer to slip than the keeper, and 4 runs on the board.
I suspect Broad will wonder whether that was actually Bairstow's, but he was heading the opposite direction because of the angle of the ball.
Yeah, next ball is a beauty. It pitches just outside off stump. It straightens. Camphor plays inside the line. I'm not sure if it was, again, whether it was meant, but the ball goes past the outside edge through to Bairstow. The end of the over, the 33rd of the innings. It's 104 for 5. And Messi, what are people saying on the interwebs?
Well, Chris Waller says, welcome back for summer. Thanks, Chris. It's great to be back. Brian Barrish says, most long-form cricket happens during the day when I'm at work and out doing other things. Plus, the USA is a live TV cricket black hole that requires more money than I'm willing to spend. Therefore, guerrilla cricket and IDBBC for county cricket only is invaluable. I must say that one of the things about watching the IPL is it brought home to me how vital our service is when one has to listen to the dire commentary that most of that had on it. It was really painful.
One doesn't have to listen to it.
No, well, the BBC 5 Live actually did it as well, but I had to do it via a VPN, and that was a bit of a pain.
You're over from Leach. This is, sorry, Messi, after this ball, this is short and wide outside the off stump, and Tucker cuts it to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, I'll do a couple of tweets to catch up. Dave Saras says, Jared Kimber had a great piece on Camphor's journey, that basically, because of his size, South Africa would never really rate him. 2 Camphors in a trench coat might make a Chris Morris.
Next ball is a straighter ball from Leach, and defended back to him by Tucker.
It's an interesting image.
It's an interesting image that Jared Kimber had a good piece. This next one is a sweep, and it's hit him on the pad, but he's outside the off stump. There is an appeal towards the umpire, but I don't think there's any chance of that being granted. Apart from anything else, he was well down the wicket as well, and I'm pretty sure he got outside the off stump, so that's not going to be overturned, and there's no sign of Stokes going for the review, and he's timed out, and he didn't show any interest at all.
I think that's a little unfair, speaking on Jared's side on this. I think he writes quite a lot of interesting stuff.
The next ball is full and driven up to mid-off, no run. Yeah, I mean, it's a matter of taste. Some people like Jared Kimber's articles, and some people have taste. As Leach's next ball is middle and off and covered up by Tucker, this time onto the leg side to mid-wicket, where it's fielded. There is 1 ball left of Leach's over. Leach is doing something of a holding job. You wouldn't have thought the conditions are all that conducive to spin bowling, and this is dragged from outside the off stump up to a deepish mid-off. It's timed pretty well, but it goes straight to the field at the end of the over. 34 overs gone, 104 for 5. Run through a couple of tweets, and then we'll bring Russ in to give us some more expert opinion on the mornings and the Walrus play up to this point.
Leah says, I know a lot about wars and homicidal regimes of the 20th century, Hender. Mogg says, competent batting, high praise indeed. And Warren says, does Mrs. Bairstow know you're on Fumble Watch?
So, sorry, Messi. Any more?
No, go. I can catch up later.
Russ, Ireland went into lunch 4 wickets down, having been put in by England. The question we were asking in the green room and on commentary was, would they have been satisfied with that?
I would say not entirely. I mean, obviously, if you were expecting an even contest, 2 down is par, and they're obviously well below that. And I think, but they didn't get bowled out for 30 either, so which was a comment I'll come back to.
As Broad bowls, and this one gets up a little bit more than Camphor expected, and he just sort of takes the bottom hand off the bat as he drops the ball down in front of him. Sorry, Russ.
There's a bit of commentary, I think, in the lead up to this around how this is an English warm up and Ireland is focused on the World Cup qualifiers, which are vastly more important from their perspective. And Bernie said, if we got bowled out for 30 and 30 but qualify for the World Cup, that's still success for us. So I'm not sure what expectations actually are.
Well, do they mean that, or is that expectations management? As Broad in again to Camphor, again an off cutter, and Camphor goes on the back foot, gets behind it, plays it to cover. I think they would have been a little bit worried with the brittle batting lineup, although perhaps less brittle than it's been previously, that they might get rolled over on a green top at Lord's, on a cloudy day. And if you say that, I mean, it's not a great thing to say, to be honest. If we get rolled over,
no,
for 30,
I think they mean it too. They're resting players for the World Cup qualifiers that have come out of the IPL. This is a warm up for them too, in a sense.
Yeah. But it is a test match, and it certainly has value as Broad bowls well outside the off stump. Camphor is not interested. Bairstow takes. It's always worth mentioning when Bairstow takes cleanly. 104 for 5 is the score. Well, how many can Ireland expect to get in this innings? From this point, you'd think 200 would probably be a good score. Again, I think the... as far as the pitch is concerned, it should be reasonable for batting for now on. The sun is out. It looks pretty straw-coloured as Broad comes a little bit wider of the crease and the ball stays wide, and Camphor doesn't have anything to do with it.
Yeah, this is a good pitch for Broad, I think, though. He's getting exactly the kind of movement he likes, where it's just enough to get the edge but not too much. And he's obviously taken most of the wickets so far as well.
He has 4 for 32. He's in his 12th over, and commentators often get things wrong, even us unpaid pundits. I'd written off Broad as a test match bowler probably 3 or 4 years ago, but he's still going strong, as this is an in-swinger going down the leg stump, and Broad does a celeb appeal, and he can't believe that's been given not out, but it wasn't going to hit probably another 2 stumps on the leg side. He may force his captain into a review, but I'm pretty sure that that's going down leg side, and if they had a good keeper, he would probably tell them that, but they've got Bairstow, so they're going for the review. Let's see what happens. I may be completely wrong, it's happened before. Where's the review jingle? Bowler's review, here we are.
That was out, that was out, that was definitely out. Was that definitely out? I don't know.
That looked like it had much too much swing on first view.
At best, it's just very slightly clippy, and you'll go with the umpire's call on this. I'd have thought it's a lovely delivery, but it was
it swung late-ish, but I'm pretty sure that's done too much. I don't think he got an edge on it. He's about a foot and a half outside the crease line.
It just about hits one leg stump, doesn't it?
Yeah. Let's see what Hawkeye says. Impact in line, wickets missing. Guess what? As we thought. Probably a bit closer than I thought. I thought that was at least another stump going down the leg side, but England have lost the review, and Broad bullied his captain into reviewing that, and it didn't work.
He's now shaking his head. He doesn't believe the technology.
Well, he's got about 400 million people in India who agree with him. It was never going to be out, was it?
I'm not sure how he thinks he can see it properly when he's in his follow-through and looking at the pitch.
But when you do it 1,000 times a year, you do get a feel for whether things are out or not. Well, most people do. Broad doesn't. Anyway, he's in to complete this over, and again that's swinging down the leg side, and it's probably he is legitimately entitled to appeal for that one as he was for the last one. But neither of them are going to be out. The end of the over, 104 for 5. Tucker is 18. Camphor 4. Messi.
Mog says, what? How could it possibly be cold in Melbourne? Yeah. I've just retweeted an invitation from Lord's Cricket Ground for anybody who's in the area fancying a trip to Lord's this evening. They've got so-called cheap seats available from £20 for adults, from £3.40 on. The only catch is you need to buy them online. But just so you know, you can get in for 20 quid.
It's not a bad way to spend an afternoon.
Yeah, and Pirate Bradshaw says Balboni didn't say get bowled out for 30. He said the match against Italy later this summer might only have 30 spectators, would be more important. Though I think he's just dutifully putting out the line spun by Holdsworth.
Anyway, first ball of a new over from Leach, and a delayed LBW appeal. Well, the LBW appeal wasn't delayed, but the umpire's finger has gone up. He was a long way down the wicket, was Tucker. I think he has to review that. I thought he's come a very long way, and a lot has to be going right for that ball to be hitting the stumps. The decision has been immediately reviewed, so let's play that jingle.
I was definitely in. Were you definitely in? I don't know.
Well, let's have a look at this again. He's bowling left arm round. Its pitches on about middle, I would say. He goes for a big sweep, misses. He's a way down the wicket. It's got to be a bit of guesswork on the umpire's point, surely.
I mean, 10 or 15 years ago that protects you, but I'm not sure it does now. It looks like it's hitting in middle and probably carrying on unless it's going to bounce over to me.
Yeah. Well, we're having a look to see whether there's any bat involved. There doesn't seem to be any bat at all. I'm suggesting that it may be going over. As you say, it's pretty straight in terms of line, but from the and also there is a limit to pitching in line, impact in line. Oh, umpire's call! It says he's clipping the bail. It wasn't going over, or it's hitting the off bail, and that decision will stay. And Ireland have lost their 6th wicket. Yes, Tucker, LBW to Leach for 18. I'm not going to say he was unlucky, because the umpire thought it was straight and it was going to hit, and the Hawkeye suggests it was straight and it was going to hit. But as you say, a while back those would never have been given because he was a long way down. Didn't they used to take into account how far down you were as far as the Hawkeye was concerned?
I think there's a... Yeah, how far
sort
is it?
of.
I think it was over I don't know, some 3.5 meters or something was.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean the umpire can't give it. It just means that Hawkeye refuses to make a prediction if you're that far down. So
I didn't see any measurement of that.
We don't know.
So he obviously wasn't far enough for that to be a consideration. Either way, the 6th wicket is down, and we are into the Irish tail. As number 8 batsman comes out, and I'm going to admit that I don't recognise him. I'm going to have to wait till his name comes up on the screen, or he turns around and we can see the name on the back of his shirt. It is Andy McBride, and he's got a jingle, and it goes like this.
He's Andy McBride, he's Andy McBride. Now some say he's a genius and others say inside. He's handy with the ball, he holds them all in thrall. He's Andy McBride, Brine.
Well, after that build-up, let's see what he can do with the bat in his hand. There's some discussions about the field as... the batsman being left-handed and the bowler left-handed. We've got a slip, a leg slip and a short leg as Leach comes into bowl, and he throws it up outside the off stump, and there's a proddy drive from McBride. I'm not sure if he got any bat on that or it's gone through for byes. It has gone through for byes, so he's not off the mark, but they took one more to the total, 105 for 6. A lot of
Gosh,
shuffling.
I'd love to have seen his back foot on that one. It looked like he was dragging out of the crease when it went through Bairstow's hand.
It's a pretty safe thing to do if you're a batsman with Bairstow behind you. Because he has to do two things. He has to actually catch the ball, and he has to destroy the wicket. I'm not sure he's capable of either. The right-handed batsman on strike now is Leach bowls on leg stump and defended into the leg side. The bowler himself fields. Is this the first left-hander of the innings? I think it might be. Let's have a look at this. He had a drive at that, and it's gone through what they call in ice hockey through the 5-hole, which is between the keeper's legs. Camphor faces up to Leach again, short and wide outside the off stump. That's a bit of a gift, and he's cut this out. There is a sweeper out there who is Duckett, who nobody seems to like because they send him far away from everybody else most of the time. It's a single to Camphor. He has 5. We're looking again at that LBW decision. Hey, it's a legitimate appeal. It's legitimate for the umpire to give him out, but the batsman will feel slightly unlucky. I mean, it's just one of those things. You get a long way down, you play the sweep shot, you miss it, and you think, oh, that must be going over. But Hawkeye suggested it was clipping the bail. Leach bowls again, and this is nurdled by McBride off a thickish outside edge down through 2.5 slips. The slip has to run back towards the third man boundary, and there is enough time for them to take 3 runs. So
I'm having to reset my expectations, having last watched Australia's matches in India, where every sweep shot that was missed was coming through at 2 inches above the ground.
Yeah, some Indian pitches in recent years have been interesting.
Yeah.
And whilst the game has gone on, they've been quite exciting, but the games haven't lasted all that long. As the right-handed Camphor back on strike. What is camphor? There used to be a thing like keeping out moths or something. Messi, you're an old person, you might remember this.
Mothballs are made of camphor, aren't they?
Right, is it spelt the same way? This one's flicked out to
I think so.
Square leg
No, it's
by camphor for a single. I think it has an O in.
It's spelt with an O, that is
right.
correct.
Right. All right.
That's the end of the 36 over. 110 for 6. Messi, what are people saying on social media?
Diana Patterson says, delightful to hear Fred's cynicism. And Mark Lambourne says, as an ardent cricket enthusiast, I want more Not Fred and more Jared Kindler. I get Not Fred's issue with JK's delivery. However, Kimber is an invaluable thought leader in cricket analysis. I can read him much more easily than I can listen to him. He tries to fit too many words into the same minute.
Yeah, I mean, there's room for all sorts in this the wonderful world of cricket broadcasting and writing. 110. Sorry, Messi, carry on. Oh, after this ball, sorry. Broad starting a new over to Camphor, which he defends on the half prod forward into the offside. Sorry, Messi. Messi, are you there?
Yes. Well, Dave Sarasara says Andy's high point was getting scores at 3 in ODIs against West Indies and South Africa. Weaker against the short ball.
If Tung comes back into the attack, we might see some short balls, because that's what he was asked to do earlier, somewhat strangely. But Broad is I don't think it could be easy to get the ball out of Broad's hands at the moment, as this is full and straight, and again defended well by Camphor into the offside. Russ, presumably you're looking forward to the Ashes, as most of us are. I know it's not very nice to ignore the match that we're actually watching, but I think even the most one-eyed Irish supporter would suggest that this isn't probably the highlight of the summer as far as English fans are concerned. How do you think it's going to go? Well, you can answer after this ball, because Broad's about to bowl it to Camphor, again defended well by the right-hander. No run.
Interesting. I think I have less faith in my ability to predict this summer than I have in almost any previous Ashes that I can recall. I think the way England's playing recently makes variability very likely, and I think that Australia's good, but maybe not, with weaknesses.
Yeah, that's very true, and I think you're right that it is intriguing and it is difficult to call. Australia, of course, haven't won a series in England for over 2 decades. As Broad wider from the crease bowls, and this is driven sweetly and straight by Camphor. Broad has to fall to his right quite quickly to get a hand on that and stop it. No run. Yes, but I'm going to go back on myself and say we shouldn't be talking about the Ashes. We're in the middle of a test match here, and we should be concentrating on this test match.
Well, I will
yourself on the wrist.
Yeah.
Respond to the commentator from earlier if I've got time between this Dick's ball. Which I don't know if I will or not.
Just hold off for a second as Broad has started his run up. Headband flapping in the breeze behind him, and he bowls, and again Camphor angles us into the offside, thinks of a single. There probably was one there, but they didn't take one.
The exact quote from Balbirnie was, "The Ashes is their most important thing. I'd imagine they'll be looking at this as a glorified warm-up. If we get bowled out for 30 in both innings against England but qualify for both World Cups, that's a win. That's our most successful summer ever. I hope that doesn't happen, but World Cups are where we get our most publicity on the world stage and back home, particularly for a tournament in India and what that brings." So that's the context of this match, I guess, from the Irish perspective.
Which is a shame, frankly.
It is a shame, but it's the nature of how the ICC asks them to play.
This is full and wide and driven sweetly by Camphor. He didn't necessarily get his foot all the way out there, but the bat caught the ball absolutely spack on, and it runs away to extra cover for 4 runs.
Now my innings going, great guns. I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
But I suppose in the same way as before Ashes series, a lot of weight is put on the comments of various people involved with the with the nations and with the teams, with the management and with the pundits. I haven't heard Glenn McGrath suggest that Australia are going to win 5-0 yet, but I'm sure it's only just a matter of time before that happens.
I'm sure he has.
Let's be honest, we'd be disappointed if he didn't, would we?
Yes, absolutely.
That was. We're seeing a replay of that shot. It was really a very nice shot indeed. It was wide and full, and he didn't miss out. Again, front foot not going towards the ball, but it's where the bat hits the ball that's important. So that was the last ball of Broad's over. Sorry, Messi, I didn't take that into account, and Leach is ready to start his new over. And he'll be bowling to McBride, who just nudges forward and pushes into the offside. No run. Are there any tweets we can see if we can get them through between deliveries?
Brian Barry says, I got into some Irish tale when I was in college. I ended up marrying a nice southern woman. Jared Kimber has just tweeted ? Because he was tagged in the previous. Obviously doesn't know what's going on.
Right, lucky he can't hear. This one from Leach goes past the outside edge. Maybe McBride played inside it, or maybe he was beaten. I think he was beaten. Played down the wrong line rather than beaten by turn, as Leach is in again to McBride, pushes up much wider, does get a little bit of turn, but it's sweetly hit between the extra cover and the cover fielder and down to the boundary for 4 runs. Yeah, it was a good shot. The offer was there and he took it. Let's just say, in case Jared has tuned in, that we all love Jared Kimber, and we admire his works in every sphere. Leach in again to McBride. Again prods forwards and defends.
Leah tells us Camphor is German for camphor. There you go. And Dr. Zeus says mothballs made of camphor flavoured naphthalene, I think.
Oh, this is that a drop, or did he hit that into the ground? Either way, he's got a. I think he may have balled that into Root's chest, or was it on the fall? It's a bit hard to tell. Either way, it got to Root very quickly. It's hit him on the chest and bounced out of his midriff and onto the ground. I think that's a drop, as Leach bowls again, and this is Fuller and defended by McBride. The end of the over. Was that a drop? I don't know. Nobody seemed particularly bothered about it. There were no heads on hands from the bowler or other fielders. But let's have a look at the slow motion. Yeah, that is a drop. It got to him very quickly. He sort of tried to bring his hands up to his chest. It hit him in the chest and then bounced pretty quickly onto the ground from that. Yeah, it would have been out, but isn't. End of the over. Messi.
Dr. Suso says, greetings from the US. Great to listen to Guerrilla Cricket again after a long wait. Another great baseball cricket I'm looking forward to enjoying with you guys at the microphone. Can't find Pokey Bungfinger on YouTube though. Oh, he was there earlier.
Well, maybe he's searching for something quite different. We are going to have a change of bowling, and it is England's newbie into the attack. And if I can find his jingle, I will play it.
Tongue love, Josh Tongue. Let's get together and lick 'em.
His first ball is a good length ball outside the off stump, defended by Camphor, and I'm very pleased to see that they've dispensed with this experiment of him bowling short. I mean, he is bowling a different batsman now, but he's got 3 slips, and he looks like he's being asked to bowl a classic seam bowler's line just outside the off stump and try and get the outside edge. Of these 218 4-6, he's got a leg slip as well. So 3 slips, a backward point, a mid off, a mid on, a square leg, and a leg slip and a fine leg. As this next ball is outside the off stump and just guided by Camphor to that backward point fielder. No run. Russ, I don't know whether you were watching before lunch when Tongue was bowling without any slips and being asked to pitch the ball halfway down the wicket. It was seemingly a plan, either a plan for the batsmen that were in, or more likely to see if he could be relied upon to bowl that line later in the year, as he comes in and bowls to Camphor, who just nudges this into the offside past the point fielder. England's captain Stokes chases it back 3/4 of the way to the boundary, but they do come back for 2 runs.
Yeah, it may be a case of analytics gone wrong, where they come to the conclusion that because one batter is vulnerable to short pitch, they should make that the only thing they're attempting to do. It's always hard to tell these days.
Yeah, but from the fields that are set, you can pretty much judge what's coming, and
you can, which makes it really easy for a batter to just ignore it, right?
You would have thought so. Let's see what Tongue does to Camphor. This is flashed away outside the off stump into the ground and then into the hands of the point fielder. It got to him pretty quickly, but comfortably fielded. Yeah, I mean, if you set up a field like that, then batsman pretty much knows what's coming. I mean, you can bluff and throw in a Yorker, see what happens, but he didn't. He was bowling a consistently short line earlier in the day. We're going to have a change after this over, which is in 2 balls time, as Tongue comes in and bowls, and this is a flowing drive by Camphor. Unfortunately, he missed the ball completely. Well, fortunately for him, because he could have got an outside edge, and there's a keeper of sorts and 3 slips waiting.
Not the best shot. They've been very aggressive, though.
Well, it's
at times, these two.
It's a tricky situation. How do they go about it? Maybe they've bought into the so-called Bazball revolution and say we're going to hit our way out of every situation. Doesn't always work. 120 for 6. Tongue to complete this over. He's up to the wicket now and bowls, and Camphor gets behind it, defends the end of the 39th over. 120 for 6. We're going to have a change. Andy has come into the seat next to me. Who's going in and who's going out?
No, you're going to stay.
I'm staying. Okay.
Yep, and Hendo's going to come in.
So it's goodbye to Messi and Russ for the moment. Thank you, gentlemen.
We'll see you in a bit
later.
Yep.
Can you tell Hendo we're up to date on tweets, and there's a furious discussion on YouTube going on about why Poms are called limeys by the Americans. Which,
that was limes on the ships to prevent you from scurvy. That's what we were taught at school, so it's probably wrong.
Yeah, although limes were not as good as either lemons or oranges for that, apparently. They were sort of only about 30% as efficient for preventing scurvy. But they were better than nothing. Hendo has graciously honoured us with his presence. The bear has come in and flicked around with a couple of computers. Who's on ball by ball?
That's going to be me. We've been working.
People.
Exactly. We've been working on our tongue puns in the green room. So, do you know? Does he have a partner, or is he tongue free and single?
Oh dear.
Did you see that one coming?
I don't know, but we're going to get a tongue lashing from our Twitter.
Oh, that was my one, tongue lashing. I was going to say that if he took about 5 wickets today. We got a very good one if he's caught in the cordon that's next to the wicket keeper.
Well, I just did that one. Though.
Oh, you've done that already, have you? Oh, bloody hell. It's been wasted.
Oh, dear.
I thought you wasted it off air, but you've already got it in. Now, where are we up to on
We're
tweets?
up to date, apparently.
Oh, well, that's
according
very
to
good news.
messages.
Okay, thanks.
But I don't
Mason.
know when he said that. He's on different time zone. He's like
Yeah, we were up
14
to
hours
date
ahead of
12
us or
hours
something.
ago. Yes.
I presume we're having a drink now.
I will, thanks.
Yeah.
No,
Thanks
no.
for offering. Yeah, exactly.
I saw you drinking your... Oh, you've got it there. Your lemonade. I presume it's lemonade. Could be vodka in there, I suppose.
It is lemonade.
You don't drink, do you, really, Fred?
I drink a little bit.
Drink a bit of
not very
cider
much.
from time to time, don't
Yeah.
you?
Yeah. Because I'm usually driving, to be fair.
Treat yourself to a sort of alcohol-free lager once in a while.
No, I don't like the taste
No,
of
they're-
lager.
well, apparently there's some new ones, aren't there? That are out. They're supposed to be quite nice now.
But I don't like the taste of lager.
Oh, you don't? In that
There's
case,
no point simulating the taste of something you don't like.
Fair point. Fair point. With you on that.
I expect England are alcohol free. I mean, it's day one. Get down to day three, they might have a few vodkas in the drinks being brought out. But it's day one for the moment. And first day of the season, to set an example.
I do remember when I was quite young, I think Glenn Turner, the New Zealand batsman who played county cricket for a long time for Worcestershire,
Superb batsman.
got his 100th 100 first class 100 in a county game, and somebody came out with a glass of champagne on a tray
Oh, how
for
wonderful.
him to drink. Oh, that was very nice.
That is very nice. Yeah, absolutely. Glenn Turner. I mean, he got a really big 100 against somebody, didn't he? He was
As opposed to a small 100.
A baby 100.
He got a 100 that's hardly worth mentioning. No, he did. He was a superb batsman, Glenn Turner.
He was. He seemed to have not played all as much as he should have done for New Zealand. I don't know whether there was issues involved, but he played county cricket for 20 years, I would have thought.
Yeah.
Very successful.
That was great. I mean, those days, he harked back, but it was really great when you had overseas players that stayed with you for a whole summer.
Oh, well,
or more than one.
For a decade.
For a
in some
decade,
cases.
absolutely. And that was,
when they talk about people learning from top quality overseas players, you don't learn from them if they've flown in for 2 games and won T20,
not really.
do you?
I don't think so.
Change of bowling. It's going to be this chap.
I've heard from pots that the kettle's a filthy black. You know he might do. Let's bring him into the attack.
The leg slips back in for England's attention span challenged management team. Probably be out again a couple of balls. That one goes through to Bairstow for no run.
Yeah, I thought Potts bowled quite well this morning without taking a wicket. He bowled a couple of really good balls that moved off the seam. I think he's an impressive bowler, and actually, you might get more action this summer than I sort of.
Well,
thought.
he's squad player rather than a first 11.
Yes.
You would think.
Yes.
Not a bad guy to have in home conditions anyway. McBride faces up, Potts is right arm round. He slices that over/through slip and gully. He's got 4 either way. I'm not sure how much control there was in that.
Very little.
No, I think he was looking at extra cover and the ball flew through backward point.
Yeah.
But you can't put your slips everywhere. Whether you have gaps in the middle or whether you bunch them together, it doesn't matter. It's going to go through a gap sometimes.
There speaks a captain.
Exactly. They're going to go through a gap all the time.
Ooh.
That one tails in a bit from Potts. I don't know why he's so clearly got half a bat on that.
Yeah.
Like many bowlers I've captained, ball hits pad equals appeal.
I do remember sweeping to deep backward square leg and being given out LBW. On one occasion.
Might have been pad first.
No, it definitely wasn't pad first.
Hendo, you don't strike me as the type to bear a grudge after 40
A
years.
30-year-old decision in a friendly game.
Well, the funny thing was, it was kind of my mentor really from years before.
No,
was
that
my
was to be fair, that was thigh pad first, but it was all very high. That one's in a very similar area, but Potts is getting a bit of bounce and it's clearly going above the stumps. Nonetheless, McBride is struggling to line it up properly.
Potts to the box there, I think.
Do you really? I mean, surely you bear a grudge about some decisions in your cricketing career. Everyone does, don't they?
Not many
Not
I
bear a
can
grudge,
think
but
of, but it's not that I was on 99 and given out very often. So.
Oh right, okay, fair enough.
I was the one who engendered the grudges rather than...
Yes.
Potts is in again. Same kind of thing, but McBride that time shovels it round the corner. It beats leg slip, but they've also got a long leg. I don't know. They don't really do traditional fields, these guys, but hey, it's worked for them so far. We will see if it works against Australia and India, but I think it will be fun finding out.
To be fair, if you have got a leg slip in and you're expecting, maybe an in-swinger to be turned around there, it makes sense to have a long leg behind them.
I suppose so, yeah,
behind
as
the
long
leg
as they're
slip.
not in line with each other. Another captain's bane.
Not just a captain's bane, but if you're the person in the second layer of attack and you know you've got a bloke right in front of you, it's really, really irritating. Yes.
Now, McBride is on strike. Again, is he though?
No, it's Camphor.
Yes, it must be. Camphor's right-handed.
Yes,
He punches that one out into the covers. I'm right and Sky Sports is wrong, as usual.
They're just very slow sometimes to change it round.
They put up a graphic about the England bowlers earlier on. I mean, we knocked the BBC.
Bowlers? Did they really?
Bowlers.
Oh, the
Yes.
bowlers. Classic. I hope someone took a screenshot of that.
Hope that wasn't on our mutual ex-colleague's watch. Probably not.
Maybe that's the new woke way of spelling it for some reason.
Could be, yeah.
I mean, they've changed batsmen, haven't they?
What's the angriest you've been on a cricket field?
The angriest I've been on a cricket field. Oh, that's going to be a good one, but it will need some thought, I
yes.
think. Yeah,
It probably relates to cheating umpires on other sides, usually.
Or I could even say, what's the angriest you've been not on a cricket field?
I can tell you the angriest I've been not on a cricket field, because I still do bear a grudge about this.
Yeah.
I'd played 18-game season. I'd played 17 games.
Yeah.
I played every game. Came to the last game. We need to win to avoid relegation. They put someone from this is in the second team. They took someone down from the first team, and they put me into the first team. And they tried to tell me I'd been promoted.
Promotion.
They wouldn't even. I'll be honest about it. I was absolutely steaming. In the end, the guy from the first team that's turned down to long leg for a single. In the end, the guy from the first team said, "No, fuck you, I'm not doing that anyway." So I went back down. But then, having been left out and went back down, I didn't bat or bowl in this game.
Oh, God.
Or I batted 10 and didn't bowl. And yeah, in fact, I should have just left the club. Actually,
Hey, you probably did about 6 months later.
I probably
You've
did.
played for more
Yeah.
clubs than anyone I've ever met.
I'm not as bad as some, but I've had my moments. Yes.
You're the Sam North East of outer
I'm the
North
Benny
London.
McCarthy we were talking about earlier of North London cricket.
Yeah.
What about you? The angriest you've been in respect to recreational cricket?
Oh, that's a good one. I don't tend to get angry all that much.
Oh no, we were professionals in our field, and emotional control was a big part of it.
What, as in your poker days?
Exactly, yeah.
Yes.
Well, I still knew some angry poker players.
Oh, yes.
Tongue is in again. That's down the leg side. Bairstow grabs it and doesn't drop it. Well done.
Tongue is in again, expecting the pawn bot to be enjoying this test match. So whoever said that Bairstow looks like he's put on a few pounds, he looks like he's put a few around the jowls as well.
Yeah.
I think he has been getting a little bit porkier over the last year and a half.
They say the camera adds £10, so just bear in mind there are like 4 cameras in here when you see,
Absolutely.
when you see pictures of us on YouTube.
We're practically skeletons.
Tongue is in again, and an odd shot from Camphor. Tried to pull it, but it wasn't very convincing. Maybe didn't get up as far as he thought. Just sort of hit him on the hip and dribbled out into nowhere.
I have to say, you've gone very quiet on the Twitter sphere. We haven't had a tweet for 16 whole minutes.
Well, what about you, Hendo? The angriest you've been in relation to not? We know you get angry every day in relation
Yes.
to international cricket, but your own cricket.
It's a really tough. The two that I remember.
The 15 that I remember most.
Yeah, maybe
Of that year.
We may be sometime. I'll tell you in a minute.
Tongue's going to come in with his tongue out of his mouth, and that's pulled somewhere. He's got most of a bat on it, Camphor, and it's beaten square leg, and it's going to go for 4.
I do believe that I left a hole in a dressing room cupboard after getting out at, I think it was old Wimbledonians or old Rutlishians, because obviously that was a crackingly important game.
Derby game, yeah.
And I did demolish my own stumps after being caught down the leg side off my glove
Should be a life ban.
in incredibly dark weather, and thinking this bloke should not be bowling bouncers at me at that time of night.
Tongue just the 2 slips now and ducks under it. Camford hits him on the helmet and is not. Yes, going to go for 4. The fielder was there, the ball was there. He hit the rope. I'm not sure he fielded that cleanly, but we'll see.
We'll probably spend 10 minutes looking at this.
Maybe
from
you don't.
angles.
Well, do you not in test? Because he's just signalled leg buys. I think he's.
Well,
But,
it's leg buys either way. But
well, I know, but he hasn't signalled 4. Camphor tried to duck under that. It didn't get up on him. It just hit him on the helmet. And as is mandatory, they will come out and have just a quick check on him. I'm pretty sure this was 4 for my money. Maybe not. Well, no.
No, he's
Okay.
done brilliantly,
Lost
actually.
another one. Yep, saved 2.
Yeah, unless they come back and hit him on the toe.
It was just that after he did field it, he bear hugged the sponge there and took about 4 of them out.
I mean, if you know it, there's not much point in trying to hide it, is there? Really?
Is that Duckett?
Yeah, it's Duckett. Yeah.
Well, do they review this kind of thing in tests in red ball cricket?
They should just say, Duckett. I do remember actually being angry once when we used to play a midweek 20-over tournament, and it was murder getting people there after work and stuff. And this was pretty much the days before mobile phones as well, and you never know when people were turning up, and delayed trains and all this kind of thing. And we had to field our first innings with 10 men because somebody wasn't there yet. Our opening batsman hadn't turned up. He was stuck on a train somewhere. Then he did turn up. He went out to opening the batting, and the opposition refused to let him back because they said he wasn't there for the first half,
right.
and they weren't having it, and there was no such rule. They just made it up basically, but that was extremely annoying.
Just Ideal says I'm misty-eyed, harking back to the days when England was the epicentre of not just the world, but the cricket universe. Well, I've no real desire for England to be the epicentre of the world.
That's where you put the map, isn't it? Really?
When international cricketers could do no better than a permanent county cricket contract. Well, yeah, I suppose so, but it was good.
Tongue is in, it's onto the hip of Camphor, drops it into the leg side, there's no run. I thought of another one actually. One weekend, I got first bowler on Saturday. Okay, fine.
Happens.
It happens. We play on Sunday. I'm captain. We're batting second, and for some reason we haven't got a ball, or we got it's 2 minutes before we have got to go out to bat, and we're supposed to provide a ball, and there isn't one. And because I can't delegate anything to the bunch of clowns in my team, I have to go and look for it.
Well, you mean you're a control freak?
Probably, yes. I go and look for it. Can't find it anywhere. Just digging up everything.
Old
balls.
boxes.
Yes, exactly. Finally find one. Come back out, totally stressed. The guy bowls me a ball, managed to swing both ways in the same ball.
Another first ball.
Another first baller, clean bowled. Yeah.
Yes. And that was supposedly other people's fault, both of those.
Yes, absolutely. Potts is in again, round the wicket, and that's a good shot from McBride. Is it going to beat the fielder? I don't think so. He's around, picks it up. Is that Leach
It
again?
is.
Yep,
Yep.
he's been quite busy.
He's a right-handed thrower.
Yep, he is.
It looks that way, yeah. Yep.
It's strange, isn't
Well,
it?
Some
there was a
strange
time when
people
he was
do
a
that.
left-handed thrower as well, but he sorted that out.
Harsh.
I know it's true. He was done for throwing.
Well, yes. But that's happened to many a cricketer.
Many a spin bowler.
Many a spin bowler, yes. Jeff Cope, remember him?
No.
I don't think he was ever called, actually, was he?
I don't know.
Potts is in, 3 slips and a leg slip, and it does dip into McBride, dip and then rise, and again England seem to have a plan here where they're trying to hit them with back of a length stroke short balls, but they're handling it okay at the moment.
But why? I mean, this is Ireland's number 8, isn't it?
Yeah, why not just bowl full swinging balls at the stumps?
Yes. I mean, somebody once asked Fred Truman this on.
It's not all
he
about
says,
you,
why don't
Fred.
they bowl in swinging Yorkers? And Agnew said, well, you can't do that every ball.
Oh, that's a good pull shot by McBride. They're giving him plenty of practice around there. He's got hold of that one, nice and crisp, backward square for 4.
2 + 2 is on man.
So Agnew followed up with, well, if you could do it every ball, why didn't you do it every ball?
Yeah.
And Truman thought for a second and said, well, you've got to have variety.
I've always thought that people say that about Yorkers, especially in the white ball game these days. And someone gets hit, full toss goes for 6, and they say, "Why don't you just bowl Yorkers?" Well, they're trying to bowl Yorkers.
Potts, that's left alone outside off stump. Well, that's what happened in the last over of the IPL final. I think they need 11 to win, and Mohit Sharma bowled 4 perfect Yorkers. They got 1 run off them.
Yeah.
He tried to bowl 2 more, and they went for 6 and 4.
Yeah, I mean, his last ball was terrible, wasn't
His last ball was he will be disappointed with in football speak.
Yes.
Well, it's a full toss down
the
the
first.
leg
I mean,
side.
the 6 from Jadeja was tremendous, actually.
Jadeja managed to get underneath one for 6.
The batsman has the choice of being anywhere in about 2 yards of where he meets the ball. So, the bowler doesn't know where that's going to be.
Potts is in. Hopefully he knows where the ball's going to be. Not really, because it was full down the leg side. But the batsman missed it and there's no run.
John Atherton says, I think this is in regards to the argument about it going to be 20 quid after tea if you want to go and fill up some of the empty seats at Lord's. He says, why not free after tea? There are loads of empty seats. Absolutely right. Maybe not free, maybe a fiver. But, I think it's
You might get 60 overs.
You might. It just seems unnecessarily penny pinching from the MCC, I presume it is, unless it's the ECB who has control of these things.
Well, the MCC don't get all the money from a Lord's Test, do they? Surely
Don't
not.
know.
I did see, sorry Andy,
The top of off, and that's played back down on the leg side for no run.
that there were more overs scheduled for each day of this 4-day game.
Oh, are they?
I think there's more.
What,
I think there's
98 per day? Oh, really?
Good.
Okay.
England's still bowling at 12 and a half an hour, so...
Well, yeah, so you come in after tea, you could get sort of
You
50
could-
overs. It's not bad value, that at all.
I used to do that with a friend of mine. We used to go up to Nottingham the day before we had tickets and then go to Trent Bridge at about lunchtime and pick up an afternoon ticket from a tout. And you'd get some pretty good, I think 2 sessions, you'd get quite good deals.
Absolutely.
138 for 6, Ireland. Camphor and McBride have both in the high teens. They must have put on 25-30. Helped, I think, by England's bowling, which unusually they haven't changed their plan. Perhaps they should. They like to change their field positions, but not so much their bowling plans. It's another short one down the arse. Bairstow picks it up, hurls it in the direction of first slip without looking.
I mean, I think there's an element of complacency about England here, and I think it's to do with the fact that they're actually trying a few things out for later in the season.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly with tongue before lunch.
Yeah, and they think, we've got this game.
Yeah.
And so let's just have a little bit of experimentation.
And that has never come back to bite anyone in the history of cricket.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Here comes Tongue. He doesn't care. He's just trying to take wickets. Oh, and slashed away by Camphor down to third man. It was a full-ish ball, but it was very wide. Gave him a lot of room, and he got a bottom edge, basically, but it's 4 more.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Ireland were 98 for 6, weren't they?
No, 104 for 6.
There's something around there, anyway, yeah. They've put it on another 40.
It's a decent little stand. This has not necessarily been without alarm.
Ooh,
But,
is this a double runs at number 8, Claxon? Partnership is 38 from 43 balls. So, as I said, their best bet to try and score.
For 6.
I really don't think this is doing anything for them. Their long-term bowling ambitions. These younger players like Potts and Tongue, but I do think it has the look of
Someone's playing
experimentation
his
about it.
debut. Shouldn't you just let him bowl?
Yes. But unless they're saying, well, as Hendo said, we want to try you to see whether you can do this, whether you can sustain a certain line of bowling short for a few overs in a row, which, as you say, is testing for later in the year, possibly.
Well, aren't there quicker bowlers around who can do that?
Good take.
It was quite a good take by Bairstow. Actually, another one tested him down the leg side. He scampered across and picked it up.
Well, actually, I don't think there are really anymore because we've lost Archer, and Mark Wood will probably only play 3 tests, maybe 2 Ashes tests. So in terms of pure pace, there aren't that many alternatives, are there?
Well, who's the quickest uncapped bowler in county cricket?
Well, I'm guessing they're thinking Steve Tongue. I knew I'd say it at some point. Josh Tongue.
Is he the quickest, though?
He's not uncapped anymore.
No, he's not. And that one's played down to point for no run. Apart from that, though.
I did see somebody put 100 quid on him at 5,000 to 1 to be a test player when he was 11 years old. This was a story in the paper yesterday.
Oh, really?
And they were crowing about it, and I was just thinking, it was funny if he pulls
Turned
a
an
hamstring
ankle in the warm-up.
before the game.
Cash that one out.
No, you wouldn't know, would you? He's
Well,
been named in the team.
That sounds a bit sketchy. I'm not sure.
Well, no, it was quite detailed, the story.
Maybe the bookies just thought, 100 quid free money, yeah. Played down to square leg for no run.
Yeah, what I was going to say, though, we did see this morning that Tongue did get up to 91, but again, the notion of sustaining that and making it, kind of a vicious spell in the mould
exactly. It's all very well
of a
bowling,
Jofra Archer
bowling
or
your
Mark Wood,
quickest
yeah.
ball at 91. Yes, not giving someone a working over.
No, absolutely. So I think they are experimenting.
Well, I watch a lot of baseball, and speed is useful, but it's very much not the be. You have to be a pitcher. You can throw the ball 100 miles an hour in baseball, but if it doesn't do much, and if you can't put it where you want to put it, then you're not very valuable. You have to be a pitcher as well as. It's obviously good to have the natural ability to bowl at that, to pitch at that pace, but that's not everything.
Potts is in, left alone outside off stump, no run. I think that was Middlesex's favourite, Angus Fraser, in the crowd we just saw.
He was being wrong to the person next to him.
Was he talking to... it was Strauss, wasn't it? Sitting next to him?
It may have been.
I thought it was Strauss. Messi Jez says, no, it's only 90 overs per day, though it ought to be 98. And Just Ideal says...
You might as well make it 150. They're not going to bowl them anyway.
Perhaps Gorillando Young Tongue is there to test the iron gloves of YJB. Maybe.
Potts is in again. No joy for him so far, but that's I didn't think that looked so bad. But then it's not one of those. Doesn't quite look right. It just got up a bit. It was a round off stump. It was probably too high. They're still having a chat about it.
I think he's got an edge on it personally.
That might be it. Yes. Are England going to burn their last review?
They're being rather blasé with their reviews today, aren't
they?
No,
he's doing it. He's just well.
This is another example of England's complacency.
Yes.
In for a penny. You're going to get someone.
That was definitely out. Was that definitely out?
I don't know.
I'm going to say, Hendo, what you were saying earlier about England trying stuff rather than just bowling them out was a little bit dismissive of Ireland, as if to say, well, if they were just bowling straight, then they would have bowled them and knocked them over by now. But they're trying stuff, so it doesn't look a bad pitch for batting on at the moment.
That's a decent pitch for batting on, I think. I do think that. I don't think there is an inside edge there, actually.
It looks high.
It's too high, definitely.
It may be clipping at best.
Yeah, he's almost on his tiptoes, and it's hit the top of the flap at the top of his left pad.
I do think that there's been, this whole thing of the 4-day thing. I know it may not be insulting to Rog and whatever, but it is slightly insulting.
It is. It absolutely is.
But then
it's insulting to the sport of Test cricket.
Yeah, but I thought it was also quite entertaining that basically... it's umpire's call on that one, but anyway.
Just clipped.
England will be furious they've retained their review.
No, they can. No, they'll be pleased. They can burn it again now.
Yeah. Abroad's going yes.
But I did think it was entertaining when various members of the Ireland team were saying about Josh Little. Well, it's not a pinnacle game.
Fuck them.
I thought that was.
Honestly, just for saying that, they should take Test cricket away from them.
That was a fantastic retort.
They haven't played a home test for.
5 years.
They're not playing this year. It will be at least 6 years before they play a home test, and they're talking about. I mean, honestly, use it or lose it. You've got test status. Play games at home. Oh, we're going to lose money. Well, I'm sorry. You're supposed to play Test cricket. Oh, is that an edge?
Yes, I think it is best. I was throwing it up in the air. It was an edge. England all happy. They got the wicket anyway. They kept their review, and that one is caught behind. And imagine if they'd lost that review and then it hadn't been given, but it was.
And also.
So that's a bit of a stretch.
Imagine. I'm trying to imagine it. I'm not making sense of it, sorry.
It was a good length ball with a little bit of movement.
Yeah.
Funnily enough.
I'm saying if that previous one had gone over the stumps, and then if that one hadn't been given.
Oh, and they didn't have a review.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. They'd have been furious in that completely hypothetical situation.
Exactly. Well, McBride's gone for 19 off 23, which is, I think that's okay in that situation. That's actually 38 because runs at number 8 count double. So that's not too bad.
Let me just say that I'm very disappointed with your tweeting in the last sort of 25 minutes.
Are you not refreshing it or something?
Post-lunch lull.
I am refreshing it, yes. No, certainly there are one or two coming through, but nothing very much.
Does technology.
Well, I was having problems. I was just trying to create the Uber app because I've now been left in the lurch by Tony's having to go home because his cat's in a very bad state. That I've got no transport to get home, so I was having to sort of download the Uber, and having all sorts of trouble with it.
Of course. It's very difficult download.
Even the bear was having trouble with it. So there you go.
Righty-ho, well, I shall queue up the next batsman in inverted commas, if I know who he is. We're running out of possibilities. But then again... Oh, is it going to be...
Hand?
Yeah, Fionn Haig. Wasn't that the wife of William Haig?
Yes,
William Haig, yes, it was, yes.
With a double F, yes.
Fuck off.
Like Lloyd.
While we've been indulging in our whimsy, that was quite a good ball from Potts. He did pitch it up a bit. It nipped away up the hill, and it was a airy drive from Balbirnie, and not Balbirnie, he's been out already, from McBride, and that was the end of him. No, it's Mark Adair. They're hiding their hand.
They are. Very good.
Who's coming
See what he
up?
did there?
Who's coming up? Who's coming up? Who's coming up? Who's coming up? It's a dare. You got pulled up the island.
3 slips and a gully for him, right-handed, lets it go outside off stump.
Play the rest of this jingle. Oh, Mixmaster Titmus.
Now that I would pay to go and see at the Hippodrome.
I don't think you would.
No.
Mark Adair, another player better known for his World Cup exploits, but as you say, if they only play one test a year, that's going to be the case.
I mean, he bowled so impressively in 2019, didn't he?
That's a nice cover drive, but the fielder is across, picks it up, no runs. Stokes.
Pirate Badshaw says Bazball essentially undermines the notion of 5 days anyway, so why bother moaning about it? Yeah, fair point. Also, can you not call it Bazball? Can you call it Stokey Cullen Ball? I'm trying to get... I've been on to the cricketer about this. I've said... Because David Gower said they needed a better name than Bazball, so I offered them the Guerrilla Cricket version, which is Stokey Cullen Ball. Gets all 3 men involved. Stoke, Key, Cullen, and Ball.
Rolls off the tongue, yeah. Potts is in, covered up by Adair. Into the leg side is no run. We are going to have a change in a moment. The Bears coming in, the rest of us are going out. Messers and Russ will be back from Australia, and that will be happening imminently.
Matthew Cohen says, I read a very interesting paper on the depolymerization of polycarbonates using an organic superbase called DBU 1.8 Dyer's Bicycle 5.4.0 Undeck 7 ENE. With you on in the background. Ask for tweets and you will get tweets.
There you go. You know what? I started my university career doing polymer science and technology.
The Bear does polymer science and technology, but he doesn't do math. He doesn't do the math.
No, he does.
He doesn't do the math. He can't count between 2014 and 2023.
Wow.
Who's due in now then?
It's me. It's Russ. And it's Messi.
All right, I'm going. Bye.
Bye.
See ya.
So another one bites the dust. 142 for 7. England's going to be back before the end of the day, and hopefully quite soon. Josh Tongue with a tash, which I don't like the tash, but he has the beard, which kind of saves it. Kind of way. And
it's a little bit pirate, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a little bit pirate, but it does kind of save it. I don't like tashes without... Oh, look, there's a top edge. Around the wicket is Tongue into Camphor. He manages glove high on the bat. Bairstow jumps to try and catch it, but it goes over him and down. Very, very fine for 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Well, at least someone new has got a wicket. It being Potts rather than the old boys of Broad and Leach. Kind of makes up for a little bit. Tongue is coming in around the wicket once more, short. Reasonably pacey. Camphor has nothing to do with that. It goes through to the keeper. What time is it over in Oz now?
Just after midnight. So, not quite early by my standards. So it's all right.
What are you doing? What's your day job, Russ?
It's just gone 10 o'clock here.
What's your day job, Russ?
I work in transport planning. So, standard 9 to 5 stuff.
Okay, 9 to 5. Oof. What's the weather like in Melbourne at the moment? You had an earthquake the other day, didn't you? Jesus. Tongue round the wicket into the pads this time. A Camphor turns it to... Well, he's almost square leg, but he's got a helmet on. I presume it's Ollie Pope. He's good 12, 15 yards back from the bat.
We did have an earthquake, and I'm not sure if this comes through on the mics, but I live right close to a rail line, so it's probably an earthquake when you live next to a rail line. It's like, is that a freight train?
It's 4.5, isn't that reasonable? I presume everyone felt it. Tongue. Oh, that's come off the body. Maybe the thigh pad, or they seemed to be a little bit higher than that. Of Camphor. He didn't play a shot. And he wasn't avoiding it, and it wasn't dangerous. Yeah, therefore, fair enough. It's not given us a run. It's a dead ball.
I certainly felt it. It was a bit of a jolt, but it wasn't a big jolt.
Okay.
I've been in bigger earthquakes in Italy.
I didn't even know you had earthquake zones in Australia. I thought, that's the whole point. You're a continent and surrounded by probably plates outside of Australia. But there you go.
It's 120 years since the last level 4 earthquake in Melbourne, so it's been a while.
Within 100k. We had one last 2 years ago that was 5 point something, about 150 k's away. So.
Oh, okay. That is pulled again. I don't like this. I don't know. His tongue is being told this, or he wants to do this. I mean, Fred presumed that he was being told to do this. I'm not sure this line really works. He seems to have pace, and he could bowl a normal line and length and probably get a wicket anyway, but he's bowling around a wicket at Camphor, who again gets something on it. It goes fine once again, and they get 2 more runs again.
Yeah, Camphor strikes me. Some players you think they'll have a lot of time. Camphor's the opposite. He never seems to have time to play the ball, and it is surprising that they're not just taking advantage of the pace. Well, maybe that's why they're bouncing him. Possibly.
He grew up in South Africa. Oh, now that's out, surely. I thought he went to pull that. It's either come off gloves or helmet, because it seemed to slow down before it got to Bairstow. Come on, you can burn the review again, because Tongue wants a wicket. He came a little bit down the track and then tried to pull it. I think it was too quick on him. Exactly, he didn't have time. It did seem to slow down on its way through to the keeper. No, they didn't review it.
I think it came up off his shoulder.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they didn't review it. Let's have a look. Yeah, he took a step outside leg stump. Oh, it came off his head. He sconned it. That's just what slowed it down. Didn't get anywhere near it with the bat. It's pretty ugly cricket all round, really.
Yeah.
It wasn't that far from the bat, to be fair. But it was definitely the helmet that slowed it down. And then ended the 45th over, 148 for 7. You got any tweets there, Messrs?
Yeah, Just Ideal says, "Dear Gorilla Hendo, can't you just fill the post-lunch lull with a rant about the travesty that is numbers on the back of Test cricketers?"
We can have a rant about politics in our own country if we want. Sure, Hendo could go off on that.
Yeah, well, that's the never-ending rant.
Yeah.
Matthew Cullen says, "The bear did polymer science. Brilliant. I've just started a PhD in chemical recycling of mixed plastics in Bath."
Don't ask me anything about it. Oh, that's got to be Ed, surely. No? Ah, dear. Stretching for one that was obviously going away from him further outside his off stump. And once again, I got fooled, and he didn't get anything on it. It's caught by Bear standard.
That's the 4th time today, Bear.
Yeah, well, you get those ones that I haven't watched much cricket. And it started wide and just went wider. It looked like he swung the bat at it. It wasn't too far from the bat. Could have quite easily caught the bat, but it didn't. Carried on going after it, went past the bat. Adair still to get off the mark. Potts is in, driven back to him by Adair, and there is no run. Yeah, I did polymer science and technology. It was the only course they offered. I wanted to go to Manchester, and they said, "You can do this course because you fucked up your A-levels." I said, "Yeah, all right then." It was Dallas Dishwater. Had a year off, got really stoned, and came back and didn't really want to do it. But I got lucky. It was quite easy, and managed to scrape through a year of that.
Matthew Cullen wants to know if this implies I've got a future in cricket commentary and or day drinking.
Oh,
I've always wanted to be like the bear.
Both.
There's something you don't hear every day.
Well, everyone wants to be like me. That's defended back to the bowler once more, and there is no run. Anyone can have a career doing this. Day drinking, that's really easy. Although I have to say I've slowed up on that. Getting old is really boring. I went to the pub the other day, actually, and met someone for a business lunch. Got absolutely hammered in the afternoon and felt dreadful. Had to go home, and the family was all there, and the wife turns up from work and the kids are all bumbling around the house because it's half term, and I'm really not with it. Not a pleasant place to be. Ideally, you want to get home after they've gone to bed, then it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah. This is probably a good moment to express my gratitude to Brian 001 up in Northampton. He sent a very nice care package of a number of beers and some wine for me to keep me lucid during the Ashes. Although I must admit, I have to refrain until after the tea break, where I fall asleep in the last session.
Driven out to the covers by Adair, and is a no run. Yeah, he sent me one too. It's great. About 20 beers. Considering no one else really drinks here, it's great. Hendo does, but he brings his own. So generally, I get to go through them all. It's good stuff.
It is.
Right, Potts in. Ooh, driven out again by Adair through to the keeper. Ain't no run. Go on, Russ.
I was going to say, it's churlish to say this at 7 for 148, but it's a very strange pattern of play at the moment. It doesn't... England's kind of stuffing around almost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're not bowling a good line, are they?
No, they're
really not.
Trying too many things rather than just bowling normally, which you feel that may not get them wickets as quickly, but wouldn't cost them as many runs possibly. Well, they got 3 slips in. Potts is bowling. It's defended by Adair out through the covers, and there is no run. I mean, England will be happy. 148 for 7, having decided to bowl. They can get them out for another 30. Or, if they get them out for under 200, you might think, it's Ireland. They should have got them out for more or less. But they got a reasonably strong middle order now. Scored some runs recently, and will have a fair bit of confidence. And England will think, okay, the pitch isn't really doing a lot. The sun's now come out. If they can get them out, tea's coming up after our session. If they get a good, get the last 3 wickets within half an hour, 3/4 an hour to restart after tea, get a good hour and a half tonight. If they ball it, might well be up to 100, 150 by the end of play, and close to where Ireland are at the end of day one, and they'll think that's a good day's cricket,
Ireland are a fascinating team right now. They've really rebuilt themselves in the last few years after the team that got them to Test cricket retired.
Yeah, that's Tongue again round the wicket to Camphor. It was a bit cramped. That's a big puff. Is that one? Maybe inside edge onto pad. Never going to get LBW from that angle from Tongue, but it's no run. No, I agree, and it's taken them a little while. I think those tests and those series in Bangladesh, and there's quite a few, Sri Lanka and Bangladesh in quick succession, and tests in conditions that wouldn't have favoured them. As I was saying earlier, the fact that the batsmen got hundreds and the wickets may be easier to score on, as that's again down the arse and left by Camphor through to the keeper, and there's no run. There'll be somewhat alien conditions to a lot of them, and against a lot of spin, which they may not have played that much decent spin in the longer form of the game, and it'll give them a lot of confidence that 3 or 4 of them have got tons, even though in losing causes. And they did all right. I mean, their bowling attack was never going to stand up, you'd think, over there. Tongue in again, short, and again down the arse, and Camphor just lets it go, and there's no run. This is a really poor idea of an attack from Tongue for me, and if it's Stokes' doing, I'd be getting him to go back over the wicket. Just try and bowl a bit.
Sri Lanka made a lot of hay against Ireland, but Ireland are these players, because they're kind of newish to the side, they're also actually new to a lot of first class and Test cricket.
Yeah.
So it takes a while to learn how to pace an innings to work through the problems.
Exactly that. Defended back down the track and there's no run, and to play in all these conditions. I mean, I guess the one thing in the positive for them is actually they've probably got quite a small pool of players, so they have to play all formats of the game as well, and they're always going everywhere that Ireland goes. Virtually all the players go. And there's a few old hands knocking about still who'll bring on the young ones, and etc, etc. And obviously, you've got a few people like Camphor and people like that who've maybe not played international somewhere else, and they've got Irish ancestry and they've come across. It's never a bad thing. That's pulled down to long leg, where Crawley is. He jams his knee into the turf. That's a little hobble off.
You have to bear in mind there's been no first-class cricket in Ireland since COVID either.
Yeah. And they've still got something going on, because Roger was saying on a podcast he went and saw some game near him not that long ago.
Yeah, they've got the white ball stuff going.
Okay. Why don't Test cricket going? You just play a bunch of white ball stuff and then go and play some red ball shit.
They did fairly well in Pakistan too, in the circumstances.
Yeah, exactly. Short and through to the keeper. I mean, the problem with a team like Ireland going there, I mean, actually, the seam bowling isn't that bad. You know, it's not the best in the world, but it's, you know, it's reasonable. A lot of them have played decent standard county cricket. Adair's a good bowler. You know, Josh Little obviously played in the IPL, got picked up. It's not playing here, but you know, there's good first class bowlers, and but the problem is going to Sri Lanka and places like that, you've got to have good spinners, and you need 2 or 3 of them, and they certainly haven't got that. So you know, that was always going to be a problem for them.
Mark Zip says we would tweet at you, but some of us are dealing with technicians fixing our hot water after 3 days without.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's a priority. And Just Ideal says the Irish Test is a good pipe opener for young Johnny Bairstow's return to the gloves. Don't start me. He hasn't impressed at all today, and
he's not made too many mistakes though.
Yeah, but he shouldn't be keeping wicket. It's a travesty that Folks isn't there.
Really it's, you know, it's that old thing in an English summer. There, you know, the best keepers are the best. You know, for me, the art of a good keeper, or what makes good keepers good, when they're standing up. You know, there's a lot of keepers who are average standing back. Edged, just short of Crawley at third slip.
I'll be interested to see what the story is if Folks drops Labuschagne on 0. It'll be Labuschagne, but for sure before he makes it double town. Yeah.
Well, the secondary question is, does it impact his batting? Because you'll remember players like Alex Stewart were much better without the gloves than they were with them across his whole career.
But in the end, he ended up opening and keeping, didn't he? And he was not bad. He settled into that. Batting at 7, I'd hope it wouldn't be as much of an issue. That's defended back down the track and there's no run. He'll have licence at 7 to play how he wants to play, and so he should.
It's mentally exhausting though to keep, and it's a rare player that can be out there for a long time and come in, even with that rest.
Yeah, but I think if you're are you a keeper batsman at 7? You're just basically a keeper, but you just happen to be good at batting. I mean, it didn't, you know, Gilchrist. Where did Gilchrist come in? That's through the keeper and there's no run.
6 and 7 usually.
Yeah. Gilchrist came at 7, but he probably would have averaged 70 if he wasn't. Maybe not that much, but he was a bit of a special player.
Yeah, but I mean, Bairstow has that ability with the bat. He's not as good a keeper as probably as Gilchrist, but you know, he's certainly adequate for an English summer, which is why you kind of have to feel a little bit sorry for Folks. And if they could reorder the order with Bairstow coming back, that's too far down the legs from Brody and tickled round by Camphor. He's playing all right. Gets himself 4 more runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Balance of this English side is a little strange to me though. Like, is Leach going to bat 9? He's already bowled a lot of overs for the first day of a Test match. Not having Stokes able to bowl does make this attack look thin. It's not obviously going to hurt them against Ireland, but interesting to see how England manage it across the summer if Stokes can't bowl.
Well, funny enough, Gary's we don't get him through enough overs actually kind of suits that, doesn't it? You know? You don't. But Australia will face the same problem, won't they? As that's defended and go square on the offside. I mean, they generally go in with 3 seamers and Lyon will, if they don't get early wickets, Lyon will have to bowl early if it's a day 1 pitch. You know, and as I was saying in agreement to the guys, essentially, you picked up a couple of wickets that are kind of bonus wickets. You know as a spinner that wickets really not going to offer you something. But if your other bowlers are doing a job and people want to take a chance against you, and you bowl reasonably well enough, someone's going to make mistakes against you. Well, at least you hope so, and you pick up a couple of cheapish wickets, which is what has happened. That's clipped up to mid-on, and there's no run.
One of the problems with the
difference is
balance
Australia has
England
Cameron
side-
Green. Sorry, Mick.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that you're carrying Stokes basically because he can't bowl, and he's only half a batter at the moment, in my view.
Yeah, but he's also the
it's a real
skipper.
problem.
He's the skipper.
Oh,
who's
yeah, I
propelled
get
them
that,
to all these, victories.
Yeah.
I'm sure. I come back again to the thing that annoys me most about this thing about Stokes is we don't actually, he's got a dodgy knee. What's the dodginess? That's all I want to know. What is it that makes his knee bad? Because then we can all go, oh well, that's not solvable, or is it solvable? In which case, how do you solve it? We just keep
I was interested. He said he'd play today as long as he could still walk.
Yes.
And I thought, well, that's a new standard of fitness required of Test players, isn't it?
They manage it as that's played out to a wide mid-wicket, and there is no run. The tongue's at least come back over the wicket, which I prefer. Adair yet to get off the mark, to be honest. 0 off 11.
He looks solid in that 0, though.
Yeah.
Getting in behind the ball.
He's not a bad bat. Going to hit.
He looks less twitchy than Campbell is, that's for sure.
It's too leg sidey. I do think that tongue kind of falls away a little bit in his delivery stride. That one is clipped nicely. And I think Adair gets himself off the mark with a double there. That's deep square leg. If he's got sort of an RSI type thing in his knee, then you can understand why they say they're managing it. But as I said, if he's got something wrong with his cartilage that they could scrape away or something like that, it's keyhole surgery these days, scraping away and dealing with that kind of thing. Through to the keeper, and there's no run. Might need a little bit of time off, but they could have found time if that was the case. What's the recovery time on that? I don't know. But if it was 6 weeks, say, for example, they could have given him 6 weeks off, found 6 weeks off in the last period of time. Said he's injured for the IPL, for example, and then it would have allowed him to come back and bowl or something like that. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the answers are. I got a strong suspicion if he's really required in the Ashes, he'll put himself through the pain to do it, but he'll try to avoid it if he can. Short again, and Ducks doesn't really get up that time, and it goes through to Bairstow. There's no run. 155 for 7 after 48.4. The Irish.
Leah says, what score do England fans start to worry here?
At this rate, none. I wouldn't really be worried if I were England. The pitch not doing a huge amount.
Yeah.
No, it's really settled back in after that first session where Broad was getting a bit of movement.
Yeah, exactly. I'll do a bit with a new ball. The sun's out now. Left alone, through to the keeper, and there's no run. I mean, Crawley's bound to be out for fuck all. Question is, does Duckett get out for fuck all? I'm a bit worried that Duckett has kind of booked himself a place, but I do worry against the Aussie attack for Duckett. Maybe he'll prove me wrong. But he looks prime for the quicker bowlers to just bowl it, nip it across him, and him to be cutting it to second and third slip pretty much every time.
You're sounding a bit Hender-like there.
Well, that's cut. Too short, too wide. And Adair cuts him out towards the point boundary. It's chased down by that man Duckett. They'll get back for 2. And that'll end the 49th over. 157 for 7.
So Chris Acquire says, thank the Lord, or more likely the bear, you're back. Sadly, I was working this morning, but now I'm back too. Sitting in the weak Essex sunshine, enjoying your renewed ramblings and rumblings. Wonderful combo. And one thing I should mention is, if you have missed some of today's play, we are going to be doing guerrilla roundup after every day's play during the test matches this year. It'll probably be on air about an hour and a half after the end of play. We spent 15-20 minutes summarising the day, talking about the important issues and the fuck-ups and the best tweet of the day. And we'll have that up on our YouTube channel as quickly as possible after the day's play.
Left alone outside the off stump, there's no run. Is that one of those things where I'm going to have to fucking say it's you again and you're going to be getting in touch with me every day again?
No, I checked it yesterday. I've still got the access.
Oh yeah, you can change it. You can be actually you can put you in as one of the people to receive a message. You know, probably. You can once you're in there, you can probably change that in the settings. You know.
I'm in as Gorilla Cricket anyhow. So,
oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Rightio. Broad is going to continue. He's bowling to Camphor, who gets forward and defends. He's quite twitchy. He's not very tall, but he gets it out to cover. And no run. On to 31 off 62. There 4 off 16. Broad has 4 for 40. Pick of the bowlers. Probably as you'd expect, most experienced. Leach has a couple. And Potts finally got one. Tongue yet to take a wicket.
He hasn't bowled within his own half of in the other half of the pitch for about 10 overs. So.
Very true. Broad. Left alone by Camphor, through to the keeper, and there ain't no run. So who's left to bat then after a dare? I don't even know who's in the bloody hutch for these guys, to be honest. Let's have a look.
Hand and Hume is the last two on the scorecard.
Okay. Fee on Hand I've seen before, and I think, therefore, I've got to get Graham Hume. I've got a jingle for him. Need to check that. Yes, excellent. As Broad comes in, oh, that's the in-swinger. Picked by Camphor though, clips it sweetly out to the man in a deep. Ollie poke out deep mid wicket. That'll be a single. It all feels like everyone's going through the motions here, waiting for tea, which probably be 1 or 2 overs after this.
Yeah, well, they said the Lord's teas are worth waiting for.
Well, yeah.
It's a good reason not to get 9 down then, right? You put it
yes.
Another half an hour in the field. You come back in, everyone's eating all the sausage rolls.
Yeah. It's actually good cake they have at Lord's, even in the media room. That's defended by a dare, back down the track. And no run.
There is a joy as a bowler to get into tea, having just rolled the opposition, knowing that you can actually eat as much as you want.
Oh, that was the one thing on a Saturday game when you bowl or bat. It's a 50 over game or whatever, and you get put in the field. You think, oh, I've got to do that. But as a bowler, the chances are you might have to go in. We're going to lose if I'm going in because I'm going in 10 or 11. And I get to put my feet up and just stuff my face full of tea. It's a joyous feeling. Ooh, driven outside half of the bat. I'm not sure he meant it to go there or there, but he's got enough of it down to the vacant third man area. Going to be 4 runs.
Flip size makes sure you're out.
Sorry, Russ?
I said the flip size makes sure you're already out as a batter before tea.
Well,
do the same thing.
Yeah, you can just
I take it you're a bowler, Russell, are you?
I am a bowler. That's right. I tried my hand at opening, but I'm predominantly a bowler.
What
sort of bowling?
What strain of bowling? Yeah.
I'll take your pick. Trash and slow trash.
Right arm trash or left arm trash there?
Right arm trash.
Right arm trash, okay. Alright, Tongue is going to continue. If this over lasts more than 3 minutes, this will be the last one till tea. We shall see. He's coming over the wicket now to Camphor, but he's still. This is the problem. I think he falls over. His action is quite square, and he falls over. Seems to be pushing the ball a lot down the leg side. And therefore,
the other thing I noticed about him is he's very short, and if you're a tall bowler, you can get a lot of bounce out of the pitch by just short of the length and making it rear up. But to get the ball up around the head height, it's a really short, and it's just slowing up. And none of the players look at all worried about it.
He's not broad height. I think he's about 6'2", 6'3". As he pushes that one again down the leg side, and there is no need to play it by Camphor, and there is no run.
Surely not. How tall's the umpire he's bowling? That's the case.
I don't know. Can we find out? Does Cricket Info tell you how tall people are?
Not usually not.
No, it tells me how old he is. No, they don't. So that's annoying. They should do, especially with bowlers. You want to know how tall they are, for quick bowlers particularly. He looks reasonably tall to me.
No, I had him pegged at less than 6 foot. Or
Really?
maybe just on 6
he's
foot.
definitely over 6 foot.
He's definitely not a broad or a, Pat Cummins sort of height.
Tongue in again. This time there's a better ball. Camper gets behind it though, defends it out to the offside. There's no run. The problem is if you only bowl that ball 2 times and over out 4 balls, the batsman doesn't really have to think as much.
They brought the slips back in though, at least. So maybe
Yeah.
he's going to start pitching up.
Should have been doing that this whole.
Before he got tired.
Well, fastest ball is about around the 90 miles an hour. Ooh, attempted pull from a ball that really wasn't there to pull. It was shortish and wide outside the offside. Better have been trying to force that through the offside somewhere, but Camphor was trying to pull it. Could have quite easily toe-ended that through to the keeper, but he didn't, and there is no run.
He's 6'4".
Well, there you go. That's not exactly short. My broad's only
that's not short at
6'5".
all. Now I don't want to know who the umpire is at that end who's so tall. He's taller than Tony.
It's a South African, I think.
Well, South is always tall.
Adrian Holstock.
Yeah, he's quite tall actually, the umpire. That one is foolish and defended by Camphor. Out to the offside, and there is no run. Well, according to my computer screens, T has ticked over, and there's 1 ball to go. So Camphor will be quite happy to get off. 32, he's faced 69 deliveries. He's doing alright, and A score rests pretty much in his hands, you'd have thought. With some backup from Adair.
It's an ugly 32, but it's...
It's not been particularly pretty, it has to be said. That's defended out to the covers, and there is no run. As our clock's running ahead of Lords, I think he's just knocked the bails off, isn't he? And they're going to wander off. Yeah, umpire's taking a ball, and that's going to be T.
That's not a bad session for Ireland.
Not bad at all.
They get 84 runs.
Lost
3 wickets.
3 wickets? Yeah, they lost 4 before lunch, didn't they? England have also been really reasonably happy, 162 for 7. It's not been easy to take wickets. The wicket's not offering a huge amount. And they've relied a lot on Broad and his experience. Potts has only taken 1, Leach has taken a couple. Only 4 runs, 3 wickets, as you said, over 8-13. Slightly, no, it's the same as the first session, which is pretty shite, really, considering Leach has probably bowled about 10 or 12 overs in the match already as well. But England in the ascendancy, you'd have to say. And England will certainly be wanting to bat before the end of the day. They'll be trying to get Ireland out for under 200, one would have thought. A break is always good. You can get the batsmen to have a bit of time off. They've got to come out, reset, and hopefully you can pick one up early after tea, and then you're deep into the tail. Pick the other 2 up. Any last tweets?
Leah says, YJB will probably drop loose bus change on 0. But Marnus will then dislocate several joints while twitching in celebration of the fact her entire hurt. And she said they should really just give Stokes that Robocrop full body conversion treatment they gave Anderson after that change of fluids after every series, and I have a full service before the Ashes. And Matthew Cullen says, Jesus, listen to the Bear talk. You'd think we'd just lost the Ashes 5-0. It hasn't started yet. A bit of hope, please.
What are you on about? I'm hopeful. No. I do worry about the top order. I think they'll baseball it, and I think they'll get runs. I think it'll be an exciting series. I think Loose Bus Change is one of the luckiest batsmen I know, and at some point it's got to change. It seems to get dropped an awful lot. And at some point he's going to get caught by blinders that shouldn't possibly be caught, just because, it's law of averages type thing. And there's opportunities at the top of the order to get wickets out of them too. Travis Head is a good addition for Australia, but both sides have got weaknesses, both strengths, and it should be a fascinating series.
Yeah, I can't predict either. My predictions are always wrong anyhow. And finally, Leah says they should really give the Catholic Irish a day-night test, so there's a Lord's Supper. Oh, God.
Oh, jeez. That's terrible. Oh, yeah. And on that note, we're going to go. Who's back after tea? It's Hendo, it's Messers, and it's not Fred, straight after tea. They shall be back. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on here. Oh, yeah, that's 4 o'clock. In 20 minutes' time, just a little bit under. Good to see you, Russ. Are you coming back later? Or are you off to bed now,
No,
Russ?
I'm going to go to bed.
Yeah,
so.
sensible. All right, Russ is off to bed. We'll see you anon, and Messers is going to stick with us. See you all later. Bye.
Rakim Cornwall.
Brendan Diane, Austin Ian.
Valentine it is then, coming into the left-hander over the wicket this time, and he smacked it for 6. Oh, he got offline there and he picked him up. Lovely swing of the bat, a free swing of the bat. It's taken it away over deep backward square leg for one of these. So what a start for Ian Austin. Valentine goes back to his mark, comes in again and bowls, and this time he just pushes gently into the offside, sees that the field is just a little bit back on its heels on the edge of the circle, and they pick up a very quick single.
One to come.
Rakim Cornwall comes down to there's an appeal from Valentine again as he made a crucial breakthrough here. Yes, it's another LBW as Rakim Cornwall. Well, it's a long way to go down for Rakim to try and sweep, but he didn't really get on top of it, and it's hit him on the pad, and that is in front of middle stump. And Valentine's lack of pace has done for Rakim Cornwall.
You flipping muppet! On your bike, mate.
Been very much feast or famine for the fat lot of use middle order. We had a partnership of 71, then 2 wickets in 2 balls. Then we had a partnership of 67, then 2 wickets in and over. Good work from Alfred Louis Valentine, who I think it was Alf Valentine who got. It was indeed Alf Valentine who got the breakthrough earlier. The double. Oh no, the double breakthrough was across 2 overs, wasn't it? I'll forget about it. But Alf Valentine, 4 overs, 4 for 71. Really hasn't helped himself with the 2 no balls. Doing his best to keep the fat lot in check, but they are 275 for 8 after 15 overs. Ian Austin on 7 off 2, and a new man yet to face.
It's this man from Bermuda.
A hero.
You feel the earth move under your feet when twin comes tumbling down, tumbling down. You feel the stand start to trembling when twin level rock goes down.
Well, he may be coming in at number 10, but there's a lot of expectation on this man after his amazing semi-final performance in which he scored 53 and took 8 for 34. He's coming out now to bat against Alf Valentine, who's that was
the end of the over.
Oh, he's not going to face, so it's going to be Ian Austin to face up to who?
Declaration bowling time, Hendo. Jeffrey Boycott is going to be bowling with his hat on.
Oh God, Jeffrey Boycott to bowl. They'd love to see it.
Before we come to Jeffrey Boycott, the dubious pleasure of Jeffrey Boycott
Jingle's playing right now.
Bowling.
My mum could have caught that in a penny. Boix, boix, boix. He'd no more brains than a pork pie. Boix, boix, boix. Add 2 wickets to the score.
A lot of talk about the bounties and mutinies. Pirate Badshah at large says bounties are fantastic. I will hear no calumnies against them. Mutiny, very much building on the joke I made earlier. Linux Lear says, you know what became of the mutinies of the bounty, don't you? Pirate Badshah says, I'll take the gallows. And then, apparently they settled a small uninhabited island now known as the Pitcairn Islands and did very unpleasant things to the native children.
Oh yes, I've read a book about that. Yes, and many years ago. Yeah, it's a curious case, that I'm afraid to say. There are a couple of books about it that are quite interesting.
Captain Bligh went on to be onto the Route of the Ashes story in the end, wasn't he? Or was it a relation of Captain Bligh?
Different Captain Bligh.
Different Bligh.
Ivo Bligh, yes, who had some stumps burned in his dishonour. Diana Patterson says, here is that dubious plague of no balls again. Yes, there have been a number of them. There have been, I think, 6 in the innings thus far. Yeah, there have been. So a whole extra over of no balls.
Yes.
275 for 8 after 15. Boycott bowling to Ian Austin.
Well, this is a Rose's battle, isn't it? Ian Austin from Lancashire against the greatest living Yorkshireman. And his first ball is just dabbed away. There's a little bit of in-swing. That's what you do get with Boycott. You do get the ball swinging, but it is at a rather sedate pace. And Ian Austin picks up 2 through extra cover. Next ball from Boycott is chopped away. Down towards deep backward point. Third man comes running round. They're coming back for the third, bringing Dwayne Leverock down. Oh my goodness, Dwayne Leverock is an appeal against him first ball, and it's not out. Oh, the relief of his 65,000 fans on the island of Bermuda is palpable as Leverock survives. Next delivery is bowled to him, and he takes full toll of Boycott this time. As the swing comes into him, he just goes with that, lifts it over deep square leg, and picks up a wonderful maximum. Boycott in again, and I can't see what's happening to the dice, but he's going to get a single this time. Is Dwayne Leverock picks up 1 behind square on the onside.
1 to come.
1 to come for I forget who's batting. Ian Austin, and Ian Austin sees this one offline and just launches himself at it, drives it up and over extra cover, and that's gone for a very flat 6 indeed.
Oh, it started so well for Jeffrey Boycott. 5 runs only off the first 3 balls of the over, but then 6-1-6. Dwayne Leverock is on 7 off 3. Ian Austin 18 off 5. 16 overs gone, having been put into bat. The flat rule of use 11, 293 for 8.
Right, well, it's going to be Dwayne Leverock to face, and it's going to be who bowling, Tony?
Alf's going to carry on.
Alf's continuing. Well, he has performed manfully today. He's coming in left arm over the wicket, around the wicket to Dwayne Leverock. He's in, he bowls, and the big men, they love their running, and they're trying to lose a couple of stone each during this tournament, and they're going to come back for the third.
It's not very fat of them, is it?
Not very fat of them at all. And there's going to be 3 more this time as Ian Austin clobbers that away on the onside through square there. He didn't really get all of it. A little bit of a shank, but it's 3 more healthy runs. Is that a 300 up?
299 for 8.
299 for 8, and it's ended on its end. The dice has
Dead
ended
ball.
on its
Dead
end.
ball.
It's a dead ball. In again, balls smacked by Leverock. This time back over his head. 4 more runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
And I do believe that's only the second 300 of the tournament.
Yeah, both by you.
Actually, the 4th.
The 4th?
Actually, the 4th.
Oh.
The Ginger Dread Man and the One Test Wonders both made 300 in their group game. But yes, for the second time, you have passed 300.
Okay, so Valentine continues bowling to Leverock, and Leverock pick up another 3. They're going to be exhausted, these poor fat boys. They come back as that way goes away through mid-wicket, and it brings Ian Austin, the left-hander, down to face Valentine back over the wicket to the left-hander, and he's going to be 3 more as he chops that fine. A lot of chopping going on out there, but David Steele's not involved in it, and they've picked up another 3.
1 to come in this over of lumberjackery.
And this is going to be 4 this time. That was Dwayne Leverock this time, smearing it away rather agriculturally over mid-wicket, and it's gone to the boundary.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, that collection of good running and mighty smiting, 334, 334, 20 runs off that over, 313 for 8 after 17 overs. Leverock is 21 off 7. Ian Austin is 24 off 7.
And it's going to be Ian Austin to face up to
Clive Lloyd, captain. He's had enough. He's seen enough. Too little, too late, but he's bringing himself on.
So Boycott's cap didn't do the work. Well, it's Lancashire versus Lancashire, isn't it? Clive Lloyd coming onto the left-handed Ian Austin. What can he do? He bowls to Austin, and Austin says, Clive, it's a bit late in the day for you to think you can come and turn your arm over. And he's just whipped that away off his toes. It's gone way up in the stands. 6 runs for Ian Austin. I don't know what happened there. The dice seems to have come off the plate. And the next delivery is cut away by Austin for 3 runs through extra cover. He's looking good, Nick. This is a worrying little stand developing. In he comes, bowls to Leverock, and Leverock uses all his leverage to take that up and over extra cover. 4 more runs. It's a very glum-looking Tony now.
Yeah, that stand has worried its way to 51 off 15 balls.
Wow, what a performance by this lower order from the Fat Boys. They've got runs in them everywhere. And that's, well, I won't go into that. Oh, now there's a big appeal against Ian Austin and his ball. I think Leverock, I'm afraid it is, who's gone. He's been castled by Clive Lloyd, and that is a big relief to the huge West Indian.
Willow, weep for me. Willow, weep for me. Bend your branches.
Antigua and Barbuda does for Bermuda. 25 off 9 balls, 3 fours and 1 6 by Dwayne Leverock, bowled by Clive Lloyd. 326 for 9 off 17.4 overs. The record score in this tournament, which the Fat Lot put on against the How the Fuckers, is 334. So records, what a time that would be to break that record in the final.
Yeah, and can it be this man to do it? It's going to be the man all the way from Euroa in Victoria. We know him well as the man known as Merv Hughes.
Mr. Hughes, thanks for joining us. Can you tell me what you think of Mike Atherton? Arsewine. Eddie Hemmings? Arsewine. Martin Moxon? Who? Ian Botham? Fucking arsewine. Devon Malcolm? Pretty good bloke, actually.
Yeah, he's a big fan of Devon Malcolm, is Merv. He made 18 in the semi-final, very useful runs at number 11. Can he support Ian Austin as they look for that record score? It's going to be Merv Hughes facing up to Clive Lloyd, and yes, he swings the bat in again, very agricultural fashion, but the ball has run away. It's going to be chased by Eddie Barlow. He's going to slide. He's going to fling it back to Alf Valentine, and they've come through for 3.
Want to come.
Final ball of the over, then in he comes, bowls to Austin, and Austin has got an edge on that as he aimed a drive. It's flown away down to third man. They're going to come back for a third. Austin will keep the strike, and that has made them level, I think, in terms of scores. Is that right?
No, 332 for 9.
Oh!
Too short of the record after 18 overs. That record came off 18.1 overs. So scoring a little bit slower than on that occasion. Ian Austin will keep strike. He's 36 off 10. Merv Hughes is 3 off 1. Decent over-ish from Clive Lloyd. 1 for 19 off it. Jeff Perkins informs us that the Captain Bligh also had a mutiny when he was governor of New South Wales. North Stang Gangwankade says today in cricketing history, Lord's 1963. Ted Dexter's England and Frank Worrell's West Indies go hammer and tongs at each other in a dramatic test. It's a draw at the end marked by an act of bravery from Colin Cowdrey, who went out to resume his innings with a broken arm. England was 7 runs away from a win with 1 wicket left. I have a story about that game. For that game, Britain briefly didn't have nuclear defences because all of the screens in Mission Control were tuned to the test match.
Ooh. Well, I think you've got to get your priorities right, haven't you? I mean, absolutely right. And good for them. So it's going to be Valentine to continue, Tony?
Yes, it is, Hendo. Yep.
Valentine going to be bowling to Ian Austin. Left arm over the wicket. He bowls to Austin, and Austin has cut him again. He's been playing these cross-bat shots extremely well. It's got away between backward point and cover, and it's 4 more runs.
Record breakers.
In to bowl to Austin. That comes off the plate. And so we go back to bowl again. In comes Alf Valentine, bowls, and Austin whips that away over mid-wicket. He played it with the turn, and he's absolutely clobbered that. He's launched it, and it's 6 more runs.
Alf Valentine raised the ball, 100 up for him, 5.2 overs, 4 for 101.
Wow! Interesting stuff. He's bowled quite well, but a couple of no balls have let him down. He's in again to bowl to Austin. He bowls, and there's going to be no declaration here as he's once more offered up too much for Ian Austin, and he swung that away over mid-wicket. It's 6 more, would you believe?
And 50.
You imagine there were a number of things that were too much for Ian Austin. Anyway, welcome. Abstinence may be one of them. Welcome back to Guerrilla Cricket Live. And it's live, as Martin Tyler always says on the Sky football commentary. But we don't have an advert to go to after that. It's been an interesting day so far, hasn't it, Fred?
I think it has. It was going to be difficult for Ireland losing the toss and being put in. I think had they won the toss, they would absolutely have put England in.
Yeah.
It was a cloudy morning, and I think even had it not been Ireland, probably would have put England in because what happened last time they played here and they were bowled out for absolutely nothing.
35, wasn't it?
Yes, and having lost 3 early wickets, and then Sterling having been given out LBW first ball, it could have been an absolute disaster for them, but it hasn't been a disaster for them. But having said that, they haven't got a score which at the moment which is necessarily competitive in Test cricket. They're 162 for 7. But if they get above 200, they will feel a little bit better about themselves.
Is it fair? My feeling of and looking at Ireland's scores is they seem to have one really bad innings in every Test match.
It's a difficult sport to play, and it's even more difficult if you don't
play it often.
You don't play it very often,
Yeah.
and they don't have any first-class cricket that they're playing. They don't get an opportunity to build innings. It's a lot to ask of these players to suddenly turn up at a Test match, early in the season against England, against a good seam attack in home-friendly conditions, and expect them to be knocking off hundreds. They really do have to play more first-class cricket. They have to play more Tests. They have to play more Tests at home, and it's something which is not going to change until that happens.
Yeah, I think that's the problem, isn't it? They do have a first-class setup, but it's only got 4 teams, hasn't it? And so you kind of get fed up with playing each other, and you're not going to necessarily be playing against the best. You only improve by playing against players better than you, really. Oh, that's messages in the background.
I haven't played any first-class cricket since COVID either.
So they played Test matches. They played 2 Test matches against Bangladesh.
No domestic.
Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka, 1 against Bangladesh, 2 against Sri Lanka. Yeah. Evening session is about to get underway. Come back to you on that with messages. 162 for 7. Broad bowling, I think, from the first time from the nursery end. And it's defended back to him. There is no run. We shall jingle up those that are taking part. The bowler is this man.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best headband around. Something has got to keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna be kept down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thinning now.
His second delivery sneaks past the outside edge of the bat of this man.
Coming up, who's 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 coming up? It's a dare. You got pulled up the island. Alright,
I like it.
And you can roll. You back and you rolling out, yeah.
In case you didn't get it, it's Mark Adair. Outside the off stump, left alone. He's moved on to 8 from 21 deliveries. Ireland 162 for 7. A decent run rate, 3.15. You'd be moderately happy with that. It's not Stokey Cullum style, but it's there've been 1 or 2 players out there who've certainly tried to take it to England a little bit.
Yeah, even when teams are struggling nowadays, their run rate tends to be high. Maybe not everywhere, but teams are prepared to go after the ball when they think there's a chance of a boundary.
Broad in bowls, and that's played neatly towards mid-wicket by Adair, who's going to hurry through for the first run after tea.
Which brings this man onto strike. This man. 8-second lead in
Now
there.
who's this coming on? Camphor waited. In South Africa he wasn't rated. In Ireland he is venerated. He worked hard, so Camphor rated toil.
I do like the venerated bit in there. It's not an obvious
Don't you like the
rhyme.
rest?
No, I do like the I do like the rest, but I like the venerated as a rhyme for rated. And
It doesn't really rhyme, rated
well,
and
no.
rated.
You know what I mean. Broad into Camphor, 32 not out, and he's onto the front foot. The ball is swinging into him, and he plays it with decent confidence, out square on the offside towards backward point, and there is no run. Well, England need to bowl another 39 overs. Well, let's say 39 overs more need to be bowled today. England may not do all of that because they may be batting.
Yeah, I think the weather's going to hold. It's looks like there are no clouds in the sky either where we are, about 6 miles away, I would suggest.
As the crow. Broad again, 4 for 46. Bowles gets that one to swing in. He has got the in-swinger going today, hasn't he?
Absolutely.
And he got the wicket of McCollum with a very decent setup earlier in the afternoon. That's the end of the first over after tea. Ireland are 163 for 7. Messi, any tweets?
Well, you may recall that earlier Mog tweeted, "Holy crap, I just discovered they're showing this test on TV." To which the porn bot said, "At the massage parlour." And Mog said, "Yeah, there's a big screen in every room, which admittedly does reduce wall space for the mirrors." And the porn bot says, "Well, half of them are tuned into Gorilla Cricket Radio YouTube, which must prolong the happy ending."
Must indeed. Well, we just, funnily enough, we had to have another ball there, which was defended once more to backward point.
Oh.
Seems like a repeat, but it was because there was a huge overstepping by Stuart Broad of the previous delivery, so there was a no ball that had to be added to that over, and it does finally finish at 164 for 7.
What happens if an umpire calls tee or calls play or something before they've called a no ball?
Don't know.
Because sometimes it takes a while before the message gets through to them.
Well, I mean that obviously, I think that must have come from the third umpire, mustn't it? That
they all
notification. Well, that's true. These days they do. Yeah. Does that mean that the standing umpire just doesn't bother to call no ball, even if it is a no ball?
I think he
In
can
televised
if
matches.
he sees it. Yeah.
It's because they stand so far back from the stumps in Test cricket, isn't it? The actual umpires. And you go to a sort of club game and you find the umpires standing directly behind the stumps or within a foot of them. Yeah. But in Test cricket or even first class cricket, they stand a long way back. I don't know if that gives them a better view of balls landing on the line of the stumps. Maybe it does. Anyway, Jack Leach will continue. 12 overs, 2 for 34.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. On Jack Leach.
And in the spirit of the ADHD man known as Ben Stokes, who is captain of England, what he has done is he's swapped Broad to the nursery end and Leach to the pavilion end, both for the first time today. He's got a slip and a leg slip, goes back to this one, does Adair, defends it gently up the onside of the pitch to Leach, who's now technically trying to turn it up the hill, but there's been very little turn for him, and when there has been, or when they played for the turn, there hasn't been in that. He's got themselves into trouble. Adair down the ground, drives, and really well stopped by Potts at mid-wicket. I think he was trying to play straighter than that, and dragged it a little bit, but Potts got in its way.
I want to see where that bounced, how far in front of Potts.
Yes, we were waiting to see if the cameraman was going to pick it up. Leach in again, slower ball, but still with plenty of time to go onto the back foot and defend to the bowler.
I mean, what do you think of this England bowling attack in terms of its three bowlers and three seamers and Leach?
Well, it's as you said, I think you said in the green room, it's not sustainable for the Ashes, I wouldn't have thought.
Then why do it for this game?
Well, I suppose the long-term thinking is that Ben Stokes will do some bowling in the Ashes, but we don't have any sort of specific date on when he might be ready to bowl again, which is a little bit of a worry. Leach onto the leg stump. Adair will take a single as he just eases this into again towards Potts at mid-wicket. Yeah, Messi, what were you going to say?
McCallum at lunchtime in the interview they showed said that he hoped he would, but clearly he doesn't have any great expectation that he will.
Well, I mean, I think the injury has to be worse than we think in a sense, because he didn't even as a batsman he didn't play more than 2 games in the IPL, did he? Oh, now LBW shout from Leach, which doesn't get answered in the affirmative, and Leach tends to think that was possibly going down the leg stump. England still do have 1 review, but they don't waste it on that one. 165 for 7.
Very rarely you see a bowler making the going down leg motion as he's appealing.
Well, there are 2. Leach is one. Moeen Ali is another one. Moeen Ali rarely appeals for something he doesn't think is absolutely plumb.
That's fair enough.
Well, it's great to see, actually, from bowlers.
If you use that tactically wisely, and the umpires
knows
that you don't appeal frivolously, then you might be more likely to get one when you need one.
It's a bit of the sort of Gilchrist walking myth, isn't it? Which we don't know whether that was a myth or not, but it could have been. Broad will continue, 16 overs, 4 for 47, looking for another 5 for. How many fivers has he got in Test cricket? He's in, bowls to Adair, who's now moved into double figures. He defends this one square on the offside, and there is no run. How many fivers, anyone? Someone tell me how many fivers Broad's got.
Just have a look. He has 19.
19 fifers.
Yeah, it's not as many as I'd have thought.
What is it? Anderson's got 30 plus, hasn't he? 31, 32 maybe?
You look at old bowlers and wonder at their figures.
Yeah, true.
Titch Freeman.
Beautiful sunny day now at Lord's, and apparently if you pay 20 quid you can see the last session. Broad in 3 slips bowls, but confidently played up to mid-off, wideish mid-off by Adair.
Well, I found Titch Freeman's figures. He was a player who played first-class cricket between 1914 and 1936, some of those years taken away by the First World War. He took 386 5 wickets in an innings.
What?
And 140 10 wickets in a match.
That is absolutely bizarre. That is extraordinary. Wow. How could that have happened? I just can't work it out.
There are scorebooks. You can go back and look.
God. 3 slips, no gully. Adair stands with bat slightly aloft, and he jabs this away past that 3rd slip, and he also finds the gap from that 3rd slip to backward point. Jack Leach is tearing after it. He's hopefully not going to do himself an injury as he did last year, and he can't actually stop it. It does collide with the boundary sponge, and it's 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
That's actually quite nicely played, actually. I think it was deliberate. May have been a bit caustic in saying that it was a thick outside edge. I think he played it deliberately.
It's quite interesting. If you've taken 386 fifers in an innings, how many matches do you think he played in his career, first-class matches?
1,400.
592. That's an astonishing...
That is incredible.
Astonishing. I mean, obviously you get 2 chances of fifers in a single game, but that is remarkable.
And those would have been 3-day games at that point?
Yeah.
I imagine it.
They've separated the slips, so 2 slips and a gully now, fairly fine gully. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, long leg. And Broad is into his 17th over. He's coming into Adair on 14. Still looking fresh. Broad, he's in, bowls. He goes back to this one. He's thinking about a single. Camphor has come a little way down in response, but is sent back.
I do remember in the Test match sofa days tweeting in, there was some rain about, and I said I'm going to talk us through all of Titch Freeman's first-class wickets one by one. I'm not sure it lasted very long because there were 3,776 first-class wickets.
Oh, that's
astonishing, isn't it? What did he bowl?
Leg breaks.
Leggies. He probably bowled loads of overs. Imagine how many overs in a day he got through.
I can tell you how many balls he bowled. You can work it out.
Broad in again.
Oh,
He's bowled him. He's bowled him, and he's got a fiver. He's got his 20th fiver. It wasn't an unconfident shot from Adair, so he might be a bit surprised to turn around and found that it's clipped his off bail. But that it has done, and Ireland have lost their 8th wicket, and Broad has 5 for 51.
So get on your bike and take a hike right out of here.
Just as we were talking about Stokes just now, sorry, is that finished?
Yeah, it has done now, yeah.
Yeah. I was just checking. Yeah, he did bat twice in the IPL. He made 8 and 7. He did bowl 1 over, which went for 18 runs.
Ooh,
and
that's
he
about
cost
average.
£1.5 million for CSK. That's
Yeah.
a lot of money pissed up against the wall, isn't it?
Yeah, it's even more money than pissed up against the wall than was the Joe Root, really.
Well, Joe Root they got cheap, didn't they?
They got him cheap, yeah. They got him relatively cheap. I mean, I think they should have opened with Root.
Yeah. The CSK really didn't know what they were doing in terms of team selection.
Well, Andy's just popped in to say that if he was injured, then CSK wouldn't have had to pay. Surely there must be some sort of insurance for that, isn't there?
I would have thought so.
Yeah.
I think we should adopt Titch Freeman going back to him because he was born in Lewisham, which is...
Oh, there you go. Not too far.
Not too far from here. He should be the patron saint.
Patron saint of gorillas.
Cricket.
Well, unfortunately, that's already been taken by Percy Fender.
Ah, right. Okay.
So it's tricky, isn't it? Unless we want to vote Percy Fender out.
Of the Gorilla Cricket Big Brother
I mean,
house.
he's had 10 years, Percy Fender, effectively.
Do we
So
have
is
to
it
get Sherwood to find a new rhyme?
Percy Fender? Yeah. So or for Titch Freeman?
Yes.
Yeah. What rhymes with Freeman?
Seaman.
Oh God.
Oh,
funny you should get on that straight away.
The Arsenal goalkeeper.
It's not. I keep thinking that Fionn Hand is 2 F's, but it's not. It's 2 N's. Fionn Hand.
He's not married to William Hague.
No.
And this is his jingle.
The speed of this hand won't beat many eyes.
That's quite nice, that.
Well, it's nice and short.
It's nice and short, but quite pleasant. Broad in bowls to Fionn Hand, who's on debut, and he reaches right forward, gets his left foot alongside the ball, defends it to cover. And that is the end of the 17th over from Broad, who'll be very happy that he's taken 5 for 51. He raises his sun hat in the air to the applause of the crowd, and Ireland are 169 for 8. Messers.
Warren says the ECB doesn't have the $6 million in 1970s money necessary to rebuild Root. But Messi Jez has a robotic eye going cheap.
Sorry, I missed that last one. What did you say?
He says, but Messi Jez has a robotic eye going cheap. I've got new eyes in both of them now, so I don't even need glasses.
You've got new eyes in both of your what?
Well, I've got multifocal lenses implanted in my eyes.
Have you?
When they took the cataracts out.
You really are bionic, aren't you?
Oh, absolutely.
That's extraordinary.
We can rebuild him.
What about your knees? Have you anything done to your knees?
I still can't tell if someone's had LBW. My knee's fucked.
So's mine. My right knee is completely fucked.
You two and Mushrafe Mortaza.
Indeed.
Yes.
We do have a change of bowling. Jack Leach is coming out of the attack after 1 over from the pavilion end. He said, no, I don't fancy that, Skip. And Matthew Potts is coming back into the
Heard
attack.
from Potts that the kettles are filthy black. You know he might do. Let's bring him into the
Bonded Camphor, who's a busy little cricketer, and he's busily tucked that away on the onside, and he's busily run through for 1. 170 for 8. We did question, I think at 104 for 6 or so, that whether Ireland were going to get to 150. Well, they've gone past that. 200 will be their next target. 200.
Yeah, targets always end in 0, don't they?
They do.
You don't say our next target is 196.
No.
Yeah. Unless it's to avoid the follow-on.
203.
Yeah.
Like I said this morning about the ball, the LBW, that was hitting 61% of the stump up.
Yeah, but I mean the ball, the diameter of the ball is quite wide, so
that's true.
It's probably from about 57 to 63%.
Yeah,
plenty of leeway there.
If you're going to be really exact. Potts in, bowls to Hand. Hand wants a run as he pushes firmly up to mid-on, but he won't get it.
He looks a burly chap.
He is burly, isn't he? Burly. as they say up north.
Potts looks a bit like Lawrence Booth.
Hair's not curly enough, though, is it?
No, but the face, and the slightly puzzled expression, as if he's got no idea what's going on.
Well, I hope he's got an idea what's going on.
Well, I've heard different reports.
We were supposed to be interviewing Lawrence Booth about Wisden, but unfortunately that doesn't seem to have occurred. Onto the back foot goes Fionn, and he'll get a single as he pushes into the offside.
Are you asking him to tell you all about it? What is this Wisden thing?
What is this big yellow
Is it
book?
new?
Yeah, we were supposed to be.
The assistant editor, he'd be quite keen.
Well, the assistant editor was offering him up as a sort of sacrifice,
Really?
yeah. But he hasn't been
try and get the editor's job.
Well, I don't know, but on the basis that my wisdom that I was promised has never arrived, I think that might have
mine arrived through the post.
Gone by the by, as it were. Potts in, Bowles tucked away off his hip by Camphor, and they'll take a single.
I found 2 or 3 mistakes in last year, so I didn't get a thank you.
Do they own up to their mistakes?
They did say, "Oh, thank you very much."
No, but did they put them in the next issue and say this should have said?
No, they were. I can't remember what the mistakes.
Was
were.
it someone's fourth initial?
No,
they got wrong.
It was in the records. It was somewhere in the records. Not good. I expect better from them. And they went back and they checked that this had been like that for like 15 years, so no one had spotted it.
Well, I told you about the time that I went to the Melbourne, the MCG Museum. Potts is in, Bowles onto the back foot, goes hand, defends with the angle up to mid-on, and discovered that they had the bat with which Graham Gooch had scored his 3-3-3 against India.
It was the wrong...
And they had it down as 3-0-3. And I had to speak to the curator. I said, "Excuse me, sir, I believe
he made 3-3 and 1-2-3 in the second innings."
Indeed, and he was. I don't know whether they believed me. I think maybe they thought I was having a laugh. But I hope that's been
you
changed.
Don't get thanked for pointing out people's mistakes. Funny that.
Potts, Bowles, and drives off the back foot. They put a man. What are they doing?
They're
They
not
decided,
taking singles.
I don't want him to have a single, or they do want him to have a single, but he doesn't take it anyway. That's the end of the over. Messi.
Leah says, "Well, watching the game at an unlicensed massage parlour is probably less illegal than doing it the way I do it here in Germany." I really don't want to know, Leah. Pirate Badshaw says, "Ireland have now surpassed England's first innings of 165 versus South Africa at Lord's last year." And Dave Wood says, "My single 5 for in 27 years seems even poorer." Well, Dave, you've got one more 5 for the most of us. Well, many of us have, I can assure you.
Messi, I don't think we've ever talked about your cricket career. Have you ever? Did you have a long
is
and
too generous a term for it?
Did you play regularly for any extended period of time?
No.
No.
Well, I played other than at school.
Oh, okay. High score?
Oh, I don't even remember. I was happy for
it's a team game,
a boundary. You know.
Did you ever get 50?
Yeah. I don't think I ever got 50.
No.
I think I might have got 37 or something like that. You know.
Oh, right.
I was pretty shit, and I was a leg spinner, and a leg spinner at school is just doomed. Most of the
Leach bowls. Leach has now said after 1 over from the pavilion end that he'd rather go back to having the slope in his favour.
Send me back.
And he's gone to the nursery end. He's taken over from whoever was there, Broad, who's just taken a wicket. This is all very odd. It's got a slip, nothing else. Close. It's Camphor batting. He goes back, tries to force, making room for himself, really. Hurried onto him a little bit, perhaps. And so he didn't quite have the time that he thought he had. Leach again. He's into his 14th over now. He's come down the wicket. He's been bowled. He's swung across the line quite horribly, having not got to the pitch of the ball. And Camphor has gone for 33. Ireland 172 for 9. Now I can tell you that they have on various websites and newspapers said that Fionn Hand is an all-rounder, but based on that shot from Camphor, I would suspect not.
He doesn't seem to have much confidence in his partner.
He doesn't. That was a horrible shot. Really horrible.
Leach has got 3 wickets. One of them was a sweep by
Sterling.
which hit his glove and then bounced off his copious body into the air. Another one, that one was just charged down the wicket and missed the ball. And what was? Oh yeah, it was LBW on the sweep. Was the middle wicket when he was a long way forward.
That was Tucker, wasn't it? Lorcan Tucker, the keeper.
So they've all got out to attacking shots to Leach.
Yeah.
I mean, it's as though they're probably right in thinking we have to attack him. We can't let him tie us down. But it hasn't really worked, has it?
No, but you've got to select the balls, haven't you? This is the thing.
Yeah. You wait and
be
see.
a bit
If
more
that
selective.
ball gets you out, say no, you shouldn't have done that one.
I mean,
you should have done another one.
That shot, it all looked fine if he tried to play that straight. It was that I don't think he quite got to the pitch of it and then tried to swing across the line because of it.
Yeah.
And that's why he missed it and was bowled.
Yes, petering out a little bit, but perhaps Ireland think it would be nice to have a little spell at England's brittle top order. It is brittle.
Of course, we've got a Zach Crawley moment to come.
It's Crawley time. Well, it's not yet.
God, it's one of the most exciting things of the summer.
Let's not count our shamrocks.
Crawley time. Graham Hume, who has a best of 14 against Bangladesh in Mirpur this year.
Never heard of him.
22 runs in total, and he's a left-hander. He's very burly. He's very burly indeed, I can tell you that.
Shake hands with Graham. Last name Hume. He might be smiling, but he's here to bring about your doom.
Oh, I like that. That's a good jingle. Now, he reminds me in build of someone like Robinson from Leicestershire. Is it Darren Robinson? Leach bowls over the wicket. He's forward. That looked like a reasonably good shot for a number 11.
So we've got human hand in.
Human hand. Very good.
I like the way after he was bowled, he swung round and tried to get back in his ground as though Bairstow was going to stump him.
Yeah, fair point. If he'd been folks, he would have just walked off anyway. Defended into the offside. There is no run.
He should have just carried on running, run the bye for when Bairstow misses it.
Someone tell me, Darren Robinson, who used to play for Essex and Leicestershire, is that the bloke I'm thinking of? Straighter, flatter delivery, defended back to Jack Leach.
It's not ringing any bells, I'm afraid.
Not ringing any bells? I may have got the name wrong. 172 for 9, 56 overs have been bowled. 5 to Stuart Broad, 3 to Jack Leach, and a wicket for Matthew Potts, but nothing for the tongue yet.
We've got human hand and a tongue.
Messi, any tweets?
It's horrendous.
It is.
This is the body parts test.
It is.
I'm making a bold prediction that Crawley will make a 74-ball century, making him undroppable until the 4th Ashes Test.
He's undroppable anyway.
Well, it would seem so, but yeah.
Yeah, it looks to me as Dan Lawrence has come on as 12th man, actually, I think, for somebody. Not sure who. Potts will continue, 1 for 36 from 12. He's bowling to hand. 3 slips, and he's in. Bowls down the leg side, tries to flick it on its way. A tumbling Bairstow does the work behind the stumps. Glorious evening at Lord's. I wonder how warm it is out there.
Don't think it's all that warm.
Not that way. It's quite a breeze, isn't there? It's quite a breeze.
If you find yourself under a cover in a concrete stand, it can be a bit nippy about the extremities.
Yes, I remember seeing someone tweet the other day that they were at Surrey about how cold they were, and I thought, I've not been cold today. But
it's because you never left your house.
Big and open expanse of the oval. It's a bit different. Yeah, I haven't left my house in 4 years. Potts is in again, bowls. Oh, that's gone between bat and pad as he went onto the back foot. His back came down a little bit askew, and it found the gap, but it was bouncing a little bit too high to.
He's out.
Oh, what? Oh, he's out. It didn't take the bails, but it did take an inside edge. So hand has gone, and Potts has a second wicket. Ireland are 172 all out in 56.2 overs, and that's disappointing. But we have got the Crawley. We have got Crawley time. What time is it now? Am I not going to be on for Crawley? Oh, what a shame.
No, it's 10 minutes between the innings, and you're coming off in. I don't know actually who's on the next.
Oh no, I'm on again. I'm on as social.
Right, so there's 10
there
minutes
you
between
go.
the innings. And,
So what time is it now?
It's 28 minutes
It's
past 4.
28 minutes past. So I'll do a few socials.
Yes,
and then
do so.
hand over to you, Ender.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Leah says in 1918 the 5 cricketers of the year were schoolboys. So I imagine Freeman getting a lot of those fifers by bullying young kids.
No, there was no first-class cricket, so he didn't take any first-class wickets. The reason they were schoolboys is because it was during the war, and the only cricket that was being played was schoolboy cricket.
Yeah, good point. Pirate Badshaw says that shot was about as far from necessary as you can get. Yeah, it wasn't a beautiful.
I presume you're talking about the Camphor one. Yeah.
Yes. Leah says the highlight of my cricket career is the fact that I have as many test tons as Tim Payne, Shane Warne and Mike Brearley. On the other hand, I have fewer ducks than Jimmy. Yeah, fair point. Mayank's with us. Hello. Says, hello, thank God the IPL nonsense is done and Test cricket is back. Let the summer begin. And Leah says, no, we've had that. Warren says, the only person that drops Crawley is first slip.
Someone's in the waiting room.
Very good point, yes.
And Spicy Golden Ducks here. He says, good afternoon, Gorillas. I've just seen Hume come to the crease. It's nice to see Ireland feeding up the next Sterling.
Yeah, well, they've. He's not. No, I mean, it's pure muscle. So Ireland in the end lost their last 3 wickets for 3 runs. Broad 5 for 51, Potts 2 for 36, and 3 wickets also for Jack Leach, the only England bowler who remained wicketless. Sadly, was Josh Tongue, although he was asked to play a role that might not have necessarily been in his best interests of bowling short to one or two of them earlier, and I think that wasn't it wasn't
unfair to him.
It was a little bit unfair, and I think it said something about England using this as a practice match rather than anything else, which is a bit disappointing and a bit complacent. And maybe if they lose a couple of wickets tonight, or maybe more, then they'll have got their due deserts. Really, that's my feeling about it. The bear is arriving. He's brought beer. I've run out of beer, chaps. What am I going to do?
And Dave is here as well.
Oh, David. So who's on ball by ball? It's the bear, isn't it? Initially, no, it's Dave.
Dave and I are going to do the Gorilla Roundup after the close of the break.
That'll be fun. Yep. We'll look forward to that.
So I'll catch you later, and I'm back for the last session.
Okay.
Ciao.
And we'll say hello to Dave. All right, Dave.
Hey. How you doing?
How's Greece today? Hot?
It is pretty fucking hot.
Yeah.
Ireland to be very happy not to be playing in Athens.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Is that likely to happen in the near future?
Hopefully not. Hopefully not.
It's amazing. Yeah. We have Irishmen in Athens. We have South Africans in Vienna. We have Englishmen in Australia. It's incredible the diversity of the guerrilla cricket makeup these days.
It's great.
Taking over the globe.
Wow. Indeed.
It'd be nice to.
Now, Dave, I was listening to the podcast that you were on, the Bishop and Bear, a little bit of it last night, and you were talking about the middle order of Ireland.
The hard-working middle order that didn't quite
fire, did it?
No, it didn't quite fire. I mean, it was always a danger of that when we bigged it up. But I don't know. It's like they're doing pretty well. They're working pretty hard, but it just didn't quite come together today. I mean, Camphor played pretty well actually.
Yeah, I thought he did until that last.
Let's not forget he's a part of that. Quite a hard-working, gritty cricketer. I missed Tector and Bob Burney. They both nicked off.
I told you about Burney. And whenever I see him, he does fuck all.
Yeah, but the Tector one was a funny one because he was only his second ball and he decided that he was going to come down the wicket to Broad, which I suppose he's trying to bring a little bit of Bazball back on England. And he flicked sort of rather effortlessly this shot down the leg sides. It almost seemed to set off for a run, but seemed to have failed to notice that England had posted a leg slip precisely for that, and it was a very easy catch for Potts, I think it was. Yeah, so it was an unusual dismissal
Yeah, perhaps we found the chink in the Harry Tector armour, because he seems to be scoring runs like nobody's business at the moment. So, well, in ODI cricket.
Yeah, I mean, I watched him in ODI cricket. He's been fantastic, hasn't he? He's really
he's really special. I mean, Ireland seem to have a little thing about white balls and red balls. Can't quite put it together, but.
Now, you might have seen more of it. I mean, I haven't seen in fact, I don't think I've seen anything of him before today. I thought McCollum batted really well. I know he ended up in the mid-30s or late 30s, but I thought he played a couple of crashing drives.
And he ate time as well.
Yeah, he did quite. Obviously, he got a century in that Essex game. So you're going to feel pretty good after that. But in Sri Lanka, I watched him bat, and he just got a bit stuck. I don't know whether it's the heat, maybe it was all that fielding, because Sri Lanka obviously batted a long time in both tests. But he just seemed to get very stuck in the crease, as in not moving forward, not moving back, even to seamers. So it's good to see that it looked a bit more positive. He's getting a few drives away, obviously.
He looked like a proper batsman. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised, but he did look like a proper batsman. He looked like a proper batsman. On the basis that, he's played 5 tests and hasn't really done anything in those tests. He looked better than that, is what I would say.
Yeah, he looked pretty. Yeah,
he plays the ball very late. He seems to play the ball very late.
A lot of nice technique. I mean, that's the thing. If he was playing the ball, kind of not getting his feet moving, I mean, I suppose that's the thing, is that he's playing it very late, but maybe just not transferring his weight.
Well, maybe in the subcontinent, he probably hasn't faced a lot of spinners, has he?
No.
I mean,
it's a different game trying to score runs off spinners,
in those conditions, very sort of slow pitches and whatever. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he made a favourable impression. Moore didn't do too badly, but then got him. It was a bit of a lazy shot across the line.
Yeah. You got to cross a bit, and then you got to get a bit of bat on it. I mean, everybody wants to play this off stump line, but I mean, you got to get bat on it to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got someone like Brody coming in at you, and he's seen it all before. Yeah. So
seen them come, seen them go.
Yeah, Balbirnie, I suppose, is the big disappointment. As you say, we don't seem to ever see him get runs, he's got
a lot of potential. He got 90 odd, 95.
95,
in Sri Lanka. I mean, hopefully he gets more than that at some point in the next few tests, or whenever he plays those test matches. But he suddenly seemed to. He's obviously had a huge amount of potential. For years we've all known he was going to do something special. We haven't seen that yet in the way that we've seen it with Tector, but at least in Australia in the T20 World Cup, he played some cracking innings. So we just kind of haven't seen it, or at least just to see more test matches. Yeah,
that's the difficult thing, isn't it? I mean, just watching that innings today, I just got a feeling that there's a real potential ready to burst out of that team. The team that we've just seen, and I know they've been bowled out for 172. I think they looked a lot better than that. They looked like they should have got 250, really. Easily.
That's the thing. Is that go on.
Oh, and I just think they've just got to keep playing. They've played quite a lot of cricket as a team recently, haven't they? They've been to Sri Lanka, they've been to Bangladesh, they're playing one-day internationals. They've got to keep playing as a unit more and more often, and then I think you get the team camaraderie, and you can afford to fail because you know that there's more games around the corner, and therefore you can progress. If you don't play enough as a team, then it's very difficult to get that whole thing on the flow, isn't it? And actually get some form and feel that you're a unit.
I can't remember who said it. I think it was either Brathwaite or Craig Brathwaite or Bavuma. But either way, it's a good opinion, so I'm just going to steal it for myself. But, it's that the fewer test matches you play, the less chance you can do a brand of cricket, or you can do something different. So it's all good being England and having baseball, but that's because you have so many test matches that you can do stuff, try stuff out. And whereas if you're playing 1 test match a year, you're playing 3 test matches maybe, you're less likely to come down the wicket. But that didn't stop Harry Tector. So you've really got to have conviction. That really does sort of sort out how much conviction he's really
you've
got conviction. I don't know, maybe Tector's got some ideas about 3 years time, 4 years time maybe.
Yeah, but it is about them playing more matches, and that's really important for them. I mean, it must have done them a lot of good to have played, even though the results didn't go their way in those tests in Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. Trouble is, I suppose you get in different conditions when you come back to play this one-off test in England, don't you?
Well, that's what you've got to learn, though, isn't it? To be a good test player, you've got to be playing lots and lots of different conditions, and teams better than Ireland, England, and Australia have struggled in India recently. It's some continental conditions can be tricky.
That's it. That's
It's
cricket for you.
It's a completely different game. Where are you going?
We lost someone, have we?
You can't sit there. Just unplug it and put it over here because the camera thing has you. I can't have. They've only got one camera. Yeah. Well, that brings us back again to the other thing we talked about in the thing in the podcast. I mean, how much money that the ICC? I didn't realise, and how much little they give away.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
It's
isn't
shocking.
It is terrible.
It's shocking.
What are their revenue streams? Where are they getting this money from? It's from these broadcast deals, is it?
Yeah. Presumably.
Yeah, but most of them are in India, and because they're in India, they want Indians want the money, and.
Well, that's part of being in a club. It's supposed to be. Yeah, I mean, you're still going to get a lion's share, but as we were saying the other day, India get 231 million back or something off the ICC a year. Is it a year or a 5-year cycle or whatever it is?
Yeah.
You know, even take. Say, so there are how many associate teams are there?
Oh, lots.
And if you include money required for the likes of Bangladesh and Pakistan and shit, I mean there are, but I mean if you say the top 20 sides that need money, and they're getting paltry amounts like 700 grand over a 5-year cycle, even if you can add 2 or 3 grand to that for each of them, that's only say there's 15 of them, that's only 45 grand. Maybe you can take 100 grand and give them an extra 6 grand so they can pay their players a little bit more.
That's
Get
it.
better
I mean,
facilities.
There's a couple of countries there that if you gave them a few extra bits, they'd definitely do a lot more with it. Like I know Uganda. I think Uganda tried to get a multi-day competition going. So I mean, like if you give them a few extra K, I'm sure it's going to go
a long way.
Yeah, but I mean
you were saying that England and Australia only get like 6.9 or 7 point whatever, and we can survive on that. So why can't the Indians survive on 150 million instead of 231? And there's a massive great pot for everyone else to improve their cricket. We are going to start some cricket again, funnily enough, and presumably, this man is opening the bowling.
Coming up, who's 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 coming up? It's a dare. You got pulled up the island. Alright, and back, and you can bowl. You back and you bowl, bowling out, yeah.
Great jingle. Well, second ball is short and wide and gets the treatment. It's going to make it to the boundary. It's going to be one of these. He's not going to get a duck today.
It's me,
It's this man.
It's me, Sanshi.
Zach Croy was a cricket player, a damn good cricket player. But he was moved from the middle order to open the batting. Now, trapped in the English professional cricket circuit, Zach Crowley must fight to survive.
And that is the one place that you don't really want to bowl to Crawley because he might actually hit you. What you really want to do is that. A nice length on a roundabout off stump. Maybe a little bit wider so he doesn't know where it is, fishes at it, and gets snappled by one of those slips. What's the under?
I mean, talking about the development of players in these so-called lesser nations, Adair is surely a prime example of this. I mean, he was superb at Lords in 2019, but there just haven't been the matches for him to sort of enhance his craft. As you're going to be bowling a lot differently if you're playing one-day cricket or T20 cricket, aren't you?
Yeah, I presume he plays. Does he play county cricket?
No, he did for Warwickshire for a while, didn't he?
That's into the leg side, out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Now look at this. This is an England side, bear in mind. Fall of the first wicket, they've only got 4 on the board. Under 39.5. I've rarely ever seen such a big spread for the fall of the first wicket.
You're going under, aren't you?
I'm fucking going under that. Yeah, there's a good chance that even Crawley will fuck it up before then.
So how are you receiving this on visually, Dave? Have you got this on the stream that we're sending out?
Yeah, I got it.
All right.
I'm not going to lie, it looks... Well, no, I don't think it's a stream. I think it's Adair looking a little bit ginger, but it doesn't look like the ball is going through. It doesn't look like he's zipping it anyway.
No.
Especially with that 4 ball, but...
it's defended out in the offside and there is no run. What is the feed like today?
It's pretty good.
Yeah, we've upped our output speed and we've signed a new contract with BT, so we've got even more upload. So I'm hoping it might be a little bit better.
Bango.
And on that basis, you can help us out by going to Gorilla Cricket, patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket, and contribute, which will help us with all those sort of technological requirements.
Yes. Adair comes in again. Oh, and Crawley defends square on the offside, and there is no run. Now, Crawley has scored some runs occasionally in the county championship, hasn't he? He got a ton, didn't he, early on?
Got a ton this year.
And then he got a 90 odd or an 80.
Yeah, otherwise, he's
And
not got very many at all.
Apart from that, fuck all.
Yeah, I mean, there have been failures. I watched him in the second innings of Kent's game against Surrey, and I thought he looked really poor technically, and he survived. They lost 3 quick wickets at the end of that day, and he survived. He was 31 out overnight, and I think he added 1 more run the next morning, when really they needed him to go on and get a big score. And he's just not consistent enough with his shot making. I think that's the problem.
Did you read Ramprakash in the Guardian?
Oh, well, I know. I didn't read it, but I know that he was saying he's been given far too many chances.
He said he's been he's technically deficient, basically.
He is technically. There's no, some of those shots he plays beautifully. Sometimes it just goes horribly wrong, and his right hand comes through, and he's not playing the ball straight.
Right at the other end is after this ball. I guess it's a swing in. It doesn't look particularly quick. It's this man.
Shake hands with Graham. Last name Hugh. He might be smiling, but he's here to bring about your doom.
Oh, he's had 3 matches, 1 wicket, an average of 124. Not great. Where were those matches? Were those in the subcontinent, though?
Well, the match.
Yeah, there was one very long day I watched a lot of. I think it might have been day 3 or 4 in the second test in Sri Lanka, and he bowled a lot, which was fair play to him. He kept it down a bit, but he was exhausted and he wasn't getting anything off that pitch.
That wasn't surprised me at all. That swung in again. It seems to be quite slow. It says 81 miles an hour, but it looks slower than that. And Crawley Duckett almost seems to be playing it a little bit early. We should have a jingle for Duckett actually, because it's quite a good one. Next ball though is swinging, starts leg and swings down leg, and Duckett is able to work it square on the leg side. The man's at long leg, he doesn't get across to it, and therefore it will be one of these. A mash up.
Yeah, nicely timed shot.
Yep.
Through square leg. It's interesting that the how much closer the English it obviously goes down as much as anything to pace. How much closer the Irish slips are than England's.
God, yeah, they are quite close, aren't they?
Yeah,
you don't want to miss anything, do you?
No, you don't. Exactly.
That's defended by Duckett up to mid-off, and there is no run.
I mean, they really are crowded round, aren't they?
Yeah, very close together as well.
They're very close together, yeah.
You probably have 3 slips cover the same space as those 4.
Yeah, they got 4 slips.
Sterling in there, is he?
A 4th slip's coming in even a bit closer.
Get him in, pack him in.
Sterling's a little bit wide at first slip there, maybe.
I can tell you, Hume got Shaki 3 out of 6.
Oh right.
Between the Chelmsford series and away in Sri Lanka, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
He did okay.
Bit of in swing. It's pretty predictable, out of hand. That one was 76 miles an hour. That feels more like his natural pace to me. That's just defended by Duckett into the leg side. There's no run.
Yep. Is that Sterling at first slip? I think it is.
It is Sterling.
Yeah, it looks like
it.
Balbirnie at second. McBride is at 4th. I'm not sure who that is at 3rd slip.
Adair, I think.
Adair, okay.
By the looks of it.
Hume bowls across Duckett. Might feel he missed out about there. I'm sure it was wide, but he could only punt it out to cover. Ends the second over. Only 4 off it.
Well, I would bring you some tweets, but it's all gone a little bit quiet on the.
Whenever you turn up on tweets,
yeah.
everyone decides not to tweet in.
It's funny that, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's almost as if they don't want to hear me.
Yeah.
Although Leah does says, "Bear, corruption ain't cheap." I presume that's talking about the fact
India.
that money is not flowing into the associate nations' coffers.
But yeah, I thought if we mentioned India, I thought we'd get lots of tweets in, people telling us shit.
Yeah, surely there'll be a few irate Indians who will get in touch.
Yeah. No, everybody agrees with this.
It's extraordinary.
What are the thoughts of the cable net jumpers? I think everybody's
Love them.
pretty-
Oh,
pretty-
love 'em.
Oh, they're great.
They are great. That's on the pad.
Sell them, make some money.
Well, someone asked them, didn't they?
I'll come back to that. Yeah, go on.
Let's click down to long leg for a second.
Yeah, we mentioned it, and then Martin White, who's very occasionally a gorilla when he's in the vicinity, he asked Cricket Ireland directly because they've been tweeting out about replica shirts, and they said they hope to have them on sale, before too long.
Lovely cable net. I love the green around.
The green is
and
just
the fact that they've got no
glorious.
advertising on them. They've just got the four-leaf clover. It's
Yeah.
good. That's
If I was still playing cricket, I'd want to wear one.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty good, the cable knits. I think, there was a few questions over the last few months about getting your hand on Irish merchandise, and I think they've heeded the call.
Oh, good.
Well, they should do. Yeah.
Right.
Shit, we've got Redbubble. That one is cut by Duckett quite nicely and nicely timed, but he hit backward point. He's a little bit deeper and behind square, and there's no run. That's one of his favourite shots. You imagine that the Aussies will have two men behind square.
Oh, absolutely. They'll have a gully, and they might even have two backward points.
Yeah.
That's what I'm guessing.
It's a bit on the short side, isn't it? You'd want to get it a bit fuller to duck it, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, you do, but people... Well, I suppose as well, because he's so short, that one's too wide. It's tempting, but I love the way he winks, doesn't he, after every ball? Is that wide? It was actually given as a wide. Fuck me.
Who winks? The batsman?
Yeah, Duckett. He always winks. He winks at
I've
Crawley.
noticed that. Oh, really?
Yeah,
Gives him a little wink.
Gives it a little wink. It's kind of weird.
I've always thought he was a bit of a winker.
Yeah, it was a genuine one, actually.
Oh, yeah. That was a Harmison in the Ashes 2006 type wide, almost.
Yeah, it was a Harmy.
Yep.
Yeah, don't waste the Duke's ball.
No, that's clipped into the leg side nicely. Beats
Good
mid
shot.
wicket. Good timing. I think it's going to race away. No, it's going to be pulled out.
Not
Oh,
quite.
nearly. Good attempt. Who's that? I can't see who it is. He dives. He managed to get a hand on it, but he couldn't get full enough hand to drag it back. Just palmed it further around the boundary, and it hits the sponge and is 4 runs. That was a good little punch, actually.
It was a really good shot.
Maybe
Yeah,
I
it's quite
do
nice.
underestimate Duckett. I just can't see. I just think the Aussies will have a plan for him, and he'll fall into it every
Yeah,
time.
me too. I hope to be proved wrong.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
think I'll be proved wrong about Crawley, though.
No.
Duckett smashes that one. That was
a
almost
bit
that was a
short.
baseball shot almost. He kind of crouched and then slammed it. Should have been going through the offside probably, but it's short and slow enough that he's hammered it to the same place as the last ball. This time it's not going to be caught, and it's 4 more.
I mean, it's obviously early days yet, but this doesn't look like the Markadere of 4 years ago.
No.
No.
Well, this is it. I think you want to be pushing it a little bit fuller, trying to get to nibble, don't you?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
he's quicker than this, isn't he? Or he was quicker than this.
He did seem to be. He's over the wicket now.
No, round it.
Round it, sorry, yeah. And Duckett mistimes one into the ground. It just drills out the offside and there's no run.
Yeah, I was just going to say he should change the angle to see what's going on, because it just seems to be a bit too easy for Duck at the moment.
Yeah. This pitch is
you'd have
quite
to get
easy.
it-
This pitch is quite easy. Has to be said.
Yeah.
England weren't getting a lot out of it. I thought, like Sterlo gave his wicket away to a certain degree. He was trying to be aggressive. He was trying to sweep. There's no reason why Leach should be getting wickets on day one in a test match, unless you kind of give them to him a little bit. That's full and wide, and Duckett really doesn't get his foot across.
Yeah.
Drives it, mistimes it, and there's no run.
A couple of tweets. David Wood says, "Did somebody say Ball Sterling?" We did indeed. And Pirate Badger says, "We all go silent in awe at the words of the great Hendo." Yeah, that's what it must be. Yep, I think so. Fair enough. Apart from that, absolutely bugger all. Oh, one more's just come through. Leah says, "This ends tomorrow. I'm calling it now."
Fair. That's probably fair.
Well,
I don't think so. I think it'll go into Saturday.
I think it might do a third day, but I mean, I know that Michael Vaughan was, once he'd been reinstated by the BBC, came out immediately to say that it'll only go 2 days, this game, and got a bit of criticism for that. But that's him just getting back into the groove, isn't it? Being
Not only is he back.
annoying, yeah.
Well, England will want 400. It's a question of how quickly they can get to 400. In fact, they'll probably want 500.
Yeah.
Well, you might as well give people practice, mightn't you? I mean, if that's where you're going to view this game.
That was left alone. That was a decent length by Hume, and it's the kind of ball that's going to get Crawley out, but he leaves that through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Do England still go for 500 with a 4-day test match? Or do you?
Well, the way they go, I mean, they got it in a day in Pakistan.
Yeah, they do it in 100 overs, yeah.
Do a 3-day game.
Yeah.
Well, that's it. If they do, I think it will get through to tea, and maybe just after tomorrow. I can't see Ireland being bowled out in the last session tomorrow.
Oh, I don't know. Could do.
Well,
possibly. But I mean, I don't think there's enough in the wicket to do it. That's defended by Crawley. He just drops it into the leg side. There's no one at square leg. They'll get a single.
We didn't see it last time with 38, 35, 38, 35.
35, wasn't it? 35,
yeah, again, I think it was a lot of different conditions that test the whole thing. I mean, there was a little bit of sunshine for a bit of time, but most of the tests was played in cloudy conditions. It was nibbling around a bit.
Oh, that actually, to be honest, was it? I'm not sure what day it was, but the day that Grubby and I were there when Jack Leach got his 90, it was absolutely steaming. It was a really hot day.
Oh, that's kept a little bit low. It was quite short, and Duckett wanted to hammer it into the leg side. Seemed to die a bit on him and caught him.
Thought there might have been an appeal there.
Yeah,
actually.
I was thinking about that. It might have been dropping onto middle stump. Duckett's not a tall man, and it did seem to be back on its way down as it hit him in his just below his mid.
There wasn't a glimmer of interest there at all, was there? No, it's too high,
too
probably.
high, yeah.
But
him on his back thigh.
Let's see.
Oh no, Lorcan Tucker got a little bit interested. Nobody else.
How is this this batch of Duke's balls? How's it?
Well, that was a question I was going to ask. I have no idea. We haven't had a request for a change yet. They cut a bit of leather off one. That's defended up to mid on, and there's no run.
There was I did see a moment of the handcuffs coming out and it being passed through. They're using a kookaburra in the World Test Championship, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Yep.
That'd be
Really?
interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Presumably both sides. I presume maybe does the top team get a choice of ball?
Don't know. Good question.
Tossing the ball.
Yep.
So if India have been top with their chosen SG, don't know how those balls would work over there. I mean, I presume Kookaburra has been tested over here. As nice drive by Duckett, pierces it between cover and point, and he'll get himself another 4 runs.
Hume looks like a very chunky Peter Siddle.
He looks. I'll tell you who he looks a bit like. He looks a bit like Connor Burns, the politician from Belfast.
Connor Burns.
Oh, I can't think who that is.
He was accused of. I think he's gay dude, and he got accused of fiddling with people in.
Fiddling with people.
In what's that private club that we went to with Dan?
Groucho?
Not the Groucho. No, the one that we went to with Dan right at the beginning of Sofa Days.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think I went. I wasn't involved.
It's all one of those Tory clubs, He was quite famous for getting drunk and sort of fancy groping.
Is that more of a legal
people.
statement of no, I wasn't there, and I wasn't there?
I don't know. I mean, it was proven that he didn't do anything untoward. So there you go. That was played up to mid on, and there's no run. But he looks a bit. He's weirdly. He is Northern Irish, but I think he's an MP for Hampshire somewhere.
I do like the idea of the Barmy Army shouting at him, "You're just a fat Peter Siddle." That would be fun if the Barmy Army can get that into their repertoire. He's got a long way to go to be as effective as Peter Siddle.
Well,
he's still getting wickets, isn't he? Everywhere, he's still getting wickets. Who's he playing for now? I forget.
Oh, he's a good bowler.
Is it Essex?
He's
Is it Essex he's playing for?
Fucker, isn't he? I bet he bowls at sort of about 80, 78, 80 now.
Yep.
In the county championship with all that experience, it's good enough, isn't it? Clipped into the leg side by Crawley, out towards deep square leg. There's a long leg. He'll get round. It won't be a 4. They should get back for 2. Duckett's test average is 58.
Yeah, it's amazing when you consider that it was only 15 after his first 3 tests in, or 4 tests in
Bangladesh,
2016. Yeah.
By at the end of that, you thought he's never going to be seen in England rolling in.
Yeah.
And here we are.
But it's a massive summer for him actually. This Ashes series, I think, to see whether he has really got it.
Yeah, well, if he survives Australia with decent outcome, then you've got to give it to him.
You've got to be nailed on for a while, hasn't he?
Exactly. Especially because he plays like England wanted to play as well. Crawley gets turned around a little bit, hits him on the back pad, quite high up, not going to be out.
It's a bit on the fuller side, a little bit.
Yeah, I do think they need to be bowling fuller to Crawley. Only a fraction fuller than that.
Yeah, there was the one just before where he just kind of flicked it around the corner. It's like, this is way too easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not what a dare should be doing. He gets lovely shape. He got lovely shape in Chelmsford.
That's full and on the pads. And everyone's been bowling a bit leg sidey today, it has to be said. Clipped out towards deep square leg again. They should get another 2.
Fiona Hand, I think, getting that in over the stumps.
I was going to say he didn't look exactly athletic then. I have to say.
Big old.
He's another big unit, isn't he?
Yeah, we got some big units. Big units.
You were trying to work out who was the Roy Keane of Irish cricket, weren't you?
Yeah.
On your podcast. I didn't hear that bit.
But cricket. We were trying to go cricket in general.
In cricket in general, okay. Roy Keane of cricket.
John Mooney was one. That was me, Raj. John Mooney, known for being just a bit loco, a bit. I mean, John's a great guy. He's listening.
He sounds like you're backtracking on what you first said there. The
libel
action is coming in.
He knows where I live.
But you're not there. You're in Athens. That's clipped into the leg side, and he'll forget.
Is that why you've gone to Athens?
Yeah. So it's square leg and there's no run.
Yeah, the witness protection program in Athens. Yeah.
Yes.
What are you writing out now?
No, just writing bits and pieces. I've been covering. I've been covering the Test match. I was writing a bit for Emerging Cricket. I'll be doing bits and pieces for the qualifiers. And we'll see after that.
All right.
Cool. Adair is in, and again it's leg side and flicked.
Poor ball.
It is a poor ball, and it is.
Oof.
Oh, they're going to get back for 2. It's just saved down there at long leg, and there's no run.
What's the time? What time is it now?
It's 59.
Well, do this over, and it's only one ball to go. You come in.
Oh, you can give me my beer anyway. Of course. Thank you very much. I said I wasn't going to drink much today, but I think I'm on my 4th bottle already.
Is man with drinking beer on the top of a heavy cold?
Yeah, well, see, this
is whiskey though. Shouldn't it be whiskey or brandy?
I'm at the end of the cold. I don't really have a cold anymore.
I think it's all the same at the end, really. I think.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a bit of mucus now, but it's not. I haven't got a cold. That's what I mean. I don't think I'm infectious because I had the cold about 10 days ago. That one is half of the outside bat by Crawley. It's going to go through past 3rd slip. There's no one down there. And it will be 4 runs. Well, it has ticked over now, so I think we should change. And you're going to do a bit of ball by ball?
Yep. It's myself and ball by ball and whoever else we have on social.
Headphones are behind you.
So it's just ticking along, I think, for England. They're doing pretty well. Ireland's still trying to find their lengths, I think.
They're bowling a little bit short, aren't they?
Yeah, I think if they're going to get anything, I think you just have to err. You have to get something out of it. You don't have that many runs to play with, yes, but you just have to go for it. Because I think if you don't get that one wicket, if you don't get Crawley's not getting a duck, you're not getting that. You're not doing your job right.
Yeah.
He's 16 off 15. It's not what you want from Crawley.
Well, exactly. I thought under 39.5 was a very safe bet.
I was going to say
a wicket for England.
So we've got Hume continuing over the wicket, and it's played on the front foot by Duckett, who plays it quite well. I think he's not having any trouble. He's not coming down the wicket, from what I can tell. Playing it quite well.
Yeah.
Little.
Hume's not the quickest, is he? He's not going to trouble anyone for pace. He bowls a decent enough line and stuff.
He does. He's a nibbly bowler. He did quite well in the ODI series against Bangladesh. I mean, he was probably very happy to be bowling there and not bowling in Sri Lanka anymore. But he was getting it to hoop. He got it to look like I've just missed a frame possibly, but he's appealed.
Yeah, it looked like he pitched outside leg, but it is moving around. Yeah, there are a few hands on heads. I don't think they're going to review.
Yeah, probably pitched outside leg. It did nibble back, might be a little bit high. The DRS time has run out.
It's always a bit disconcerting when you review and it's it's a mile outside leg or something. You think, oh fuck, who bowls that? Go on, let's have a look.
No. It did nibble. It certainly straightened.
A bit on the high side, maybe.
Possibly looked closer than one or two of England's reviews.
Probably a bit high. The thing is, Duckett's quite short. You always think it's probably hitting the stumps.
Hume in again. Gets that little bit of shape, but this time Duckett turns around the corner and there's a bit of work to be done at square leg.
That's a good bit of fielding.
It's cut off quite well. Comes in and they have run for 3, I think.
Yep, they have.
Yeah, Hume. Yeah, there's been a few. He's getting that shape in, but perhaps should also be looking at maybe a little bit of protection on that leg side, because there's been a few. Here we go. So we've got an inside edge.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was obviously very good about Bernie not to review. Hume's still working out with the ball, trying to get what he can out of this Dukes. I mean, it is a Dukes ball. Bowling to Crawley, the right-hander. This time it's on leg stump, and Crawley has done away with it. It is gone for 4 behind square leg.
Now that is one place you really can't bowl to Crawley.
Well,
he plays that shot well.
It's bold bowling to 4 slips at the moment. I'll give them that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Got to back your bowler. But no, I wouldn't.
Yeah. Hume just, he's getting himself into trouble a bit. You can see he's getting tired, he's getting a bit frustrated.
That's not a good look in your third over.
No. Hume in again. Nice delivery, outside, just outside off. Just kind of went in, didn't shape away as you'd expect. But that is exactly where you want Crawley playing. You want him playing just on that off stump, maybe even going a bit wider, and getting Crawley thinking of big drives. But you definitely don't want to be bowling on his pads.
Oh, I've been beaten by the bookies again. Thought 39.5 is quite safe.
Beaten by Zach Crawley, how humiliating.
Hey, I know. Dreadful.
The 20 off 17. Hume bustles in. This time, a bit of bat from Crawley. Crawley has a bit of a drive, but it goes straight to point from what I can see. England
going over 6 and over, nearly 7.
Yeah, this is not what you want.
Pirate Badshaw says, we all go silent in awe at the words of the great Hendo. Moai. I don't know what is that an Easter Island statue? Something like that. Leah says, this ends tomorrow, calling it now. I think it's in play. Message just says, Siddle's at Somerset. Peter Siddle, I guess. Farong has been distracted by the Rocket Festival and drunk people. He says, wow, Ireland are playing against a fellow Minnow nation. Good for cricket. Double world champions. Thanks, Farong. Oval pitch for WTC final. Won't have a blade of grass or whatever the BCCI request. That'll be interesting to see, actually. Need more rum and brain cells. Cheers. Yeah, have a good one. Warren says, what trumps in Stokey Cullen Ball, gearing up for the Ashes or the win?
I think they'll try and achieve both.
Well, that's like the kind of thing you hear in management committee. Yes, which one do you want to prioritise? We'll prioritise both. That's not how prioritising works.
Some radical thinking from Andy Balburney. He's brought on Fionn Hand. He's got 3 first-class matches and made his Test debut. I think his mother's here in the stand to see him bowl. We're all pretty excited to see what Fionn Hand does. See if it's anything like his bowling in the T20 World Cup to Ben Stokes. He'll be pretty happy to have a Dukes ball in hand.
Yeah.
Comes in over the wicket to duck it.
That's not bad.
That's not bad to start off.
Is the regional cricket in Ireland, is that first class? It's not, is it?
We've a competition with we have Cricket Leinster. We have the 2 districts up north, northwest and northern, and then Munster. I think Munster have played some. I'm not sure actually if they played.
But when it says he's only played 3 first-class games, I guess it doesn't include that.
No, it includes the first-class game he played in Essex, apparently.
Oh, blimey! It even includes that one.
Yeah.
And this is his third. Yes, sorry.
So Duckett has driven that quite handsomely. Oh no, he hasn't. He's cut that actually.
He's cut that nicely. It was a bit short and a bit wide.
It's not. That's not what Hand would have wanted to be doing. At least based on what we saw from that first delivery, which was quite nice. Cut him through a little bit.
It was one of these.
It's Nissan She.
And Savage Jingle as well.
It's Nissan She.
The speed of this hand will beat many eyes.
That's it.
I'd have liked to hear a bit of Max Bygraves there.
See?
You need hands.
No.
Yeah, obviously you've never done hospital radio.
No. Oh, we've lost Dave. Where's he gone?
No, I've just gotten rid of the camera just to see if I can improve my my connection a bit better.
No, I've tried that. I'm not sure it works.
It's just a wild rumor. Hand comes in again over the wicket to duck it.
He's
And it
glanced
looks like
that
it's-
down to fine leg for 4.
Yeah, another 4.
Yeah.
Duck it is.
Number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
What is the Wi-Fi like in Athens?
Yeah, I think it's the heat. The heat's just cooking at the moment.
I can imagine that doesn't do the CPUs and computers any good whatsoever. They all get clunky.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not quite what Fionn Hand would have wanted from. It was certainly what he wanted from his first delivery, but it's not exactly what he wanted from the rest of them. He's looking for wickets though, but Hand comes in again. He's sticking with over the wicket. At least he's getting it full up there. He's making Duckett play it off his pads and getting it in nice and full. But Duckett plays it down to kind of a whitish fine leg. Duckett's off strike, and now he's got the pleasure of bowling at Zach Crawley. Which I'm sure is something he's thought about. I'm sure it's something they've all thought about.
Yeah, I'm sure they've all thought about it. Just bowl that nice foolish away swinger.
If would they have done this? I'm sure they would have watched a lot of footage, but I would have just had Mark Adair watching a lot of footage of Crawley nicking off outside off stump.
Yeah,
watch it. Don't even sleep. Just watch it.
I don't think you'd have to watch that much of it either.
Ooh, that's not too bad. And it really was a little bit interesting.
Who's ringing me now?
Oh, that sounds like your phone. Leo says, at this rate, England will have a first innings lead after 30 overs, declare by lunch tomorrow, and still win by an innings. Get themselves a weekend off. GC Radio, Naked Fun Pornbot. Tongue is finding it hard going at Bazball. Click here.
So we got England racing away at 49 after 7 overs, so they've increased the run rate to 7.
But I think the disappointing thing for Ireland is they haven't really had to do that much. I mean, Duckett doesn't look particularly fluent.
No.
He's just, every time they bowl him a bad ball, he hits it for 4, and there's been quite a few of them.
There was a couple of times Adair just got him around the wicket.
Oh, sure, yeah.
And it was kind of all of a sudden it looked a little bit like he's reaching a bit. At least if you tried it out a few times with the over.
It's getting the consistency, isn't it? You know, if you bowl 2 good balls and over 3 bad and 1 average, then you know maybe 1 or 2 of the 3 bad are going to get hit for 4, and it doesn't do you any favours whatsoever.
Yeah. So we got Duckett facing up to Hume, who continues with the spell. Hume going over the wicket. It's a good length, but Duckett just plays it off to mid-wicket for no run.
See, a lot of what is called Bazball, I wonder if it's just an awareness that actually, if a team's going to put in 4 slips, then you put your bat through a few, and you've got plenty of space in the outfield.
You have indeed, exactly.
Yeah. Does anyone know what Bazball is anymore? I think it's become
It's
more
whatever.
more
So for some people, it's whatever they don't like. It's like the word woke. It's just whatever you don't like.
Hume comes in again, and Duckett has dispatched that for 4 through cover.
Yeah, he's cutting that nicely.
That's what I mean. It's just
yeah,
it's
he's
too
not
short, too wide, and he's just punched it through the gap.
You're right. I mean, I think that Test. It was funny that Sri Lankans said that after they played your boys. They said playing Test cricket now, it's funny, isn't it? You have T20, so now we can play Test like ODIs basically. And it's true because there's so many places you can hit the single. You can easily go at 6 and over if you think about it.
Yeah. So we got Hume, and he sticks with bowling over the wicket to Duckett. Duckett this time plays it behind square in the offside, and gets a single, bringing Crawley onto strike. So now, worryingly, you've got 2 batters going at quite a rate of knots. Andy Balbirnie is making a figure of 3 with his fingers. I don't know if that's 3 beers, 3 slips,
3 shots as soon as I get off the field.
10 shots.
No beers for me, says Andy Balbirnie. So Crawley's facing, and this time we got Hume bowling. Well, he's bowling, of course, over the wicket to the right-handed Crawley, who's 20 off 19. We've Duckett, who's 33 off 26. Hume in again.
That's
Throws it
weird.
nicely outside off. I'd skew it's a little bit on the shorter side. I'd go on for
Yeah, but that's about the right line for Crawley. Maybe a little bit fuller.
Yeah.
Well, look, fourth stump's not a bad line to bowl anyway.
No,
I think.
true. But Crawley.
I'd even just try one maybe at the end of the over, just a little bit wider, just to see if he takes the bait.
Yes. He will take the bait.
That's for the Australians. I'm sure the Australian bowling group are listening in, jotting down their plans, getting it from gorillas. So 54 for no wicket, 4 deliveries off this over. Human again, that is nicely full, and Crawley defends it out into the offside, and it is cleared up by Hume again.
Well, don't forget Australia have the World Test Championship to distract them first. They've got to play India first next week.
And do they have 5 days, 6 days in between?
I think
that and
they've
the
got
first
6
test?
for that one.
Yeah, they got a reserve day.
They got reserve day for that one, and then it's not long.
That's mad.
It is a bit,
Insane.
but they're trying to squeeze it all in before the end of July.
So they can play the fucking 100.
So that it's either that or
Hume
because
against
Sky wanted
Crawley.
it done before the Premier League season.
Yeah.
I've read that it was the latter. Don't know if it's true or not.
I would have said that's not true.
Crawley plays that down to fine leg, and it looks like it's just gone through for a single.
No, I mean they've tried to clear the August period for the 100 for the last 2 years, so I can't see why it would be any different this year.
Is there going to be 100?
Yeah, there is.
Well,
gonna be
there is
100.
this year, no doubt about that. They're not going to cancel it. Next year's another matter.
Yes. I mean, we predicted, didn't we, that it would turn into a T20 competition.
How do you mean? You
And
mean,
is
you
that-
mean,
is
you mean
that
they lose
set?
the blast?
Yeah, there probably will. It'll probably be some revamped blast. I just want less teams. I still don't understand why you can't have just 2 divisions. And then some sort of
Yeah,
finals
there
thing.
you
Just
go.
play it in a month. The problem with the blast is they play it over a longer period of time, and it's in blocks. You just block something off. If you're going to play it like someone else plays their competitions. Make it slightly different. Have 2 divisions. Doesn't really matter as long as it's over in a period of time.
55 for no wicket after 8 overs. We've got hand in again, and this has been driven through the offside by Crawley.
That's a very nice delivery. At least he tried it. He shoved it up
Yeah.
there.
See, that's the thing. I think based on what we saw in the World Cup, or in the T20 World Cup, saw a lot of hand, but I think he's going to go searching for wickets.
Yeah. Anyway, it's 4 runs.
Yeah.
I think we're maybe starting to make out that Crawley's a bit worse than he is. I mean, he's not going to nick that off too often. It's just a big
No.
wide half volley.
Yeah, exactly. But that's it. He could, he might flatter to deceive in this game. Do you get that?
Crawley plays that outside. It's just a bit short from hand, and Crawley has cut that in front of square by the looks of it.
And it's 4 more.
4 more, yeah.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4.
England fairly rocketing along now.
Yeah, it's given hand something to think about. You can definitely see on his face that he's wondering a bit. I mean, he was very excited by those first few deliveries, or at least the ones that were nice and full, that were cutting through Duckett. But now, all of a sudden, it's had a rude awakening to Test cricket. Well, now he gets to bowl again. Hand in again.
He's left that one alone outside of stump, and that's really the issue. He's actually bowled a decent ball there, but Crawley's just hit the last 2 for 4, so he doesn't have to do anything with it.
Well, yeah.
Pressure.
And I guess that's the difference as well between bowling well and a T20. Everyone's trying to hit you out of the park every ball. So.
Well, they have pushed a sweeper out to deep point, which is probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Hit it to deep extra cover now.
Hand in again. Hits it across. Got a bit about that, and that is swept up by mid-wicket, who gets it into Tucker. Bernie there on shot, and he will have a good bit to think about what he's going to do. He's going to have to swap his bowlers around. How many overs now do we have left in the session?
Quite a few. It's only Jesus.
Well, they're probably just going to go through to 6:30 or whenever they're allowed to.
Minimum
because-
overs 22. It says here, which they're never going to get in an hour and 10 minutes.
I think if we get into this position now, I think they'll have to look at obviously Andy McBride, but McBride will be used to these sorts of situations. Few on hand in again to Crawley, and that's been hit out to cover for no run.
He missed time. That his bottom hand came off the bat. I think he wanted to crunch that harder.
Yeah,
It does have to think about. I mean, they've gone a 9 over 63. That's 7 and over. They're going at so far. How many bowlers? Who else is left to bowl?
We've got Camphor and we've got McBride. Possibly some overs from Sterling. I wouldn't mind seeing that at some point. Hand in again.
That's the ball.
There we go.
But that's 1 in the over.
Yeah. That's the one for the over.
Well,
For
Dave,
Zach Crawley.
the Jersey Jingler says, "Where the hell were you when they were 33 for 3? Opportunity missed." I see. I get it now. Yes. It's like Richie Beno's 22 for 2.
2 for 2 for 2 for 2.
Dave Wood said, "How many tests into the Ashes does Folkes come in as an opener?" Infinity. Leah says, "Games ending in a draw is a price I'm willing to pay for taking my mind off the dreadful meaningless of existence for 5 rather than 3 days." Still, it's a nice day. Well, it is here. I don't know what it's like in Hanover, but
It's very nice here.
very
pretty
nice
good.
for South London.
Oi, it's always nice in South London.
Always sunny in Sydenham.
Yeah.
63 for no wicket. We got Ben Duckett on 33 and Crawley on 28. They're
Well, there you go.
storming
We got Ben Duckett on 33 anyway.
And we got Human again. We're sticking with Hume. Hume over the wicket to the left-handed. Duckett had us played quite straight to mid-on. Yeah, he looks like he saw that pretty well. I mean, it's good delivery from Hume.
They're just
5 more of those,
not doing anything to put any pressure on these batsmen at the moment.
No.
Too
Not
many
quick
too many
enough.
loose balls.
And yeah, you can't, if you're bowling at this place, you've got to be very accurate, haven't
Yes.
you, to a professional batsman? You haven't got the margin of error that pace affords you.
Human again. Good delivery, but this time Duckett gets to play it just behind that mid-wicket. It's cleared up by the square leg or the fine leg. Who gets it in well over the stumps.
I mean, this is the thing. People talk about people say 80-mile-an-hour bowlers can play Test cricket. Look at Vernon Philander. Look at Jimmy Anderson. Look at Abbas, Pakistan.
Mm-hmm.
But they're extremely skillful bowlers.
Yes.
Yeah, you've got to be very, very good.
Yes.
You've got to be able to land it in the same spot, have plans, drag the batsman, have confidence.
It's almost like bowling. It's almost like bowling spin in a way.
Yeah, to a certain degree, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'd say Hume is better than this. I mean, look, he's got this far bowling at whatever speed he bowls at, so he's done a few things, obviously, right in his career, but not getting it right at the moment. He's in again. Duckett plays this through to mid-wicket, who has a nice little dive over the ball and is cleared up by the mid-on.
Well, I will say this about. I mean, this is the one thing about Bazball, Stokey, McConnell is that in a lot of situations, some players, like other Test teams, and certainly in times gone past, may not attack the balls that have been banned in the way that they have, and they may not have gone for 4. In attacking, in the way that England play, and always trying to force the score along. After this ball.
Human again, and it's again played to mid-wicket. So yeah, there's a bit of consistency here with line here from Human.
Yeah, exactly, but it puts pressure on the bowler, and the more pressure, anyone who's bowled knows that if people are hitting what you think is your best ball before, then suddenly you're going to try and change it and try and do something else, and the more you try and change it, the less consistent you become, and the more opportunity you offer to the batsman. Yeah, and then they can go away from you.
It's all baseball, man. It's all a way of thinking. But did Duckett come down the wicket that much in New Zealand? This time, Hume goes a little bit wider outside off, and Duckett does his best to try and get it away, but can't.
Root did a lot coming down the wicket.
He did indeed. To Southey, I believe.
Southey, yeah, it was.
Yeah, I mean he's dropped a bit of pace, I think, over the years.
But he's a skillful bowler.
He is. He's considerably good, but he's got that great height as well. The height is the other bit.
But it's experience in Test cricket as well. It's so much,
Yeah, you got to be a wily operator, especially at that pace.
Exactly.
Human again. It's a bit short, but this time it's at the stumps, and Duckett tries to get that away past the square leg, but fails to do so. So it's a dot ball, and that was a reasonably good over. Hume with 23 off his 5, and England with 65 off their 10.
Well,
Trail
there's some
by 107.
There's some Bazball chat on Twitter. Farong says, Bazball is Indian Piazza League thanks to the ex-KKR Kiwi coach. Love him. Scoring in baseball is limited to 90 degrees. Mid-wicket down the ground to covers, same as Bazball. Is this good for cricket? Question mark, exclamation mark, question mark. Depends on who or what you support. Nothing is permanent. Keep enjoying the rum there, Farong. Pirate Badshaw says, I know Hendo wants me to say Stokey Colin Ball, rather than Bazball. But whatever, he says boring even if it is a natural evolution of ODI T20 tactics into the world of Test cricket. Well, I'll come on to that after this ball.
Got Fionn Hand into Zach Crawley. It's a pretty good delivery. Just outside off stump, and that was defended by Crawley, who's got, Fionn Hand has got 17 off his 2 overs.
Well, I think it's interesting, not just because it's scoring runs. I think it's interesting because it's interesting to see how teams will counter it, whether they will take a sort of if you can't beat them, join them line, or how they will try to counter it. I'm really interested to see how Australia will try to go about countering Bazball.
Well, I think initially, after this ball, go for it.
Hand has bowled that in, and Crawley has turned that around to fine leg. It's just gone for the single and Duckett's on strike.
Initially, like most other teams, they'll go, well, they can't do it to us because we've got a good bowling unit.
Yeah.
And they might well have. I mean, they have got a good bowling unit. If Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins are on song in the first test, I mean, this is the thing. This is the problem with Duckett and Crawley opening. You can see Crawley going really cheaply, and I can actually see Duckett going quite cheaply as well. And then if England keep crunching along, you can see them with a new ball. They get through the top 2 early. You can see Root coming in pretty early, and England collapsing in the first test.
Well, it's high variance cricket. It can go either way quite extremely. I don't think there's any question about what India are going to do in India. Prepare pitches that turn square. That's what they always do.
Well, I think I said to you last time, didn't I? I said we'll do better with Bazball in India than we did in the last.
I agree. Yeah.
We still may lose horrifically. Go on, Dave.
Hand is bowled into Duckett, and that was nicely on off stump, and Duckett has bowled it straight for no run.
But I think you're better off bowling. Well, say you only get 40 overs because everyone's getting out left, right, and centre. You're doing that. Better off doing that and hitting a few sixes and getting
exactly.
to 210.
We'll deal with Australia first, but what I can tell you what I'll see happening in India after this ball.
And in again, it is just at the pads, and Duckett does very well to turn it away, and it is covered. It's covered, well protected by the fielder in the deep, who I think is a very tall Harry Tector, who's lashed that in to Tucker over the stumps.
Yeah, what I think will happen is that they'll lose about the same way they normally lose. Then maybe they'll have one good game, and everyone will go, "Ha ha! Bazball is wrong." But they didn't do any worse than they won't do any worse than they did before.
No,
India.
I think. The thing is, Australia haven't won here for yonks, and if you can get through, I think Travis Head has played quite well recently. But I mean, if you can get through Labuschagne and Smith, you can cause fear in the Australian batting lineup.
And in again to Duckett. That's a very good delivery just on off stump, and it has Duckett just playing forward and defending.
I mean, Quaj has got an average of something like 13 or 15.
He does, but he's hitting it pretty well at the moment.
Well, that's what they say every time. That's what they said last time he came to England. It's just like it's all well and good saying that, and that's great, but you've got to prove it. And maybe he will this time. Maybe he's more settled.
That's it. Hand in again to Duckett. This is a good deal shorter, and Duckett has pulled that. But it is stopped by that man Tector, I believe, out in the deep, who lashes it in again, and that's just out for a single. But he hit that pretty well.
Yeah, he did. That's the end of the over, do you?
Well, Pirate Badshaw says, if Bazball continues, I'd like to see all restrictions on bowlers removed, paving way for a return to bodyline. Well, careful what you wish for. Or maybe you want to go back to the West Indies of the 80s, bowling 5 balls out of 6 out of reach over people's heads. I don't. Maybe you do. Warren says, is the World Test Championship final always to be played in England? Well, yeah, it's a fair point.
I think it is.
Is that some deal we made?
I don't know. It kind of irritates me. It does, because I would like to see, like, if England played Australia, it'd be funny to see England and Australia have to play in India.
That'd be awesome.
That would be awesome. It'd be fucking hilarious, wouldn't it? 2 teams completely out of water, fish out of water, having to play in a surface.
But the serious answer to that question is don't know. But 2 out of 2
I think
so
it
far.
is. I think it is, because it's always played in the Northern Hemisphere summer. Unless they change the cycle.
Maybe
of it.
we pulled a fast one there. Perfidious Albion.
Human again. bowls it in, and it's just left outside the off stump, I believe.
Maybe because it's supposed to be played at the home of cricket, even though this year it's being played at the Oval, so that doesn't make sense either.
The Oval's the least home of cricket.
Yeah, it should, I think it should be played everywhere. It should play it in Sri Lanka, it should play it in...
Yeah, agree, yeah.
Mount Maunganui, do it.
Dharamshala, what an amazing place that would be to play it.
I don't think they should play it anywhere where we have to do overnight tests.
Well, we don't have to do it. I mean, we don't have to do it unless England get in it.
Yeah, that's true.
Human again.
He got barrel around his legs there.
Nearly.
Yeah, Human just there targeting the leg stump at Duckett. Duckett kind of got quite a bit across onto his off stump. Just showed his stumps for a little bit, but I mean, it just went through to Lurkin Tucker.
Did I have a spinner?
We got Andy McBride, who will bowl a few overs. We got Harry Tector, who will bowl a little bit of off spin. And we've got Paul Sterling, who perhaps will grace us with his leggies and offies. Well, offies and leggies.
He looks like he's lost about a stone and a half since I last saw him.
Yeah, he does binge sessions, according to Raj. Trains with them. Human again, and that is nicely outside off stump. Duckett had a little bit of a flirt, but luckily didn't get anything on him to it, and it went through to Tucker.
He's trying to run that down the third man. That's a good way of getting Duckett out. I think the Aussies will get that one. That's what I fear for Duckett.
Yeah,
if you bowled out,
well, I don't know why you say the Aussies work batsmen out like none of the other countries do.
No. But I mean, Duckett's quite easy to work out actually because he likes dabbing it down the third man.
He's been doing okay, nonetheless.
Yeah, well, exactly. But I think at that slightly extra pace and a slightly wilier bowler, which the Aussies are, than a lot of bowling attacks, then he'll struggle. You won't get away with as much.
Human again with a similar delivery, similar line, but this time a bit shorter, gets a bit more bounce. So Duckett ends up trying to kind of elbow it out to the leg side, but only gets it to mid wicket for no run.
Hopefully, he proves me wrong.
Yeah, I mean, we all saw like Phil Hughes, like the way he batted, and
and then he came to Test cricket and he was useless.
He was pretty good for one Test match. He was pretty amazing in South Africa, and then everybody found him out, obviously. Human again, he's keeping up a good line as Hume to the left-hander just outside off stump, but this time Duckett just kind of bunts it out into the offside and gets through a single to bring Crawley back onto strike. He's 29 off 30.
Yeah, I mean, Phil Hughes was touted as the great new hope, wasn't he, when he came to England? The first Ashes series he played in, he was fucking useless. He was a walking wicket.
Yeah.
And then 2-3 years later when he came back, they said, he's changed, and it was still the same. It was exactly the same.
He did okay. There was that innings.
He had half an innings somewhere, but the rest
every
of
dog has his day.
Exactly that. But the rest of the time,
clock is right twice a day or whatever.
It was no different,
Human again to the right-hander. It's a nice delivery. It's just on off stump, but it's a little bit on the short side. But Crawley just bats it away to cover.
Where'd you change? Hendo is coming in with I've got Tony and Andy, but that can't be right because Tony's not here. But Hendo's supposed to be doing ball by ball, so this...
Well, Fred could come in if he wants to.
Yeah. Come on, you two, out there. Get your asses in gear.
In the meantime, Frong says this version of Pizer League, I don't know if that's some kind of nickname from the IPL, that's beyond me, has predominantly dead, lifeless pitches. Nice to watch 200-plus scores if you're not bowling, except luck now. To counteract Bazball, pitches with a bit of life and bounce will succeed. McCullum, smart man, he knows England does pitches that lack bounce. I don't know, I think my best bet against Bazball would probably be turning pitches, and India don't lack those. Batchel says yes, actually, it would be a reasonable corrective to the unfair advantages batters currently have over bowlers.
Green room, your time is up, Come on in, green room. There seems to be no movement on it. I'll go for a slash anyway.
I'll hold the fort. By which I mean finish my beer and watch adverts.
Boy!
If you contributed to us on Patreon, we could get fantastic communications between studio and green room. We could have automatic radios and all sorts of things. Or at least you could keep upgrading some of our equipment. Hendo wants me to... Right, just a minute. So it's alright for me to use it then? all changed there. Everybody run around now. But didn't miss anything because they're brushing the pitch and all having a drink, I think. England are 70 for naught. 102 runs behind. Can they get ahead before the close of play today? Do you think?
I think they can. They've got enough overs. They've got an hour to go, haven't we, really?
Basically, yeah.
So they need 103 in an hour.
I don't think Ireland will be hurrying through these overs.
No,
Even
no,
by
they won't get the full
Test
quota.
cricket standards. You want to put that on?
Definitely won't get that. Ireland were bowled up for 172 earlier. James McCollum 36, Curtis Camphor 33, Paul Sterling 30, Andy McBride 19, Stuart Broad 5 for 51, Matthew Potts 2 for 36, and Jack Leach 3 for 35. Nothing for Josh Tongue, although he was bowling to a plan that we couldn't really decipher, bowling a lot of short balls. There's maybe looking ahead to the challenges later in the summer that are coming, and just experimenting. 19 overs supposedly remaining. I suppose unless we get Andy McBride on, we won't get those. And even if we do, I don't think we will. So it's Fionn to continue. Coming in from the pavilion end, which is now shrouded in shade. The pavilion. Here is Hand. 2 slips now. Driven. Oh, now what happened there? Almost
hit it onto
seemed
his
to
foot.
drag it back, didn't he? Dragged it back onto his foot, and then it sort of just eased out onto the offside. Played a few shots like that, Duckett. I think that's another way they might get him in the Ashes. He's played on.
How many ways can they get him?
many.
Let me count the ways.
Indeed. So 12 overs bowled by Ireland, and England have moved to 70 without loss.
Yeah, we've had about an hour since tea, 12 overs.
Hand in again, bowls, little chop, back of the square, favoured by Duckett. He's going to get one. He's going to get more than one because there's no one at third man. I'm guessing that the fielder, who is Hume, has ambled around from deep point. Duckett moves into the 40s, 41 for him.
Now, it's always a bit of a risk to start talking about baseball because it has taken over the show at times. But Fred, you were telling us about some of the things they've done in baseball to sort of speed the game up after this ball.
Hand in, bowls. Oh, has he dragged it on? He should have.
No, it's gone nowhere.
It's gone absolutely nowhere. It stopped dead.
He should be outhandled the ball. He just picked it up.
His drive, he's closing the face all the time on his drives, isn't he?
Well, if you had a face like that, you'd want it closed.
Trouble is, though, this is actually quite a good pitch for the ball coming onto the bat. And if you're doing that on a pitch that's doing this, then, or not doing very much, then I would worry about him on anything slower. Well, that said, England have asked for quicker pitches, haven't they?
I was going to say, what kind of pitches are England looking for?
Yeah. Hand in, bowls, defended. That's much better on the front foot. Back to the bowler, and there is no run. Fred is the man on tweets. So, all you big fans of Fred, don't forget to pile in. Anything?
Farong has said the next World Test Championship 2025 will be played in the Northern Hemisphere, possibly India. Too wasted to search for it.
Green tea is legal in Thailand. That's what I saw at the end.
Yeah, I know.
Hand in bowls. Short, worked by Duckett. That's one of his favourite shots, isn't it? The wristy work. Out to deep mid wicket. They get through for 2.
At least your glasses are working, can't they? You could read that from there.
It's not bad, is it? That's pretty good. Pretty good. Yep, I remember to bring the right glasses with me for looking at the TV. 74 for no wicket England. And Duckett has moved on to 43. Breezy but sunny at Lord's. As Hand is in again, bowls, and he drives. That's a much better shot. Hands went right through the line of the ball there, and that said, he didn't pick up any runs because he hit extra cover. Maybe that's why he mistimes it. It's deliberate. 74 for no wicket. Fred's going to tell us all about baseball and what they've been doing to speed up the game.
They've been saying for years that the game is getting slower and slower. I just think there's probably some parallels there with T20 cricket, which seems to go on forever. They introduced a pitch clock, basically, that you have to get the pitch away within a certain number of seconds.
Right.
and they've made a couple of minor tweaks. But they've managed to reduce the average game from something like 3 hours and 5 minutes to about 2 hours 40. So they've really taken away a lot of the chaff and left the wheat. I mean, something like Gary would probably appreciate very much. If you have the same game which is being played in 2 hours 40 instead of 3 hours 5, that is a massive difference. That's something that cricket might be interested in looking at if they do want to bring the pace of T20s back to what it was supposed to be originally. But I'm not sure the IPL does, because they've got all that advertising revenue.
Dare's going to get a go at the nursery end. He bowls the ball that swings away ever so slightly, 81 miles an hour. Crawley threw the hands at it, and he mistimed it. He dragged it into the onside, and there is no run. Only got it in tennis, haven't you? You've got to serve within a certain number of seconds.
Yeah, there were some players who always, between every ball, they've got to towel themselves down and they've got to fiddle with their wristbands and do everything. And some people, if you watch old tennis, you see people just got the ball and served.
Yes. Adair in again outside the style. Always very nearly chopped on as he went back to that one, Crawley, but he's got away with it. It's got lucky. It's gone fine down past the wicketkeeper to the pavilion for one of these.
We should have a jingle for really lucky for.
Should do, really, shouldn't we?
Specifically have one.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I suppose you could use the clown jingle.
It's not that bad. I mean, you see at 4.
Nobody has timed a ball for about 4 overs. Everyone has come off an edge, isn't it?
It's a bit too slow for them. A bit too slow in terms of the pace of the bowlers. Not the way it's coming off the pitch, particularly.
So, after this ball, I'll ask you a question.
Okay.
Yeah.
3 slips for Adair. Bowls flicked away off his legs by Crawley.
That was
fairly
timed.
fine. That might go all the way. It will.
It does.
4 more runs. 82 for none.
And
Yeah.
gentlemen, we've reached a segment. Andy's question of the day.
Question of the day. What is England's actual batting order? Is it Root, Pope, Brooke, Bairstow?
No, it's Pope, Root,
Stokes,
Brooke. No, I think Brooke is going to come in at 5, Stokes at 6, Bairstow 7.
Bairstow at 7. Now, all the talk about Bairstow, he might not even get a bat.
Well, that's true. Well, I'd like to think that. Well, maybe in this game. Oh, and he's done it again! Crawley. This time he was onto the front foot, aimed a drive. Gets another horrible inside edge. Gets lucky again. And gets 4 runs, would you believe? That's what I mean about Crawley. For every shot of that type that he gets right, he gets one wrong. And that, to me, is why he gets out all the time.
It just never looks convincing, does it?
It's just no consistency in the shot. The same shot is not played with the same technique. Something goes wrong in the technique too often. Adair's gone for 36. Only into his 4th over. He's in again. Bowls onto the back foot goes Crawley. He's going to get runs this time with a much more orthodox shot. 2 men in pursuit down towards the tavern. And they should get back for a comfortable 2.
Yeah, he was quoted as saying something about it didn't matter that he wasn't scoring hundreds. I had 2 beers in, I couldn't give you the exact quote. But if I was him, I would just shut up and keep cashing the cheque and hope no one notices.
Well, no, I think it was more, wasn't it, that he just didn't... he was asked about the criticism of his batting, and he says, I don't care. I think that's what I saw.
I think he probably does.
I think he does, but, it's the hard thing to say, isn't it? It's, you've got to say, like, I'm not affected by outside
nowadays you have to
influences.
say, it really affects my mental health.
You're true. There's a bit of that. Driven.
So
this
stop
time.
doing it, you mean people.
You evil people who are...
Down into the ground, back to the bowler. There is no run. So
Yep.
88 for no wicket after 14 overs. Crawley 43, and would you believe, Duckett 43.
Mayank doesn't like baseball. Farong says, sorry Andy, my reference to the Indian Piasa League, a piasa is the equivalent of a penny. Rupees, same as squids. Nicely.
Okay, thanks for the explanation. Yeah.
Says the IPL, nice. The IPL has copied baseball in terms of time, but Tata and Paytm won't allow it. Without rain, many IPL games went over 4 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did, yeah.
Yeah.
To bowl a 20-over game.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? And that's basically the part of the reasoning behind the 100, isn't it? It was always going to have to be compacted into 3 hours.
But why not just play a 20-over game compacted into 3 hours?
Well, they did at one point.
Didn't they used to charge them runs if they overran their allotted time?
All they do now, if you overrun your allotted time as a bowling unit, you in the last over you have to bring an extra person inside the circle. Foolish and driven up to mid-on by Duckett. There is no run.
Chris the Quiet, I'm very interested to read this. He says, the downside of baseball games being shorter is that the California Angels games are often just finishing when I wake up rather than being halfway through. Are you an Angels fan, Chris? Like me?
Good God.
He says Angel and Braves games are free to air.
Were they not the Anaheim Angels at
They
one
were.
point?
They're the Los Angeles Angels, the California Angels, the Anaheim Angels. They're all in the same place.
On the basis that no one knows where Anaheim is.
Well, no, on the basis that the city of Anaheim gave them a lot of money for their stadium.
Driven in the air, but he's timed that really well, and it's gone straight at mid-off, and that will bring Duckett 4 more very pleasant runs.
Now my innings going, great guns. I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
In fact,
well, of course, as you've told me, the great thing about when they were the Los Angeles Angels, it's that the literal translation
of
that
Los Angeles is the Angels.
Angels.
Yeah.
That's great, isn't it? The Angels Angels.
No, the Angels.
Oh,
Angels.
the Angels Angels. Yeah, they're now the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim.
Full again. Defended, though, this time by
That sounds
Duckett.
like a committee decision.
No, again, because they had to take the money, they had to agree to have Anaheim in the title. So they just sort of fudged it slightly.
Well, there doesn't seem to be a huge amount there for these Irish bowlers. They just haven't got the pace, have they? There's a little bit of movement from time to time, and there's one or two rather dubious strokes, but there's no pressure,
as
is
we
there?
were saying before, it's okay to bowl at this pace if you're Jimmy Anderson or
Yes.
Vernon Philander.
Yes. Hand in bowls, driven again, but not timed by Duckett, so the bowler himself can just ease across to his right to do the fielding.
Or indeed Tim Murtagh, who struggles to get up to 78 nowadays. He's around the 74 mile an hour mark.
Is he 45? Or a 33 now? There's a joke for us old timers.
It's vinyl jokes.
No,
don't start Andy off.
Don't start
Andy off on
I'm
vinyl.
becoming a vinyl snob. It's
God.
great.
You are?
Yes.
You love vinyl? Or you hate vinyl? Which way?
No, I like it.
Oh, you like it? Okay.
Yeah, I
Yawn.
yeah, well, that's okay. I mean, I totally understand that point of view.
Hand is in, bowls full, driven again. Not quite finding the gap, but he will get a single as the man at mid-off is forced to tumble to his right to do the fielding. Duckett goes to 48, 93 for no wicket. I gave some of my vinyl. Loads. I can't believe how much vinyl I still had at my mum's.
Yeah, well,
And
the shops around are absolutely full of it from
Well,
that kind of source. Yeah.
I gave Grubby a few of them because he wanted to up his vinyl quotient.
Really? He can have a load of my crap, I tell you.
He got a couple of Elvis Costellos. He got which I'm not even sure why I ever bought. Anyway,
it's all right.
Hand. That's an awful shot. That's an awful shot by Crawley. I cannot believe that shot. He came down the wicket, tried to take it from a foot outside off stump and smack it over mid-wicket. He got an inside edge, and that has run away, missing his off stump by about 4 inches, and he's got another 4. Would you believe it?
1, 2,
He's
3.
He's definitely hitting it in the V, but not the V that you would think he'd been hitting it.
Maybe Australia put in 2 fine legs watching this.
Do you remember when Chris Board played himself out of a winter tour by batting terribly? He scored about 80 for England against Sri Lanka.
No, Robin Smith.
No, I don't think it was Robin Smith.
I think it was Robin Smith.
But he played so badly, even though he got runs.
Yes.
If he'd have got out for naught, he probably would have been on the tour. But he stayed in for a while and got some really ugly runs and played himself out of a winter tour.
Thing is, when he does that in the Ashes, he's going to get out, unquestionably. It's just going to happen.
Using up.
Why are the stumps?
They're using up that.
Are the stumps
inside
wider
edges.
in the Ashes?
They must be. That's all I can say.
The English stumps must be. Yeah.
Poor old Mark Adair. He's gone for 38 off 4 overs. That was Hand, though. I think that last delivery.
It's the way he plays.
It's the way he plays, and he's three runs
TM.
away from a 50. Duckett is 2 runs away from a 50. England are 97 for no wicket
Of
15 overs.
And we're not even remarking on that.
No, and it's to be honest, it's a little bit dull, isn't it? Onto the back foot he goes, chops this away down to third man. There isn't a third man. Again, that point has to run round 20 yards to his right, so they'll get back for a 2, and that will be Ben Duckett's 50. He's hit plenty of 50s of late.
Grinds and flashing cameos, quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Plucky or lucky, inducing reverie. These are a few types of half century.
They are indeed. 6 test 50 in 10 matches. Also has 100 to his name. And he'll want another one here. Round the wicket, Adair now bowls short and chopped anyway down to that sort of backward point position. A little bit squarer this time, so just a single. And England's 100 comes up. England are 100 without loss. Messi Joseph has sent us the wagon wheel for Crawley, who has now scored 19 runs between the wicket keeper and fine leg.
Yeah. All off the edge.
All off the inside edge.
Pirate Badshaw says you would kill to have Little and Delaney playing about now. Well, you make your priorities, mate. Mayank says Crawley won't make double digits in the Ashes with this kind of batting. Absolute shite. Get off the fence, Mayank. We're not sure what you think. And after this ball,
as the dare is in again, bowls to Crawley. Crawley drives. He creams this one.
That's a good
He's
shot.
the best player in the world.
Proves you all wrong.
Scatters the pigeons, and he has got 50 as well. England go to 104 for 0. He's rather
Standing
embarrassed.
ovation.
He's rather embarrassed to raise his bet to that, I think. But 51 it is.
You know you lift me with your 50.
Ooh, that's a new one, isn't it?
Yeah, I quite like that
Yeah,
one.
it's
Yeah.
quite nifty and sweet.
Short.
Short. Crawley's hit 10 fours. Hit is not necessarily the word you would use.
Accumulated.
all parts of the bat are equally valid.
It's true. Adair again. Oh, it's a horrible ball.
Yeah,
what
it
was
was
he
clever.
trying
It
to
wasn't
do
that
there?
bad. Floaty,
No,
slow.
it was
ball.
clever, yeah. Try something different. He might drag it on.
Well, you say that, but you say it was something different, but I don't think it was deliberate. Didn't look deliberate to me.
Well, it was deliberate to do something not deliberate.
Yeah, it was deliberate trying to do something different. Yeah, fair point, I suppose.
Farong says, which England player got the most money for doing basically nothing in the IPL? Root, Stokes, Jofra, Brooks and Roy actually played matches. Classic moment. Stokes bringing Conway his helmet. Sounds like a highlight of the IPL for me. Okay, Jofra took a few sickies.
Well, I'm pretty sure with the IPL, you only get paid if you're available. If you're not available for X matches, it gets prorated.
Adair bowls another pleasant
shot.
drive. That's
shot.
better from Crawley. He's played 2 lovely
telling
shots.
You, he's the best player in the world.
Well, no, he is. I want to make this point that he is not consistent in that shot. He plays it well sometimes. He plays it terribly other times. It's a bit like you talk about with bowlers repeatable actions.
I don't really think he's the best player.
No, I
in the
know
world.
you don't. I know you're being sarcastic, but
What?
yeah, Vu. But you know, as I say, when he gets it right, it's beautiful. But he gets it wrong.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
He's gone to 55 off 41, so he's outscoring Duckett in terms of, well, not just runs, but also the rate at which he's scoring. Adair is in again. Bowles, he looks like a man completely devoid of confidence now. This one squeezes away off the outside edge to deep backward point. They take a single. Mark Adair, who looked like the next coming thing for Ireland in 2019, has now gone for 50 from 5 overs.
Well, he came and he went. Pirate Badshar says, not my priorities. It says that gobshite Holdsworth priorities. I assume he's not talking about Touchbird Kate. But rather the Irish, what is he, CEO?
No, he's not CEO. He's performance director.
Oh, performance director.
Well, in Little's case, he did get $500,000 to play the IPL, so
well, it's
that would have been
finished.
my priority.
Yeah, but I mean the other thing is, for a man who's going to go into World Cup qualifiers, playing in front of 110,000 people under pressure in India, it's probably more helpful than playing
I think so,
this
yeah.
game.
Well, how many are going to be at the World Cup qualifiers?
How many?
How many spectators? 110,000?
No, but what's
110.
1.1.
If you then get them through to the
No, I
actual
understand, yeah.
proper competition, And you'll have had that experience in India, which is where the World Cup is, isn't it? So, you know, you go.
Well, they'll certainly have the edge on the Netherlands, whose players are all playing for Worcestershire against Glamorgan in that big Division 2 showdown.
Yeah, you say that, but I mean, it depends on what their contracts say and what the regulations are. You know, the people who are paying their money.
Handballs starting at the new over from the pavilion end, and it's angled into Crawley, who pushes up to mid-on.
The same is true with English players in the IPL. The same is true with
right,
everybody.
Except we moan like hell about it,
Well,
and then when the counties
I
do it, but puffballs.
I love the pro county and the anti-county. You
I'm
probably
not
are the only
I'm not
anti-county.
anti-county. I'm just
He plays county
objective.
cricket, Endo.
Yes, he does. Good point.
Not anymore, I don't.
Defended up to mid-on. There's a dummy run from the man at mid-wicket, which has the result of keeping Crawley at home. And 16.2 overs
which
been
makes
bowled.
me best qualified to comment then.
Oh yeah, you're the only person entitled to comment. The Bear thinks he's played IPL or something. I'm not sure. He just has some weird
fever dream.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think he may have
I'm not
played-
sure if it's a fever or something else.
I think he may have played the GPL.
Always
He's
out.
caught and bowled. He's gone.
Oh,
Brilliant.
yes, he got-
Brilliant from the bowler, because he was dropped and then caught again. The reaction to take it a second time was astonishingly quick. It looked astonishingly quick. It was excellent too. And at last, England have lost a wicket. I say at last. We're only into the 17th over.
How unlucky is Crawley?
How unlucky is he? How unlucky he is. He must have thought he was on for a double hundred here.
He's driven it back into his midriff, and it went.
Oh, it's a brilliant snatch.
It's a good second grab.
Brilliant snatch. It really is.
He looks happy with that, and why not?
He's very happy with a brilliant snatch. Now, I'll tell you why that was a good snatch. It was because
Everyone likes a good snatch at this time of the day.
Because it sort of went from his midriff out to the left, but it was his right hand that came round to grab it, wasn't it? That was what's tremendous.
He got the grab before it got too far away from him, which was good reflexes, and he's deserved that, to be fair. Jay Grover has got in touch, and he says, I seem to remember Adair being better than this.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you don't play any Test cricket after you look good 4 years ago.
And the priority, who cares about this? They've got some World Cup qualifiers against Namibia or something.
Yeah, but you understand that from a sort of financial point of view. You understand that if they make their money.
What are they doing with their finances? They're not even playing any Test matches because they're too expensive. They
yeah,
won't
but
host any Test matches.
if they get to a World Cup and they make some money from the World Cup,
then they'll say, "Oh, well, that's even more our priority now."
They might do, yes. Yeah, you can look at it both ways, I suppose.
Use it or lose it.
Ollie Pope has come to the crease wearing the number 80. He's coming in at number 3, so I don't know what the 80 means.
Okay, I'm going to go with censored version, only because I can't see the uncensored version.
We got a Pope! We got a Pope! Take a good hard look, it's Ollie Pope! It's Ollie Pope! It's Ollie Pope! Take a hard look at Ollie Pope!
And in, again, his first wicket in Test cricket, and causes Pope a little bit of difficulty. Again, he seems to drag the right hand through and close the face of the bat. Now, I'm worried about Ollie Pope, and I'll tell you why. I think that playing in this way, he's often eschewing the cover drive in order to get outside the off stump and work that ball from outside off stump through mid-wicket. He's been doing that a lot. Okay, he has had some success, but I think he'll get out a lot more as well. He plays a horrible leave. It's the Steve Smith leave. Hang on, he's taking the piss.
Halfway between Steve Smith and Courtney Walsh, I think.
He's had a little wander down the track to have a little poke at it.
A little poke from Pope.
Indeed, 109 for 1.
Mike's in a swearing mood. He says, fuck Crawley and his terrible fucking cricket. Man isn't even good enough for second 11s, and his idiot face irritates me so much.
Yeah, he's not one of the best looking cricketers in terms of beauty, but he can't help that, can he? He can help other things. Hand, bowls, and again, an ugly attempted drive by Pope that runs up to mid-on. And there is no run. End of the over, 109 for 1.
And then, just in case we haven't read that. He sends basically the same thing in another tweet. And he also asks, does Mike, how much time is left in the day? 30 minutes?
Must be getting... Are we near time for a change again?
Do we usually just stop at 6:30 anyway, even in blazing sunshine?
They do,
I
yes.
think we do. I think 6:30
Yeah,
is the
6:30 cut off, yeah.
Because you have to worry about their mental health.
Yes.
Who's on? Not Fred is taking over on Ball by
Hooray,
Ball.
you lucky people.
Messrs is returning and the Bear is returning, so I shall make myself scarce.
Oh, you've got 4 minutes, according to my watch.
Yeah. No, you've got it. You
Clock off
came on
early.
late and
Well,
you're trying to clock off early.
Off early.
He said 30 minutes. So I presumed it was 6 o'clock. Adair is going to continue now that Crawley's stopped destroying him with his inside edges.
Do you not wear a watch?
No, not these days, no. He's round the wicket. He's got 2 slips. He's bowling to Duckett. Duckett is onto the back foot to a ball back of a length and forces up to mid-on. And there is no run. Yeah, I think that's one of the most disappointing things for me, to see the Adair that we've got out there today, compared with the one we had 4 overs ago.
Like he's a broken man. He's just had a bad day with a bunch of inside.
I think he might have been. I think he might have had. I think he might be a broken man now. He's in, bowls full on leg stump, and it's flicked to mid wicket. Duckett was already looking for the single, but it's well stopped there, so he can't.
He's not playing on merit. He's just playing for Adair.
Yeah, never heard that one before.
It wasn't very good. I need to work on it.
I could always. He must be called Red, mustn't he?
I don't think anyone today knows who Red Adair is.
No, unfortunately.
That's a sort of generational.
I know.
Them,
Do you remember John?
He has needed to put out a few fires in his time playing for Ireland. I will say that.
John Wayne in what was the name of that film that was about Red Adair?
Well, John Wayne must have been 80 about that time.
No. This is early 70s, very early 70s. Adair bowls defended up to mid-on, fullish ball.
To those teenagers listening, Red Adair was a man who specialised in putting out huge fires.
And John
on
Wayne
oil
was
rigs
a
and
famous film star.
Now there's an airport named after him in Orange County, California.
He was
very close to Anaheim Stadium.
He was very versatile. He could play Red Adair, Genghis Khan, the lot.
With exactly the same accent and expression on his face.
Yes.
One of the greats. Adair again round the wicket to the left-hander, and he pulls him. And I thought for a moment he did it straight into the hands of mid-wicket. Well, he has, but the ball had bounced. But it went so quickly, for a moment, I thought perhaps Adair had got another breakthrough. Duckett 51 from 58. Crawley made his runs from 45 deliveries. Do you think we'll see a Nighthawk tonight?
I'd like to. For all the talk about it, I think it's only happened once.
Adair in again, bowls. A little bit of swing there, a little bit of wobble perhaps, and the ball wraps Duckett on the thigh pad and then just drops to his feet. He hands it to the fielder.
Sometime soon the camera will switch to the England balcony and we'll see whether Broad is sitting there with a goofy grin on his face and a pair of pads.
Indeed.
Which will put Bairstow down to 8, so I'm all in favour of it.
Oh yes.
Mind you, no, Leach. Leach. What did he do? He opened in the last as a night watchman.
As a night watchman, yeah. Oh, now that's turned Duckett around a little bit there. He was trying to play that into the onside. Ended up prodding it into the off.
No, Andy, I think he opened when he got his 92.
Yeah, he did, because he was there in the morning when we got there for the next day.
And he has done. He has opened at other times for England. Leach, I think in India, he opened the batting and the bowling at the same Test match.
I don't remember that. I remember the Irish game. I don't remember him doing it against India, although he may well have done. Anyway, that's the end of the over. Should be time for a change now. I've surely done those extra 4 minutes now.
Yeah, sod off.
Okay, I'm going.
I'll read some tweets if there are any.
Jez in.
Farong has shown that picture of Barry Richards holding his bat and a modern day bat. Which is
I've seen that one, but it looks like a stick.
Yeah. He used a matchstick, and nowadays they use this giant bludgeoning tool. I think Messi's coming back at some point.
318 runs he scored that day at the Wacker, which was extraordinary.
Thank you, Messi. First ball of a new over is being worked very nicely by Pope through mid-wicket. And he's picked up 2 runs to get off the mark. What is you saying, Bear? Why should I sit? Oh, because of the camera. Okay, I'm being told to move. Who's doing socials? Messi, is that you?
I am indeed.
Okey-doke.
We're up to date by the look of it. I'm sure my Hank will keep me entertained. He's obviously on a run.
Yeah, Mike's not in the best mood at the moment.
Why?
I don't know. He's been a little bit sweary. 111 for 1.
Nothing wrong with
Nelson as Pope faces up to Hand, and this is, well, they're not on Nelson anymore because he's just flicked this round the corner, and they've run a good 2 as the ball found its way to deep backward square leg. The man from Long Leg had to come around to field. 113 for 1 now, and we're only in the 19th over.
Well, they could be
ahead
pretty much
before the
level
end of the day,
or ahead, yeah, by the end. Yeah, what are they going on along that? About 6 and over?
Approximately.
Well, 5 overs left they won't be. They'll be maybe 20 behind at the end of the day.
So where are we GPL-wise, Bear? Have you had a look at that?
How many did they get? What did Ireland get?
They got 182.
Can you turn yourself up a little bit?
I can.
They got 172. As this next ball is wide and full and beautifully driven by Pope. He got his front foot all the way out there and played a classic cover drive which races to the boundary.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
So we're currently on, what, 2, what's that? So that's moved, is that 117 for 1? That's 289, I make it.
Well, we'll have a number in play. Is that any better in terms of volume?
that's better. 289. So
no, we can hear you, Messi.
293 is next, just Messi Jez, followed by 297 Alan Reynolds, 303 Messi Jez. Everyone could be out because 330 is the top score, Oscar Mack.
Yeah, and we've still got 26 minutes or so to go.
Exactly, 40 odd runs will put everyone out.
Well, I mean, they could theoretically lose a wicket and send in an old-fashioned night watchman like Jack Leach, who doesn't score any runs.
England aren't going to do that, are they? Nighthawk's coming out.
This next delivery
They haven't
is
scored off the last 9 balls, either.
Wide off outside the off stump, and Pope has got into this very nasty habit of playing a Steve Smith leave, which is about the ugliest thing in cricket, which doesn't involve Paul Adams. So, what are we looking at a replay of? Oh God, this leave! It's horrible, isn't it? Well, there's no point. There's no point to it.
Yeah.
You just leave the ball, and then you play an imaginary pull
off the front foot.
Yeah, for no reason. Why do it?
No idea.
Exactly.
The trouble is with cricketers, once they get into habits, it's very difficult to get out of them. 117 for 1 as Pope leaves this ball outside the off stump, but doesn't play the stupid leave. He just leaves it by leaving it. So well done, you.
What a beautiful leave.
Well, a less ugly one, anyway. Pope has 8 from as many deliveries. Duckett 51 from 60, and well, Leach doesn't look like he's ready to come in as night watchman because he's wearing a blue top. Somebody, who is that wearing a pair, using
That's
a pair
Tongue.
of binoculars? Is it Tongue?
And that's Harry Brook, isn't it?
Oh, it's Harry Brook. He's looking for some good-looking girl in the crowd.
No, that man.
Yeah,
or maybe his family, one or the other. And Leach is a long way from padding up, so I'm suggesting he won't come in, as this is wide of the crease from Hand and wide of the batting crease too. And Pope doesn't play at the ball. The end of the 19th over, 117 for 1. Messi, what are people saying?
Mike says, I'll tell you why I'm not in a good mood. Got a new job in Houston, Texas, and now I travel every week for this in-office nonsense when I should be sitting at home waking up at 6 to watch the test on my TV and get away with not working. Plus Crawley is a shit of a cricketer. I can understand how working pisses you off. It's a bugger, Mayank.
Where were you?
I know
Mayank was East Coast, wasn't he, before? Houston's Texas. Texas, isn't that a bad place to be? Texas sounds like a fucking nightmare.
Pretty warm.
It's pretty warm, but they're all fucking nutcases running around with no licenses for guns and shooting people.
It varies. Texas is such a big place, and there are areas that are actually quite enlightened, I'm told.
I think there's more cricket played in Texas than perhaps any other state. First ball of a new over from Adair, round the wicket to the left-handed Duckett. It's well wide of off-stump and taken by Tucker.
Why is that?
There's a lot of cricket. There's something like 18 or 20 cricket leagues in Texas. I mean,
Really?
there's a lot of cricket.
Wow.
I'm sure Mayank will know more than I do, but there is, but because there are a lot of people of subcontinental origin living there and playing there.
Okay.
And Florida, there's a reasonable amount played too, isn't
Yep.
Yeah, big West Indian population, I presume. in
And
Florida.
West Indies play there
Yeah.
occasionally, as his next ball is straighter and worked by Duckett behind square on the offside out to deep backward point for a single. 11841. I mean, the day hasn't gone great for Ireland, but it could have gone worse. I mean, they wouldn't have wanted to lose the toss and to be asked to bat under cloudy skies on a June morning at Lord's. But they found their way to 170, which is, I mean, it's not a great score, but it's better than it could have been when they were
19 for 3, and it could have been
and
19 for 4
if DRS wasn't working.
Yeah.
Adair into Pope, and he nudges this down. He gets on top of it, nudges it down to third man. There isn't a third man, and he's going to pick up 4 easy runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Why isn't there a third man?
There's never a third man anymore.
He took a step and a half forward, and he just waited for the ball to get to him, and then he's just guided it quite deliberately down into the ground and through a sort of a fifth slip region. The easiest runs he will get.
I can understand they're desperate for a wicket, but you know, when the opposition's 122 for 1 and you're only 50 ahead, and having 3 slips is quite an extravagance, it seems to me.
Well, yes and no, as this is a full ball which is just pushed up to mid-off, no run. But on the other hand, you do have to get wickets.
Yeah.
If you go to defensive mode, you're conceding 400
very quickly as well.
Yeah.
With this team, I mean, if they don't take, if they just plaster people out in the outfield,
then they'll just take ones and twos forever.
Exactly, they'll be milking it like an ODI and getting 6, 7 and over.
You have to try and back your bowlers, and if an edge does come, you need somebody there to take the chance. As Adair's in again, outside the off stump. That one may have got up slightly more. Pope drops the hands and doesn't play the Steve Smith leave. Well done, you.
I don't think it's necessary to run down the track to him, or he walked down the track to him.
He just had a lot to everybody.
Yeah, he does. Backs himself.
It's the way he plays. We get all the cliches out here.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, dear.
They don't pick me, and I play the way I play as well. As Adair bowls short, and it's a short arm pull by Pope. He's hit it very sweet. He's timed it so sweetly. The man was only about 15 yards away from it at deep backward square. Had no chance of cutting off that boundary.
Adair, who we all thought in our podcast would be a good, solid bowler, has gone for 59 in 7 overs.
Missing Tim Murder.
Yeah.
Chris Acquire says Ireland bowled 16 overs an hour last week against Essex. There's still 13 overs left today. With a 6:30 finish, how many overs can Ireland lose? Well, I think they'll lose 5 or 6.
Yeah, they've got 20 minutes left.
Things you expect to hear on Guerrilla Cricket Radio. Messrs, can we have a GPL update? Thanks, Bear. Not going to mention the AFL, Messrs. No, don't.
Well, what's going on in the AFL?
Oh, my team is just dreadful. They had 18 players on the injury list last week.
Was that the West Coast Eagles?
It is indeed. You're very well informed.
Oh, I don't know where I dragged that one out from pub quizzes of 20 years ago, perhaps.
Could well be.
But I don't know where I got that from. Anyway, it's going to be Camphor. I don't think he's bowled before, and he hasn't bowled particularly well there, as that's wide outside the leg stump. And the keeper got a hand to it. It could have been called wide, but it's been given as byes, and 4 of them are called. What was that about?
I don't know. Fancy playing it.
Yes.
Well, there's one
in
here.
In case the king is listening, congratulations to him on that.
There's one here that if I play it, it's going to send a message. It's in the forwards cart.
No, Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
Hello, Subtle Knife, if you're still with us. 130 for 1 as the Ducket faces up to Camphor, and this is tucked around the corner to long leg, actually, for an easy single for Ducket. He has 53. And Pope, who's just come in, seemingly, has got 16 off 13 deliveries. 131 for 1. And they are going at basically 6.5 and over.
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? It's
But
totally-
the mad thing is that we're not even commenting on it. It's perfectly normal.
Yeah, exactly. It's very. And the thing is, when a wicket falls, you think, God, I hope they don't slow down.
Not the greatest average for Camphor as his test bowler. He has 3 wickets at 80 each. As he bowls now short and wide, a little bit of a way swing, but started far too wide, and Pope was not tempted.
Ireland have not bowled well this afternoon, have
No,
they?
they haven't. Well, they came out and they had pressure on them, didn't they? They had to start bowling well to sort of.
It would be interesting to have seen how they bowled if they won the toss and opted to bowl.
I think it would have been
Yeah.
quite different. If they got an early wicket or two, they'd have put pressure on England. That's the problem. They didn't get enough runs on the board. England have come out aggressive.
Again, this is a away swinger, but
lovely
it's
shot.
beautifully timed by Pope. He got his foot out there again, got towards the pitch of the ball, and has thrashed this through extra cover for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It's tricky when every second ball is going for a boundary to keep your focus as a bowler. But this is a way in which this England tactic has extra side effects
exactly.
of the pressure it puts in the bowler. As Camphor's in again, short and wide, and this time Pope goes to try and cut it, but it's so wide and it doesn't bounce at all. He ends up playing a desperate cut
Looks horrible.
with no control at all, and he played over the top of the ball.
It's a nasty looking shot.
Leah says something that made Stuart Broad happy. There is a ride in a theme park in my hometown called Temple of the Nighthawk. I could see Stuart Broad going there for a photo opportunity.
Well, I imagine he's padded up.
If he is, they'll
Dave,
probably
which was
sorry, this last ball
Oh,
from Camphor is a full
Jesus.
toss, a
Jesus
swinging
Christ.
high full toss, and Pope needs no invitation to just guide that out to the square cover boundary for 4 runs.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
David says, the New Zealand has definitely arrived as the bear makes sweeping generalizations on an entire American state. Vive la revolution.
Absolutely.
Mayank, if you are listening still, and if you do
Well, you
know,
can always correct me.
let us know about cricket in Texas, because I'm pretty sure it's there's a lot of it. I don't know where, as message as it's an enormous state.
Well, haven't they just impeached the Texas Attorney General or something?
Yeah, don't let's go there.
I did.
Mike says, I fly from Philly to Houston every Tuesday to Thursday because I can't be asked to actually become a Texan. Luckily,
man.
haven't been shot by any lunatic yet. Also, lots of cricket since lots of South Asians and Texans have been growing exponentially last 20 to 30 years.
Thank you very much.
Well, hopefully they'll vote out the Republicans then soon.
As we're seeing pictures of
wouldn't hold my breath.
David Gower enjoying a drink and a conversation in one of the many executive boxes. I don't know why they're called executive boxes. Hume is back into the attack. He's bowling right arm round to Ducket. It's shortened down the leg side and it's helped round the corner. A good bit of fielding down there. And that got quite quickly. And so it's just a single. Struggling. That looks like...
That's fee on hand.
Hand, is it?
Yeah.
The big chap with a goatee. Not Fionn Haig, who's somebody completely different.
Yes.
He's a burly chap, is Hume. This doesn't automatically, if you saw a picture of him, you wouldn't think necessarily international cricketer. You might think builder, bricklayer. And if you saw his whites halfway down halfway down his bottom, you wouldn't be surprised at all, would you?
No.
But he is an
Oh,
international
dear.
cricketer, and we aren't, as he comes in and bowls this time over the wicket to the right-handed Pope. It's a good ball on off stump, and it's defended by Pope, who has 24 off 18 without looking at any difficulty whatsoever. Let's check on the
personification of solid, I think. Is
So
how
312
I describe him.
already, so that's who's that wiped out? 312. Messi Jez, you've got one run to play with in about 13 minutes.
Yeah.
You
Wouldn't
also
hold your
got
breath.
323 though, so you might have that. 326 is JB, 327 is Hombre Nuevo, and 330 is Oscar Mack. They're the only scores left in. And people were saying at the beginning of the day, and I did say if England get in, those scores might not be unachievable.
Well, you are
I
still
had
in it after this
333
ball,
and I crossed it off
because it's a good length ball on off stump, which Pope defends. They're having great fun with binoculars in the England on the England balcony. Not sure quite what they're looking for. I mean, I can guess, but probably not a good idea. Crawley's
staring into the distance.
Crawley's stupid face, as Maya called it earlier, is looking quite blank as this next ball is outside the off stump and left through to Tucker. I've not heard of these umpires today. They're new names to me.
Rod Tucker?
No, it's not Tucker. Tucker's the wicketkeeper. The umpires of this game, somebody's called Holdcroft or something from South Africa.
Umpires,
Yeah,
Adrian
Holdstock
Holdstock and Paul Wilson.
Paul Wilson, that's right. Blocker Wilson. He's done a lot of tests.
Well, let's showing the press box. Let's see if we can see Gary Naylor complaining about the over rate. This is a genuine beaten of the bat from as Pope leaned forward and the ball swung away. So it's a good bit of bowling from Hugh. And it's the first. Apart from edges, I think that's the first time the bat's been beaten. Genuinely, he played a shot. He tried to guide it down to third man, and it went past the outside edge.
Was that Richie Richardson we saw earlier? He's the match referee.
No, it was Phil Simmons. We all agreed it was Phil Simmons,
It wasn't
except
Phil
for
Simmons.
you. Everybody agreed.
Unless he's had his ears done, it wasn't Phil Simmons.
Well, Hendo, Andy, and me all agreed.
Yeah, but you were all wrong.
As this next ball from Hugh. Next ball from Hugh is further wide of off stump, and Pope does not want to play a shot. 22 overs have gone, 140 for 1. Messi.
Brian Barish is our Philadelphia correspondent who fills us in. He says Texas will be the home to the new Major League Cricket Stadium and base starting in July. The 6 MLC teams have different city names, but will all play at the same stadium.
There's Jason Roy involved with that, I think.
Can I just say, we've had a $50 donation.
Oh.
From
Well
Ian
done. Wow.
Southcote Want. He says $50 to celebrate Crawley's 50, the most handsome and smart cricketer. He knows edges for 4 are the way are more demoralising to the opponent.
I think
It's
that's
all
Mayak's
brilliant
real
strategy.
name. Well, thank you
Ian,
very
you're a
much. You're a
legend.
star. As more donations are very welcome, as I was going to say Messages was taken out of the GPL running, but there's been a bunch of dot balls, Messi. You're still in this, as Duckett just works this one square on the offside for no run. Camphor, it's fair to say his first over wasn't the greatest, wasn't helped by 4 what should have been wides off his first delivery. And the last ball was the easiest full toss that a test batsman will ever have to face. 140 for 1 as Camphor is into Duckett. He bowls now, and this is just angled down to third man. They've taken 1. Are they going to come back for 2? They're very quick between the wickets. They do. It's well run. The man had some ground to make up out there. Probably had to run in about 20 yards. Good running. 2 more to Duckett. 56 to him. 142 for 1.
Brian also says the local team is called, oh dear God, the Texas Super Kings. He's also taking out his sadness at the end of Ted Lasso on me by saying, yes, we won't talk about my Hawks defeating Messi's Eagles by 116 points in the second largest win by a previously last place team. No, we won't talk about that at all. Thank you, Brian.
We've just had a repeat as this next one by Duckett is just worked again to deep backward square. We got there a bit quicker, so just the 1 run, 143 for 1. So we have had 313 runs so far.
172 they got, so it's 325.
325. 315 is correct. We should tick off the people as they lose. Next ball from Camphor. There's an appeal for LBW. I think he's got outside the line of off stump as the ball came back into him, but Pope was a little bit on the walk, and the umpire, who I've never heard of, is unmoved. They have 7 seconds left if they want to review it. I don't think they ought to.
I don't think they ought to, but they might be tempted to because they need a wicket, really, don't they? But they haven't.
No. They are not going to blow a review on that, and probably wisely. Although, to be fair, with LBW reviews, you can retain them even if you don't get it overturned, unlike any other type.
Well,
but it's hit him very high. It's on the thigh, and he's outside off stump, so I don't think a review would have worked there. But a moral victory for the bowler anyway, as Camphor is in again to Pope, and full and straight, and he almost yorks himself, did Pope, but he still managed to drive it down the ground. I don't think it's got enough to get to the boundary. It doesn't, but they're probably going to take two runs. 145 for 1. What's the highest score on the GPL?
330. It's on 317 now, so they've got 13 runs.
He's got a chance. There's only 7 or so minutes left. Is that the only one left?
No, there's 323, Messi Jeds. JB on 326. 327 is on Nuevo, and 330 is Oscar Matt.
If you're wondering what we're talking about, as Camphor comes in and bowls outside the off stump and left through to the keeper, GPL is our prediction competition, which is closed for the day, but you will be able to play it tomorrow, any time from the start of play until lunch. You have to guess how many runs are scored in the day, and there is an amount of money in the bucket, and if you get it spot on, you will win that whole bucket. It's £1 for each entry to play, and if you go to GPL, so you go to GorillaCricket.com/competitions, I think you will find all competition. You will find all the details there.
It's currently £143 to be won. I know what will happen. It'll finish on 333, which I had, and then I crossed off.
Might not get that high. I think 327 and 326 are in, actually. Depends. I suppose what have we got left? We've got 2 overs.
Probably.
Couple of 4s. They're on what? 327 now. 317 now. Yeah, a couple of 4s. Streaky 4s will make it.
It doesn't matter whether they're streaky or not.
325, which will be 1 short of JB.
Hume into Duckett. He's flicked this round the corner straight to long leg, who's about 20 yards in. And that's just a single. If that would have been a couple of yards either side of him, he was so far in, I don't think he'd have been able to cut that off. So I'm not sure what he's doing there. He's not really there for the catch, is he? He should probably be back on the line.
He should be. He probably is in for the catch. Why? I don't know.
Maybe he hasn't got there yet. Sometimes happens with
maybe
club cricketers. Yeah, they don't get to their mark by the start of the following over.
Richard Peel has a question for you, Bear, the Jersey Jingler. It says, did I do a jingle to that Don't Speak song yonks ago?
Yeah, I think you did, but I can't remember who it was for. It's probably there somewhere, but if it's not called Don't Speak, I wouldn't know who it was unless I knew who it was for.
Pope faces up to Hume, and he goes onto the back foot and just plays this back down the wicket. No run. So 318 total runs in the day. We may have only 10 deliveries left, or maybe not.
Mark Zips says, "Oh, Bear, you teased you."
Hume has probably been the tidiest of the bowlers. He's in his 8th over. He's none for 26 so far. As again, he bowls a good line just outside the off stump. It sort of dies on the way through to Tucker, who doesn't take it cleanly, but no run accrues. 146 for 1.
Pope looks like he's decided I want to be here tomorrow.
Well, he will be here tomorrow, whether he's in or out, let's be honest.
Well, okay.
He'll probably turn up just to watch the others. Yeah, he wants to be batting in the morning.
Crease, yes.
But that's very anti-Bazball thinking, isn't it?
Well,
let's try and hit every ball for 6.
Well, let's face it, they've gone at 6 and over already. So I think have a couple of overs off just to make sure you're there in the morning is fine.
And this is just pushed square on the offside by Pope for a single. 147 for 1. 319 is the total runs of the day.
4 takes it up to Messi's 323.
Yeah, but always assuming the worst. As our man in Perth. as some people are having a group photo taken by a waitress in one of the executive boxes.
That's exciting.
What joy.
Why the TV camera needed to show it to us, I don't know. Round the wicket to the left-hander. This is a fuller and swingier delivery from Hume, and they've taken one. Are they coming back for two? They do. We're very well run by these two, Pope and Duckett. Two more to the total, 149 for one. We are up to 3-2-1.
3-2-1. 3-2-1. Yeah, that's the one.
The worst programme in British television history.
And the fucking shonkiest
prizes, and they made no sense whatsoever.
Made no sense whatsoever.
We're talking about English television quiz shows from the 1970s. If you're listening around the world, you're not missing much.
Subject.
I mean, you had to be a genius to win the boat, basically, because it made no sense whatsoever.
Duckett faces up to Hume, defends the last ball of the over, 149 for one after 24. Any tweets?
Oh, speaking of somewhat obscure questions, Chris Acquire says Fred will be remembering the names of Big Bash franchises next. Defunct IPL teams, 100 teams.
I don't think I will.
No. Farong says, camphor on to bowl, make it spicy. I've cooked with this spice before, not good with rum from memory. Yeah, I still do have 2 brain cells, enough for a memory. Pirate Badshaw says, call me mad, but I don't see much point having slips. And Neymar Butlins is with us. Hello. Hey boys, checking in from LA land. Without you there is no cricket in my life. Could be a rom-com.
Possibly last over the days. Camphor bowls, it's short, and Pope tries to pull it and takes it in the knackers. Did he edge that into them, or did
I don't think so. I think it's straight in the box as well.
Yeah, and he's walking a little gingerly, it's fair to say. It was there for the pull, and he's it was sort of upper thigh.
Upper thigh. He's a short man. That's not that far. It probably may have clipped.
Yeah, there was no real appeal from the bowler.
No.
I'm assuming there are 5 balls left in the day. As Camphor bowls again, and this is just pushed down towards third man. They're taking 1, they're taking 2. We're into Messi Jazz territory.
Oh, we're into Messi Jazz territory.
I think.
Okay, block it out now. Block it out.
Another single, please.
What you want is a wicket, which will end the day.
Oh yeah,
yes.
It would do actually, and a win. However, we've got 3-2-3, so 3-2-4 and 3-2-5 at stake. So we can have 2 more singles in the next 4 balls.
What, to keep it rolling over?
Yeah, a 4 would take it on to 7. So we could have a 4 and a single. That would also take it out into territory.
Hit it for 6, Popey.
6 would what? 6 would be 3-2-9. That would also be safe.
At the moment, Messi Jazz is winning the IPL. So the GPL, not the IPL. The Bears won the IPL, and this is a dot ball. They're getting excited in Perth. Have you locked the dogs up? Messi, because I know they get very excited when you lose the GPL off the last ball.
Not anymore. I'm afraid they've all died.
Well, I'm not surprised at the punishment you put them through, GPL related.
That's true. But I've just realised I've just received an invoice for $390, which is about 200 quid, for cleaning up my gutters today. So the
very
GPL
useful.
win would help with
You've
that.
got other things to be angry about. As the next ball is driven up to mid-on and no run.
Ooh.
What's that, a no ball?
Good choice.
Where's that no ball come from?
Huh?
It's 152. There was a no ball. Messi Jazz has...
for fuck's sake.
Oh my God! So it's now on 2-2-4.
Oh,
see you later.
Head those off.
His Uber has arrived. It's a new experience for Hendo.
Oh God!
Yeah.
He's probably going to get abducted and murdered. This next ball is edged and short of first slip. Paul Sterling is there at first slip. I don't think that was in any way catchable. Even if he would have dived forward, it bounced about a yard in front of him. A genuine edge, though. So Camphor, after a poor first over, has come back quite well. He's beaten the bat a couple of times, and he's managed to get Pope to play a genuine edge, but not close to carrying.
All I can say is fuck you, Camphor. If that hadn't been a no ball, he'd just have 1 more ball to bowl. Oh.
They'll probably take a single off it anyway, so I wouldn't worry. No, there are 2 balls to go. It's 152 for 1.
Yeah, I know.
What are needed for anybody else to come into it? Just count
so
for balls, and it's defended.
3, 2, 4. So 2 off the last delivery.
2 off the last delivery.
4 actually would take it out to 3, 2, 8 as well. So it'd have to be 2 or 3.
2 or 4.
2 or 3 will get someone to win. 1 or 4.
See how exciting this is, everybody. Can you imagine if you were in this situation? This would really bring some joy to your life for just the cost of £1.
1 or 4, and it remains in the house.
And 0. It
And
remains
0.
Remains in the house as Camphor to complete the day. Bowling to Ollie Pope. It's full and it's straight and it's driven to mid-on. It is no run at the end of the day. England are 152 for 1. Some disturbance on the line from Perth, Western Australia. As it's very much England's day. They have finished at 152 for 1, trailing by only 20, and the only wicket they've lost is the walking wicket of Crawley. So it stumps at day 1. Very much England's day, Bear.
It was indeed. Set score. No one wins. What a shame. The pot moves on to £143 for tomorrow. All because of a no bloody ball.
A few final tweets. Leah says, too bad Jimmy isn't in the team as Knight reverse sweep Hawk. And says, sure, Bear, Indian politics is so progressive at the moment. Mike says, the only reason I'd become a Texan is to vote out these Republicans, but in general I have nothing but disdain for these idiots. To be fair, in Houston I've only met very nice people, but the state in general is a complete nightmare. Chris Acquire says, Graham Hume in the flesh has an upper body reminiscent of Graham Napier. He was capable of going for runs, both bowling and batting. Hume, it seems, is not a hitter despite the muscle. Farong says, some advice for Ireland. Ireland, this is getting nasty. You're not playing against Bangladesh. That's a bit...
Well, they played against Bangladesh away, which is tricky for
anybody.
Teams who are much more experienced than Ireland. To be fair,
they did reasonably well in the second innings. And
I'd like to see Bangladesh play in Ireland a Test match. It would be a different story.
Yeah.
Brian Barry says, if you think Texas Super Kings is bad, what about Mumbai Indians New York? That's right, a team called Mumbai Indians New York who play all their games in Texas. Fucking hell.
Welcome to global cricket in 2023. I'm pretty sure Jason Roy has signed himself up for that league in Texas.
He has, yeah.
Anyway, so we have. We hope you've enjoyed listening to us today. We'll be back, of course, tomorrow and the following day, and through every day.
Gorilla Roundup will be on in about an hour's time up on our YouTube channel. I'll post a link for that.
Terrific.
Summarising the day.
So we will be back at about 10:55 UK time, British summer time tomorrow, for the second day of this Test match between England and Ireland. Very much England's day today. What will happen tomorrow? Who knows? That's why we love it, live sport. Anything can happen, but probably won't.
Indeed.
So from the Bear, from myself, from Hendo, from Andy Ward, from Russ, from Messi Jez, from Dave Sirrar, have I missed anyone? From Tony Bishop, and anyone else who I've missed out today. Thank you for listening. Do join us tomorrow, and good evening.
Indeed. See you later.
Bye.
See you later.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the Test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick Guerrilla Cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, Guerrilla Cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien